Kanika's subtle advice. The Parva, volume or episode of the Mahabharata, from which this passage is taken, shows that Drona's motive in training the Kauravas and Pandavas is revenge. He wants them to become great warriors in order to overthrow Drupada, king of the Panchalas, who has spurned him. He asks them to take King Drupada captive, as they fee to him for instructing them. The Kauravas attack the Panchalas and are driven back. Then the Pandavas try and are successful. Drupada agrees to give Drona half his kingdom. The success of the Pandavas, however, sows the seeds of conflict, for the blind king Dhritarashtra becomes suspicious of them, fearing that they will become more powerful than his own 100 sons, the Kauravas. He summons his minister Kanika, who gives him Machiavellian advice about how to outwit an enemy, using an animal fable that is reminiscent of the Panchatantra and Hitopadesa. See introduction, page 19 to 21. When he discovered Pandu's sons displaying extraordinary prowess, Dhritarashtra was disconsolate. Continued Vaisampayana. He summoned Kanika, finest among ministers, expert in sagacious political counsel, and said, "Noble Brahmin, I cannot bear to see the Pandavas go, lording about. Should I stop them? I will do as you advise." That remarkable Brahmin, said Vaisampayana, gladly gave straight advice, full of political wisdom. "Your Majesty, listen to me, and do not be angry with me for saying what I am going to say. A king's business is to rule, to extend his might and influence. He should not make mistakes himself, but profit from others' mistakes. Who rules if not a ruler? If he rules, he is respected. Let a king therefore rule, and punish when required. Let him see through others, not let others see through him. As a tortoise hides its limbs, he should hide his plans. But when he is set on something, let him carry it through. No use half extracting a thorn. It only results in an abscess. It is good that he liquidate a dangerous enemy. He should wait for misfortune to strike a powerful or an escaping antagonist, and remove him swiftly and unscrupulously. A weak enemy should be watched. One spark is enough to kindle a forest fire. Let him feign deafness and blindness, if he is too weak to punish. Though his captor be of straw, he should be alert as a deer. If an enemy falls into your hands, finish him off without compunction, even if he seeks your shelter. Any means will do, open or secret. Use wealth to win over a stubborn enemy, then kill him. The safest foe is a dead one. You can then sleep peacefully. Whether he has 3, 5, or 7 strategies, destroy him. The only way to get rid of a tree is to uproot it, and after he is attended to, pick on his friends and allies. If, however, he is well dispatched, there is not much to fear from them. If the roots are dug up, the branches and leaves will wither. Hiding your own weaknesses, noting your enemy's errors, rule your kingdom, your majesty, with a vigilant eye, with yajnas, saffron robes, matted locks, and skin dresses. You should put your enemies off their guard. Having done so, pounce on them like a wolf. The cheapest way to riches is through trickery. A crooked stick is excellent to pull twigs and pluck fruit. Crooked means are excellent enemy catchers. Let an enemy ride you, and when the time comes, throw him over like a clay pot, and smash him on the stones. If he piteously begs for mercy, ignore him. An enemy must on no account be freed. Kill him, or incapacitate him, with money, with consolation, with discord, fomented among his friends, or any other means handy. Dhritarashtra said, Tell me how conciliation works, how to employ money, how to foment discord, and how to destroy by other means. Listen to a story, replied Kanika. A long time ago, Your Majesty, there lived in a forest an incomparably devious jackal. He was a really clever one. He knew what was good for him. He had 4 friends, a tiger, a wolf, a mouse, and a mongoose. They spotted a splendid deer, the leader of a herd, who was much too swift for them. So they called a meeting. The jackal said, Sir Tiger, you seem to be singularly unable to catch this deer. He's young and swift and too clever for you. I have a suggestion. Send the mouse to nibble at the deer's hooves when he's sleeping. Then you can pounce on him. After which, I suggest we all have a huge deer feast. The mouse and tiger, said Kanika, followed the advice to the letter. The mouse nibbled at the deer's hooves, and the tiger pounced. Bless you, said the jackal. Now go have a wash before dinner. Off they trooped to a river, as instructed by the jackal. He in the meantime was planning his next move. First to return after his bath was the tiger. He saw the jackal beside the dead deer, lost in deep thought. What's the matter, wise one? He asked. You are the wisest of us all, I know. But isn't it dinner time yet? Sir Tiger, said the jackal, I'm worried by what the mouse said. He said, to hell with the tiger. I killed the deer, didn't I? And he's going to enjoy it, without so much as thanking me. His boastings got me so worried that I can't touch this food. Jackal, you have a point there, the tiger said. The mouse is right. From today I will eat only what I have killed on my own. He said this and went away. Some time later, the mouse returned. The jackal was well prepared. This time he said, Bless you, little mouse. You know what the mongoose said? The tiger's claws have polluted this deer flesh. Catch me eating it. But give me your permission, and I'll gobble up the mouse. Alarmed, the mouse about turned and scuttled off to his hole. A little later, Your Majesty, the wolf came along, fresh, after his pre-dinner bath. The jackal said to him, Wolf, don't ask me why, but the Lord of the Jungle's furious with you. He's coming here with his wife soon. You are warned. The wolf, never so frightened, tensed his muscles and fled, like a flash of wind. Exit wolf. Enter mongoose. Your Majesties, continued Kanika. This is what the jackal said to him. Hey, mongoose, they are fled, all of them. A good thrashing is what I gave them. You want one too? Sir Jackal, the mongoose replied, if tiger, wolf, and mouse got thrashed, I'm not the hero for you. I'm not hungry today. And he left. Mightily pleased with the success of his plan, the jackal had a scrumptious deer feast. Concluded Kanika. A king can learn from him how to rule well, exploit the fears of a timid enemy, conciliate the brave one, seduce the avaricious, with wealth, subdue equal and inferior with power. Your Majesty, one more thing. If it so happens that your son, brother, father, or even guru becomes your enemy, and you wish to preserve your welfare, don't neglect the danger by curses, by mantras, by bribes, poison, or treachery. Destroy him immediately. In case both parties are equally matched, the one who acts first is the one who wins. A pompous guru, ill-motivated or ignorant of what needs doing and not doing, should be rebuked. If angered, hide your anger behind smiles. Great Bharata, never show anger when rebuking a wrongdoer. Smile before you strike an enemy. Smile while you strike him. After you have struck him, show pity, grieve, even weep. Try to win him by gifts, conciliation, and kindness. If he is still incorrigible, crush him. The worst evildoer behaves like a man of high dharma, like black clouds obscuring mountains. He obscures his evils. Remember also to burn down your enemy's house after killing him. Banish beggars, atheists, and thieves from your kingdom. By stealth or battle, poison or bribe, destroy your enemy. Act cruelly if you must. Bite with sharp teeth, fatally. Crush your enemy totally. Suspect harmless-looking types. Much loss follows from excessive trust-placing. Never trust the faithless. Trust cautiously the faithful. If a too trusted one betrays, you will be ruined. Before appointing them anywhere, double-test your spies. Scoundrels and fake ascetics make fine spies in other kingdoms. Locate them in public gardens, entertainment houses, temples, streets and drinking halls, in palaces of yajna, near wells, on hills and in forests, among the state officials. And wherever people gather, let them circulate in these places. Let their words be soft, their hearts sharp as razors. Even the most vicious and heinous act should go with a smile. If success is your aim, first do namaskara, be humble, take a vow, conciliate, inspire people, and flatter them by bowing your head at their feet. A shrewd man is like a tree, with much flower and no fruit. If there's fruit, it's high up, though ripe, it looks raw. Threefold, dharma, artha, and kama, are mixed up with three evils. Take the good, discard the evil. Even those who practice dharma have to put up with two troubles, lack of wealth and niggardly pleasure. Kama seekers lack dharma and wealth. Best is to extract maximum benefit from dharma, artha, and kama. Humbly, honestly, pleasingly, get a competent Brahmin's advice. If you fall, use any means, gentle or forceful, to pull yourself up and try dharma again. Without suffering reverses, you cannot taste success. The experience of any man who has suffered tells us this. When misfortune strikes, seek consolation in the Puranas. The fool is consoled by visions of future success. The wise man by congenial occupations. The king who relaxes after signing a treaty with an enemy is like a man who opens his eyes after falling from a tree top where he was sleeping. Counsel is best given in secret. See with a spy's eyes, but don't let other spies' eyes see you. A fisherman catches and cuts up fish and prospers. A king traps enemies, disembowels them, and prospers. Gauge your enemy's strength, then dig it up, mow it down, pollute it, starve it to death. If needy, don't beg for aid. If aid comes, don't give the impression you need more. When on a project, leave absolutely nothing undone. Keep an eye open for allies, especially militarily useful ones. That's the surest way to succeed. But let neither friend nor enemy guess what your plans are until they have been accomplished. Give them small inklings only as the plans proceed. Only until danger actually comes should you be nervous and worried. Once it has come, face it with courage, like a she-mule inviting her death by conceiving. A king who trusts an enemy, who is already in his hands, invites his own doom. Consider the future as arrived, or you may overlook important details while planning. Common sense and hard work go hand in hand with success. Right time and place are important. Dharma, artha and kama should conjoin. The highest success comes when right time and place meet. Underestimate an enemy and he will proliferate like the roots of a palm tree. or a spark in a forest. A small fire, faggot-fed, is soon a conflagration. A small king with strong allies is soon triumphant. Give your enemy false hopes. Keep on deferring his demands. Pretend you have a strong reason based on an even stronger one. Be like a razor sheathed in velvet leather. Slice off hair coolly when the time comes. Upholder of Kuru dignity, treat the Pandavas as you think best. Do nothing that you will repent later. Your Majesty, you have learning and good fortune. I know this. You will know how best to protect yourself against Pandu's sons. As far as I can see, Your Majesty, they are stronger than your sons. So, if you want my advice, this is what you should do. Act in such a way that you need no more fear the sons of Pandu. Whatever measures you adopt, do not repent them later. Kanika said this and left. Continued Vaisampayana, leaving behind him a Dhritarashtra, deeply disturbed and thoughtful. The Lacquered Palace. Duryodhana, Dhritarashtra's eldest son by his wife Gandhari, and thus the leader of the Kauravas, has become consumed with hatred for the Pandavas, mainly because the people of Hastinapura are calling for Yudhishthira, eldest of the Pandavas, to be named as Dhritarashtra's heir. Duryodhana persuades his father to send the Pandavas and their mother, Kunti, to live in a handsome but inflammable palace, which he has had specially built for them in the forest-surrounded city of Varnavata. He then instructs his low-caste spy, Purochana, to burn the Pandavas alive in the house. But Vidura, the courtier who has helped to set up the war skills contest, tips off Yudhishthira, who devises a plan of escape, though the Kauravas do not know this at first, and shed public crocodile tears at the apparent death of their cousins. Vidura was the son of Vyasa, author of the Mahabharata, by a low-caste slave girl. He is wise, humane, and impartial, and does his best to restrain the irrationality and criminality of the Kauravas. The following extract also indicates Kunti's unflinching character, for she is prepared to sacrifice innocent lives in order to ensure her son's escape from the burning palace. Shakuni, Duryodhana, Dussasana, and Karna formed a wicked plot. Continued Vaisampayana. With Dhritarashtra's approval, they decided to burn alive Kunti and her sons. But it so happened that Vidura, who could read men's hearts in their faces, discovered the intentions of the four conspirators. Defectless, Atman illuminated, Vidura, devoted to the welfare of the Pandavas, made up his mind to devise an escape for them. He arranged for a boat variously equipped with strong sails, able to withstand wave beat and wind havoc. He told Kunti, Dhritarashtra is bent on insulting past and future Kuru glory. He is obsessed with mischief, and he is contemptuous of dharma. I have a boat ready, sweet lady, wind-worthy and river-worthy. Escape in it with your sons from the noose of death. When Kunti heard this, she was deeply distressed. She and her sons boarded the boat and crossed the Ganga. On Vidura's advice, they abandoned the boat and, taking their possessions with them, they entered a forest. Continued Vaisampayana. Well, it so happened that a tribal woman of the Nishadas came to the house of Lak and was burnt alive with her 5 sons. That outrageous Mleka, Purochana, was also burnt alive, and in this way the plan of Dhritarashtra's sons was frustrated. In this way the noble sons of Kunti and she herself escaped, with Vidura's help. The citizens, however, had no knowledge of this. In fact, When the people of Varnavata saw the house of lac reduced to ashes, they grieved inconsolably. They sent a messenger to the king, giving the details and saying, "Your purpose has been fulfilled. The Pandavas burnt to death. Your mission accomplished, Your Majesty. You are now free to enjoy, with your sons, the Kuru kingdom." Dhritarashtra and his sons, in grief, performed the Shraddha of the Pandavas. Friends and relatives were present. Vidura was there, and great Bhishma, noble Brahmin, Janamajaya interrupted. "I would like to know the details of the burning of the house of lac and the escape of the Pandavas. What a horrible and cruel plan! Such colossal wickedness! Tell me everything as it happened. My curiosity overpowers me." Vaisampayana said, "Your Majesty, I will explain everything, both the burning of the lac house and the escape of the Pandavas. It began like this. Duryodhana seethed with envy when he saw Bhima and Arjuna grow in glory each day. The son's son Karna and Subala's son Shakuni tried every means they could to get rid of the Pandavas. But the Pandavas foiled each attempt and, acting on Vidura's advice, kept silent about it. The people talked of the achievements of the Pandavas everywhere, in city and out," continued Vaisampayana. "In courtyards and assembly halls, in all meeting places, they spoke of Pandu's eldest son as most worthy of being king. They said, prophetic visioned Dhritarashtra, because blind, was prevented from ruling once. How is he ruling now? Shantanu's son Bhishma, strict vowed and truth devoted, once renounced the kingdom. He cannot become king now. Let us, with due ceremony, install Yudhishthira king. He is young, skilled in warcraft, learned in the Vedas, truthful, liberal. He respects Shantanu's son and Dhritarashtra. He will make a good ruler in every way." And when ill-minded Duryodhana heard these sentiments of the followers of Yudhishthira, he was roused to anger. So great was his fury, he could not bear to hear them. Boiling with jealousy, he went to Dhritarashtra. Dhritarashtra was alone. He did pranam to his father, and recalling the people's words, he said, "Father, I hear shocking things, words of great ill omen. Ignoring you and Bhishma, the citizens want Yudhishthira king. Bhishma will not object. He does not seek kingship. I think the citizens are deliberately insulting us. Pandu got the kingship because he was deserving. You were equally deserving, but your blindness stood in the way. If now Pandu's son gets it, his son will inherit it, then his son's son, and so on. All of them Pandavas. We and our sons will be forever excluded from ruling. Lord of the world, what will people think of us? That we should wait on others and bemoan our lot? Sir, help us discover a dignified way out of this. For no matter what you say, had you been king before Pandu, we would be the successors, and not Pandu's sons." These words of Duryodhana, coupled with Kanika's advice, made the prophetic visioned King Dhritarashtra profoundly uneasy. Sorrow assailed his heart, and doubts filled his mind. Duryodhana, Karna, Subala's son Sakuni, and Duhasasana, these four held a consultation. Duryodhana approached Dhritarashtra and said, "Father, find out some means of sending the Pandavas to Varnavata. Then we will have some peace of mind." Dhritarashtra pondered these words for some time. Then he replied to Duryodhana. Continued Vaisampayana. Pandu was a man of dharma. He behaved perfectly. With his relatives, with me, he was specially courteous. He was indifferent to food, dress, and the world's pleasures. He was devoted to me. Had I asked, he would have given me his kingdom. Yudhishthira, like him, has dharma. He is greatly accomplished. He has dignity and character. He is loved by the citizens. And you want him exiled from the kingdom of his ancestors. How can I do this? He has many friends. Pandu took good care of his counselors and soldiers, and their sons and grandsons, since they benefited so much. Don't you think, my son, that if I do what you tell me, they might turn against us, even kill us, to defend Yudhishthira? You are right, father, replied Duryodhana. But think, some risk has to be taken. Confer honors, titles, wealth. Win the people to your side. At the present moment, the ministers and treasury officials are entirely in your control. I am sure a way can be found, a smooth way, I think, to get the Pandavas sent away to Varnavata. And when I am installed king, I promise you, father, I will have Kunti and her sons brought back to the kingdom. Dhritarashtra said, that was my plan, Duryodhana, but I thought it against dharma, and did not dare voice it. You see, my son, neither Bhishma, nor Drona, nor Vidura, nor Kripa will ever approve of exiling Kunti's sons. To them the Kurus and the Pandavas have equal status. They are wise and moral, and see no difference between them and us. I think, my son, an act like that will make us guilty before illustrious men, before the whole world. It is unthinkable. Bhishma, Duryodhana replied, never takes sides. Drona's son is on my side, and Drona, I know, will be on the side his son is. Saradvat's son, Kripa, will follow Drona and his son. How can he repudiate Drona and his nephew Aswathaman? Though Vidura depends on us, secretly he is a Pandava lover. Let him join them. He can do us no harm. Don't be afraid, father. Exile Pandu's sons and their mother to Varnavata. Do this today. Do this and remove my suffering. There's a fire inside me devouring my sleep and coursing in my heart like poison. Duryodhana and his brothers conspired to win over the people to their side by granting bribes and favors. On instructions from Dhritarashtra, some shrewd ministers praised the attractions of Varnavata. One day in the court, the festival of Shiva, Pashupati, has begun in the city of Varnavata, they said. Thousands are flocking there. What a concourse of people! Just the glitter of their jewels ravishes the eyes. All this they said on orders from Dhritarashtra. And so cleverly did they say it that the Pandavas decided, continued Vaisampayana, to pay a visit to Varnavata. And when King Dhritarashtra heard that the Pandavas were eager to go there, he went to them and said, Children, your studies under Drona are over. You have mastered all there is to master in war skills of all kinds. It occurred to me that the kingdom is secure. Statecraft attends to all matters. Everyone is looked after. My men come and tell me every day, without exception, there is no city in the world as lovely as Varnavata. If you, my children, would like to be there and see for yourselves, go with your friends and followers and enjoy yourselves like gods. Give pearls and jewels away to the Brahmins and musicians. Enjoy yourselves there like radiant gods. And when you have had your fill of pleasures and do not want any more, return to Hastinapura. Yudhishthira read Dhritarashtra's mind. but unwilling to expose the king, weakly agreed to go to Varnavata. To wise Vidura, to Shantanu's son Bhishma, to Drona, Vailika, and the Kaurava Somadatta, to the Acharya Kripa, to Ashwathaman, Bhurisravas, to the respected Brahmins, elders, ascetics, and counselors, to the noble priests, to illustrious Gandhari, Yudhishthira, speaking slowly and gently, said, "Because King Dhritarashtra has advised us, we go with our friends and followers to festive Varnavata. May your blessings go with us. May we prosper. May failure not touch us." The Kauravas heard Yudhishthira, Pandu's son, speak thus, and all of them blessed him, saying, "Sons of Pandu, may the blessings of the elements go with you. May your path be clear. May nothing inauspicious obstruct you." The Pandavas performed the rituals for obtaining their royal right, and with full preparations set out for Varnavata. After this decision of the Pandavas, approved by Dhritarashtra, ill-minded Duryodhana was delighted. He summoned Purochana in secret, and pressing the man's right hand, he said, "Purochana, this world is full of riches, and they are all mine. They are yours too, to enjoy if you will. Whom can I trust but you? There is no one in this palace. I have more faith in than you. So let what follows remain a secret between you and me. I want an enemy removed. I want you to do it." Dhritarashtra has sent the Pandavas to Varnavata. Because Dhritarashtra wants it, they will make merry in that city. Yoke swift mules to your chariot and rush to Varnavata today, if you can. Get a palace built there, on the city's outskirts, a rectangular one. Furnish it lavishly. Guard it. And see that you use only hemp, resin, lac, and other inflammable materials when you build. Take mud and clay, mix it with ghee, oil, fat, and plenty of lac, and plaster the walls. Strategically in different corners of the palace, apply hemp, oil, ghee, lac, and paste. Do this cleverly, so that neither the Pandavas nor anyone else, even after the closest inspection, can discover the ruse. Build the palace, and when Kunti and the Pandavas arrive, lavishly honor them and make them comfortable in it. The seats, relaxing places. The beds must be the finest possible, divine almost. Say my father orders it. See that all this is done without word reaching the ears of Varnavata citizens, until my mission's accomplished. And when they are sleeping, in full confidence, beginning with the gate, set fire to the palace. Everyone will declare it an accident that they perished in the fire. None will blame us. Purochana promised to carry out orders, and immediately sped to Varnavata in a swift mule-driven chariot. Obedient to Duryodhana, he wasted no time. He fulfilled the instructions to the minutest detail. Climbing into their chariots, yoked to wind-swift horses, the Pandavas left. Earlier, they sadly touched Bhishma's feet, and in the same way, honored Dhritarashtra, Mahatma Drona, Kripa, Vidura, and other elders. They paid their respects to the elders of the Kurus. They embraced their equals. They were respected by the children. They respectfully half-circled the elderly palace ladies. They bade farewell to the citizens before leaving for Varnavata. Learned Vidura and other noble Kurus, including the citizens, sorrowfully followed the Pandavas some distance outside the city. Seeing the Pandavas unhappy as they were preparing to leave, Some of Hastinapura's citizens murmured, "King Dhritarashtra has not in this case been impartial. He means ill. His eyes do not follow the path of dharma." Noble Yudhishthira, powerful. Bhima and Arjuna are not the kind to flout the wishes of Dhritarashtra. And if they remain silent, Madri's sons will not protest either. The kingdom is theirs from Pandu, just that Dhritarashtra does not like it. But how could Bhishma allow this great adharma? How could Bhishma allow the Pandavas to leave? Shantanu's son, Vichitravirya, and the great guru, Pandu, were both to us even like our own fathers. Now that Pandu, finest of kings, is in heaven, Dhritarashtra cannot bear to look on the Pandavas. We will not allow this. We will leave this city. We will leave our houses and follow Yudhishthira. Dharmaraja Yudhishthira overheard them and pondered. Then, sorrowfully, he said to the murmuring citizens, "Dhritarashtra is our father, our superior, our guru. He is lord of the earth. His words must be obeyed. And you are our friends. If you mean us well, stand on our left, bless us and return to your homes. And when the time comes, when we really need your help, then come forward and help us to shine and prosper." The citizens heard Yudhishthira and putting the Pandavas on their right, blessed them and slowly returned to Hastinapura. After they had left, Vidura, wise in dharma, spoke to Yudhishthira in order to warn him. He spoke in Mlekha dialect, which Yudhishthira knew. Both were wise and familiar with the Mlekha tongue. A wise man, whispered Vidura, is one who knows in advance his enemy's intentions and prepares himself accordingly. Steel is not the only means of piercing the body. Other means need other foils. Who knows this survives. He survives who knows that straw consumer and dew dryer cannot harm those who burrow holes in the ground. A blind man does not know where to go, how to go. A man without willpower is a blind man. Keep awake. If your enemy tricks you into a trap not made of steel, remember how the jackal in his hole escapes a fiery death. Traveling brings knowledge. Keep moving. Let the stars in the sky guide you. Unite the five senses and live. Yudhishthira listened carefully. Dharmaraja Yudhishthira, Pandu's eldest son, said to Vidura, "I understand." Vidura, placing Yudhishthira on his right, bade him farewell and returned to the city. After Vidura, Bhishma and the citizens had gone. Kunti approached Yudhishthira and said, "What did Vidura tell you in the presence of others? I couldn't make out a word of his speech and your reply. Tell me, son, what he said, if it is not secret. I am eager to know what both of you discussed." Yudhishthira replied, "He mentioned a lacquer house. He also said there was a way of escaping from it. He whispered that the man who controls his senses rules the world." To which I replied, "I understand." When the star Rohini was in the ascendant on the 8th day of the month of Falguna, the Pandavas left for the city of Varnavata. Word spread that the Pandavas were coming, and the citizens of Varnavata flocked in thousands, joyfully, by various means of transport, to catch a glimpse of the princes. They brought auspicious customary gifts. The moment they were spotted, the Pandavas were surrounded. The citizens of Varnavata blessed them, shouting, "Victory! King of Dharma Yudhishthira, best among men, so surrounded, looked like thunder-wielding Indra among the gods. Welcomed by the citizens and thanking them for the reception, the Pandavas entered the populous, enchanting city. Their first duty, Your Majesty, was to find out the houses of ritual-practicing Brahmins and visit them. Their second was to go to the homes of the officials. Then they visited the charioteers, the Vaishyas, and even the Shudras. Honored by the citizens, they retired, Your Majesty, to a mansion. Purochana leading, they following. Purochana supplied them. Vaisampayana continued. The choicest food and drink, beds, carpets, and seats. They continued to live there, with the citizens serving them, and Purochana doing everything to make them comfortable. After 10 nights had passed, Purochana recommended to them a house called the Blessed Abode, actually a cursed one. The Pandavas, richly dressed, rose, went to the house and entered like Guhyakas on Mount Kailasha. After inspecting it, Yudhishthira, finest of men, whispered to Bhima, highly inflammable. Not a doubt of it. I can smell fat and lac mixed with ghee, all inflammable materials. Superb workmanship. Our enemies have good craftsmen, hemp and straw, mud and bamboo stalks. Soaked in ghee, going up in flames, first Purochana honors us, then he burns us. No doubt his wickedness is encouraged by Duryodhana. Vidura knew and warned me. He is our well-wisher. Our father's younger brother, he loves us. He told me all about this death trap, Duryodhana's supreme treachery. Bhima said, if you are sure this house is a trap, let us return to the place where we were staying and rouse suspicion. No, said Yudhishthira. Rather, let us keep our eyes and ears open and find a means of escape. If Purochana ever suspects that we've stumbled on his plan, he may panic and frantically burn us, and the house down. He has no scruples, no sense of adharma. He is a blind slave to the whims of Duryodhana. If we perish, it is unlikely Bhishma will be overly upset. Why should he unnecessarily antagonize the Kauravas? Of course, it is possible Bhishma and other noble Kurus will be righteously indignant. It will help us little then. If we run away in fear, Duryodhana, greedy for the kingdom, will set spies on us to get rid of us. Duryodhana is evil. He has position, power. He has friends, allies, wealth. We have nothing. There are many ways he can get rid of us. Let us out-trick him by living in disguise. For some time, let us become hunters and nomads. Let us become familiar with all routes of escape. Inside our room, tonight, let's start digging a tunnel. If we can keep it secret, we are safe from fire. So let us live here and give neither Purochana nor the citizens the least hint that we suspect anything. A friend of Vidura, continued Vaisampayana, an expert tunnel digger, came to the Pandavas and said, I am a tunnel digger. Vidura has sent me. I am at your service. Let me know what I should do. Vidura said to me, go to the Pandavas and help them in every way. I await your orders. Purochana intends to set fire to your house on the 14th night of the dark fortnight. Dhritarashtra's ill-minded son Duryodhana has plans to burn alive the Pandavas and their mother. Vidura used Mlekka speech, and you replied in Mlekka. This is my credential. Yudhishthira said to him, my friend, I know you are a close and trusted friend of Vidura. I know you are deeply devoted to him. There is no need of ours that learned and noble Vidura does not anticipate. You will be ours, as you are his. Make no difference between him and us. We are as much yours as we are his. Protect us even as Vidura would protect us. Purochana built this house at Duryodhana's orders, in order to destroy us. This I know. Wicked, persistent in vicious machinations, using wealth and allies, Duryodhana hounds us. Save us from the fire trap. If we are burned to death, the evil schemes of Duryodhana will be fulfilled. Next door is the vast storehouse of Duryodhana, materials from which were used to build the house of lack. It has high walls. Escape that way is impossible. Vidura was the first to discover the plot. In his goodness, he revealed the secret to me. The danger that he foresaw now threatens to destroy us. Show us how to escape without rousing Purochana's suspicions. So be it, replied the digger. With many precautions, he began work on a tunnel. Continued Vaisampayana. The tunnel was located in the center of the house. Wooden planks covered it. It was on floor level. This was done in order not to rouse any suspicion. Purochana kept a constant vigil at the house. At night, the Pandavas, armed, lived in the tunnel. During the day, they hunted in the nearby forests. Always alert, they deceived Purochana with shows of trust and contentment. Actually, they were restless and worried. The Varnavatans knew nothing of these goings-on. Only Vidura's friend, the tunnel digger, knew. No one else. 1 year passed. Purochana saw the Pandavas happy and unsuspecting, and inwardly he rejoiced. Yudhishthira, seeing Purochana, relaxed. One day said to Bhima and the twins Nakula and Sahadeva, Purochana's under the impression we don't suspect anything. We have him in our hands. The time to escape is now. We'll set fire to the storehouse. Let Purochana burn to death. Leave 6 other dead bodies here and slip out, unseen. It so happened, Your Majesty, that on an almsgiving, Kunti had occasion to feed many Brahmins. Some women were fed too. They ate and drank hugely, enjoying themselves to excess, and late in the night, with Kunti's permission, went home. As fate would have it, a Nishada woman and her 5 sons came to the feast, and gorged themselves to exhaustion. She and her sons drank till drunk, and Your Majesty, unable to stir, more dead than alive, decided to spend the night in the lack house. That night, when all were sleeping, a tremendous thunderstorm rose. Continued Vaisampayana. Purochana was sleeping when Bhima set fire to his room. Then the other Pandavas set the torch to the doorway. And quickly, in various places, the rest of the lack house. Satisfied that the entire house was ablaze, the 4 subduing Pandavas slipped into the tunnel one by one, Kunti with them. The heat and crackle of the flames woke up the citizens. They rushed out, saw the house furiously aflame, and sadly said to each other, It must have been Purochana. He built the house to kill his master's relatives by setting it on fire. Shame on Dhritarashtra, so prejudiced in mind, to burn the sons of Pandu as if they were his enemies. Evil, wicked Purochana, in the process of burning the Pandavas, trapped himself and got burned to death. Mourning the tragedy, the Varnavatans encircled the smouldering house and passed the night there. Meanwhile, the Pandavas and their sorrowing mother had escaped through the tunnel, unseen by anyone. The 4 subduing Pandavas, sleepless and fearful, were unable to flee as swiftly as they wished. So mighty, wind-swift Bhima picked up his mother and 4 brothers to ensure haste, added Vaisampayana. Bhima, of great strength and stamina, wolf-waisted Bhima, lifted his mother on his shoulder, the twins on both his sides, picked up Yudhishthira and Arjuna on both arms, smashed trees with his chest, smote the earth with his feet, and pressed steadily on. Meanwhile, learned Vidura sent to the forest a man of unimpeachable character, continued Vaisampayana. He went where instructed, and saw the Pandavas and their mother measuring the depth of a river. This man was the spy who had revealed to Mahatma Vidura all the machinations of ill-minded Duryodhana, for which reason Vidura sent him to Kunti's sons, and he showed them a mind-swift, wind-swift boat, fitted with various gadgets, decked with flags, sturdily constructed by shipwrights to withstand stormy waves. The boat was moored on holy Ganga's banks. To establish his credentials as Vidura's messenger, he said, "O Yudhishthira, this is what Vidura told you. He survives who knows that straw consumer and dew dryer cannot harm those who burrow holes in the ground. Vidura has sent me. You can depend on me." Besides, Dharma-learned Vidura also said to me, "O son of Kunti, that you will defeat in battle Karna, Shakuni, and Duryodhana and his brothers. The boat waits for you. May its journey be pleasant. May it take you swiftly away from this place." He saw the brothers and their mother anxious. So, climbing along with them into the boat, he said, "Vidura has embraced you and smelt your heads. He asked me to make your journey auspicious, to shield you from harm." With these words, Your Majesty, the man piloted the heroes carefully over the Ganga's waters to the opposite bank. When they had reached the opposite bank safely, he shouted, "May victory be yours," and returned to his home. The Pandavas sent word of their safety to Vidura, and secretly and hurriedly pressed on, none else knowing. Next morning, a large crowd of Varnavatans came to the smouldering lac house to see what had happened. They extinguished the fire, saw the house was made of lac, and discovered Purochana's body, charred in the ruins. They murmured among themselves, "None except wicked Duryodhana could have thought of such a plot to get rid of the Pandavas. It seems certain that he, with Dhritarashtra's knowledge, has killed the Pandavas. Or why wasn't he stopped?" Shantanu's son Bhishma, Drona, Vidura, Kripa, and all the other Kurus have strayed from Dharma. Our duty is to send this message to Dhritarashtra. At last you have succeeded. You have killed the Pandavas. They searched among the embers for the bodies of the Pandavas, and found the charred corpses of the Nishada women and her 5 sons. The tunnel digger had managed to recover the tunnel's mouth with charred wood pieces so cleverly that not one citizen noticed it. The citizen sent a messenger to Dhritarashtra, informing him that Purochana and the Pandavas had perished in the fire. When the unpleasant news was conveyed to him, Dhritarashtra mourned the deaths of the Pandavas and their mother. He said, "It is not just the Pandavas who have died today. My brother Pandu, illustrious hero, has perished in the fire too. Go, men, quickly to Varnavata and collect the bodies. Let all the funeral rites be performed for the heroes and Kunti, the king's daughter. Let their bones be purified by the rites, may noble charities follow. And let the friends and relatives of those who have perished hurry to Varnavata. Whatever is needed, whatever selfless deeds enjoined, may those be done. May nothing be stinted in the funeral ceremonies of Kunti and the Pandavas." Saying this, Dhritarashtra, Ambika's son, surrounded by his relatives, offered water homage to the spirits of the ancestors. Bhishma and other Kauravas gathered near the banks of the Ganga to offer similar water homage. They each had a single dress on. Their discarded head coverings, ornaments, and other finery accentuated their joylessness. He wept. The others wept. O Yudhishthira, O great descendant of Kuru, some wept. O Bhima, others wailed. O Arjuna, others, O the twins. O Kunti, noble mother. They offered water homage. The citizens also mourned the deaths of the Pandavas. Vidura mourned formally. He knew the truth. Seeing Bhishma lamenting, he whispered, Lord among men, do not grieve. Strict vowed sir, the Pandavas are not dead. What needed to be done, I did, at the crucial time. Great Bharata, it is not necessary for you to offer water homage. Bhishma took Vidura's hand and pulled him to a corner, where they could not be heard. Still weeping, he said, But how can this be? How did Pandu's great chariot warrior sons escape, even as Garuda saved his mother? Did you succeed in saving them? Tell me how it was done. Tell me how you stopped the crime of Pandava murder from falling on us. Because Bhishma inquired, Vidura replied to the worker of marvelous deeds. Said Vaisampayana, Dhritarashtra, Shakuni and Duryodhana had decided once and for all to kill the Pandavas and their mother. When Duryodhana conceived of the plot of burning them alive in a lac house, I arranged to have an expert tunnel digger devise a large tunnel from the center of the house, and before the fire spread, the Pandavas slipped into the tunnel and escaped. They and their mother are now far away, all with my help. I am certain that they are alive. There is no need to mourn until the propitious time, when their return is warranted. They will stay in hiding. They will move from place to place, and no one will know. At the right time, Yudhishthira will show himself to the earth's kings. Meanwhile, the mighty Pandavas, 6 of them, had slipped away from Varanavata and come to the Ganga. Helped by expert boatmen and a favorable current, they quickly alighted at the opposite bank of the river. They abandoned the boat and moved southwards, guiding themselves at night by the light of the stars. It was a difficult journey. Finally, Your Majesty, they reached a dense forest. They were tired, thirsty, sleepy. Yudhishthira said to Bhima, Here we are, lost in a forest, with no idea where we are. What do we do now? We are not even sure if Purochana is dead or alive. How long can we continue keeping our presence a secret? Great Bharata, pick us up as you did earlier, and let us move on. You are strongest among us. You are wind-swift. Bhima heard Yudhishthira, picked up his mother and brothers, and pressed on. Said Vaisampayana. The Slaying of Baka. In this extract, Vyasa, the legendary author of the Mahabharata, himself appears as a character and advises the Pandavas to take refuge in a Brahmin's house in the town of Ekachakra. The citizens of Ekachakra are being terrorized by a man-eating Rakshasa called Baka, who demands a human victim every day. The Brahmin's daughter offers to sacrifice herself to Baka, but Kunti, mother of the Pandavas, encourages Yudhishthira and Bhima to take action against him. In this, she shows her resourcefulness and strength of character. The Pandavas may be heroes, but like many heroes, they have a powerful mother behind them. Kunti is the mother of the 3 elder Pandavas, Yudhishthira, Bhima, and Arjuna. The 2 younger ones, Nakula and Sahadeva, were born of Madri, King Pandu's second wife, Kunti's co-wife. Hence Vyasa's reference when he speaks to Kunti, to your sons and Madri's sons, all of them great chariot heroes, though Pandu was not actually their father. But overcoming Baka, Bhima displays his courage and strength. Yudhishthira's initial doubts, by contrast, reflect both the caution and the streak of pessimism in his character. The Pandavas, mighty chariot heroes, roamed from forest to forest, killing many beasts. In the course of their travels, they passed through the kingdoms of the Matsyas, the Trigartas, the Panchalas, and the Kichakas, where they saw enchanting woods and lakes. Their hair was now matted, and they wore bark dresses. Anyone seeing them and their mother would think they were ascetics. Sometimes they hurried, sometimes they slowed down. Because their mother accompanied them, they varied their pace. They studied the Rig, the Vedas and Vedangas, and other sciences. One day, they came across Vyasa. The great subduers of enemies respectfully greeted Vyasa, and, accompanied by their mother, stood before him with joined palms. Vyasa said, "Noble Bharatas, I knew long before of your tribulations, after your unjust treatment at the hands of Dhritarashtra's sons, and I have come to you in the hope of helping you. Do not be afraid. Everything will work out well. I do not deny that you and they are both the same to me, but those who are young and suffer naturally get more sympathy. My affection for you has never been greater, because I love you. I seek your welfare. Listen, not far from here is a town where you will be safe. Live there, disguised. Wait for me there." Satyavati's son Vyasa comforted the Pandavas and guided them to Ekachakra. He said to Kunti, "May you live long, my daughter. Your son Yudhishthira, finest and most famous of men, always dedicated to dharma, will conquer the world with dharma and rule over the earth's kings. With the help of the strength of Bhima and Arjun, he will rule the entire sea-girdled world. Your sons and Madri's sons, all of them great chariot heroes, will delight in their kingdom, ruling with full power. When the whole world is conquered, they will perform the yagnas of Rajasuya and Ashwamedha, offering vast sums of dakshina. Their relatives and friends will prosper with them. Your sons will restore the glory of their forefathers." With these words, he escorted them to the house of a Brahmin. There the great Rishi Vyasa said to the eldest Pandava, "Wait for me here. I shall return. Success attends the man who adapts to time and place." "Your Majesty," the Pandavas with joined palms said. "So be it." And the Rishi Vyasa went to from where he came. Janamajaya asked, "Finest of the twice-born, what did the sons of Kunti, excellent chariot warriors, do in Ekachakra?" Vaisampayana replied, "In Ekachakra, the mighty sons of Pandu, excellent chariot warriors, stayed briefly in the Brahmin's house. There, your Majesty, they passed their time roaming from lovely lake to lake, from river to river, subsisting on alms. So wonderful were their feats, in no time they became favorites of the people. Whatever food they received, they offered to Kunti each night, and Kunti in turn decided each Pandava's share. Of these great 4 chastisers, 4, and Kunti shared half the food. The other half was eaten by powerful Bhima. In this way, O Janamajaya, the noble Pandavas spent a few days in Ekachakra. One day, when the others had gone alms-begging, Bhima and Kunti were alone in the house. Kunti heard loud cries of agonized lamentation coming from a corner of the Brahmin's house. She was touched, being loving and compassionate. The woeful cries stirred her deeply. So intense was her sympathy that she turned to Bhima and said to him these words of loving kindness, "My son, safe from Duryodhana, we found happy refuge in this Brahmin's house. He deeply respected us. For which reason, my son, I always think of his welfare. That is the least a guest can do for his host. To return goodness for goodness, isn't this to be a man? Such an action prospers. Even better to return more goodness. I can see there is suffering in this Brahmin's house. This is our chance to be of some help to him. Find from him Mother, why he is suffering? Replied Bhima, no matter how difficult, I will then give him help. While they were talking, continued Vaisampayana, they heard more piercing wails from the Brahmin and his wife. Like Kamadhenu, the wish-fulfilling cow, running to her tethered calf, Kunti hurried to the inner room. She saw the Brahmin, his wife, son and daughter sitting disconsolate, mourning their lot. The Brahmin said, Alas, hollow as a reed is life. We are slaves of time, victims of suffering. To live is to suffer. To live is to spawn diseases. Life is a series of sorrows. They say the Atman is one, split in three chasing, Artha, Kama, Dharma. It suffers. How it suffers? They say moksha is man's goal. But who gets moksha? Most chase wealth and get hell instead. To want wealth is hell. To get it, greater hell. If wealth comes, greed grows. If wealth goes, sorrow comes. I can't think of any way of escaping from here with my wife and son. Remember, Brahmini, I told you so. I told you to leave this place and you wouldn't listen. You foolish woman, I told you then, and all you could say was, I was born here. I grew up here. This is my ancestral house. Your father is dead. Your mother died long ago. Your friends, your relatives are all dead. What pleasure do you get in staying on here? Because you had such affection for your friends and relatives, you refused to listen to me. Now I have to learn how to endure the loss of a friend and relative. How? It will kill me. How can I live with friends and relatives gone? In my deeds of dharma, you stood by my side. You are like a mother to me. The gods gave you to me as a friend. In my weakness, you have given me strength. My parents chose you as my partner through life. You are noble-born, sweet-tempered. You are the mother of my children, innocent, faithful, devoted to me. You accepted and married me with all the religious rites. How can I sacrifice you simply to save myself? How can I sacrifice my son simply to save myself? He is so young, not a hair yet on his chin. How can I sacrifice my daughter, the child of my loins, given to me by the Creator to bestow on a husband, through whom I will enjoy, as will my ancestors, the heaven reserved for those whose daughters have sons. Some men think a father loves his son more. Others think his daughter. I love both equally. How can I sacrifice my daughter who continues my lineage and on whom depends my heavenly bliss? I cannot even sacrifice myself. For if I go to the other world, who will look after my children, so dependent on me? To sacrifice any of them would be cruel and wrong. To sacrifice myself is also to ensure their doom. Oh, what torture! What should I do? How deal with friends and relatives? Let me die along with them. Life now is pointless. His wife, the Brahmini, said, Is this, my lord, a time to mourn? You are learned. You should not grieve like an ordinary man. All men must die. Is there any point in grieving over the inevitable? A man is naturally attached to wife, son and daughter. You are wise. Do not mourn. Let me go in your place. This is a wife's highest and eternal dharma, to dedicate herself to the welfare of her husband. To do so will give me pleasure now. It will win me renown in this world and divine bliss in the next. What I have just described is the highest form of selflessness. It brings both merit and profit. I have already fulfilled a wife's duty by giving you a son and daughter. I am free of my debt to you. You will be able to support and protect the children. It is not possible for me to support and protect them. My Lord, my life and wealth, if you leave us, how will we ever be able to manage to live? A widow with 2 small children to look after. How will I be able to lead a life of dharma? How will I protect my girl if selfish and characterless men come with proposals, and you not with us? Like birds scavenging, a piece of meat thrown on the ground, men seek a woman who has lost her husband. Who knows, O twice-born one, if wicked men seek me constantly, I might stray from the path of dharma. And our innocent daughter, your little girl, how will I be able to guide her on the path of ancestral dharma? How will I teach our son such skills and accomplishments as were yours, so that he gives me help when I am in need? Seeing me helpless, I know undeserving men will solicit my daughter, like Shudra seeking the Vedas. If I do not give her in marriage, our daughter, your girl, who knows, they may take her by force. If your son grows to be unlike you, if your daughter comes under the control of an unworthy man, do you think I could bear it? I would rather be an outcast. What will be my fate? I would much rather die. These little children of ours, with you and me gone, will wither away and die like fish in a dried-up tank. Take my word for it. Without you, all 3 of us will die. Oh, do not leave us forlorn. Learned persons, O Brahmin, have said it is high drama for a wife with children to die before her husband does. I am prepared, my Lord, to sacrifice myself, my relatives, my son, and my daughter. To serve her husband is greater dharma to a wife than yagnas and tapas, holy vows and alms giving. What I intend doing is therefore the highest dharma. It is meant for your good and for the good of your lineage. Men who know dharma say, relatives, children, wives, all loved things are loved because they save one from doom. Money is loved because it brings security. A wife with money is a little better loved and better possessed. Wise men say, a wife, a son, a house, and money are all acquired to provide against expected or unexpected distress. Wise men have also said, if one's self is weighed against all one's relatives, one's self will weigh heavier. My Lord, respected husband, through me achieve your aim. Sacrifice me, save yourself, and look after our children. Men who laid down dharma ruled that women should never be harmed. The Rakshasas are not above dharma. He won't dare kill me. Oh, he will surely kill a man, but I do not think he will harm a woman. Noble husband, send me to him. Many happy times have I spent with you. Many sweet and pleasant days have we together known. You have given me a son. Death holds no fear for me. I have borne children and now am an old woman. All I wish is your welfare. Therefore, I have decided on this. When I am gone, my Lord, you can marry again and re-practice dharma as you did with me. To marry again is not morally condemnable in a man. For a woman to take a second husband is unforgivable. Think on this, my Lord. Know that to sacrifice yourself is improper. Save yourself, your children, your race, now. When she heard her parents lament like this, the daughter, grief-stricken, said, continued Vaisampayana, why are you weeping, as if you have no one in the world? Listen to me. Then do what is proper. One day you will give me away. Dharma ordains it. Give me away now, and save the family. After all, children are sought because they are saviors. Let me save you. Cross this stream with me as a raft. A child saves his parents in this world and the next, so a child is called Putra, one who saves from the hell of Put. My Pitris hope that I should bear them a son. Instead, I will save them by saving my father's life. My brother, as you know, is very young. If you die, I know he will die too, soon after your death. Father, should you die, and he dies too, the Pinda homage to our ancestors will stop. They will be deeply displeased. Abandoned by my parents, I would fall from one sorrow into another, until I could no more bear earthly pain. On the other hand, if you, mother, and my brother save yourselves, the Pinda offering is assured. A son is like one's own self. A wife is like a friend. A daughter only an irritation. She is expendable. Father, I am only a girl. If you leave me alone, what will I do except, helpless, wander aimlessly? Instead, give me this chance to save my race by doing something difficult, and also gather dharma for myself. Noblest of the twice-born, if you go, leaving me behind, I'll be distraught. Be kind to me. I am the one to be given away. So give me away. For the sake of dharma, for our sakes, for the family's sake. Do this. Don't delay. What must be done should be quickly done. Could there be anything more painful than your leaving us? If you do, we'll have to go begging for our food, like dogs. If you live, on the other hand, I shall attain heaven and bliss. It is said that after a daughter is given away, oblations to the gods and Pitris will earn their favors. When they heard her lament like this, Vaisampayana said, Father, mother, and daughter began sobbing uncontrollably together. The little son, his young eyes suddenly expanding with joy, seeing them sobbing, said childishly, O father, O mother, O sister, don't cry, don't. Smiling, he came near each, and picking up a dry grass blade, he shouted joyfully, I'll kill him with this. They heard the brave words of the lisping hero, and they laughed and cried simultaneously. Kunti decided to enter then. She came, and her words to them were like ambrosia to a dead man. Tell me, Kunti said, what is the cause of your grief? Knowing the cause, I may be able to help you remove it. Ascetic lady, replied the Brahmin, to speak as you do is kind of you, but our grief is special. No human being can remove it. There is a Rakshasa called Baka, who lives not far from here. He is lord of Ekachakra. He rules this territory. He is an insatiable man-eater. He is greater than an anti-god. He is unchallenged ruler here. He grows fat on human flesh. Ekachakra and surrounding parts are protected by him. Because he guards us, no enemy dare attack us. We are pledged to feed him every day, 1 cartload of rice, 2 buffaloes, and the man who takes the supplies to him. Each house in this town gets its turn, a terrible day, after perhaps many years when a family has to suffer. If any family avoids its duty, the Rakshasa devours all in the house, including the children. We have a foolish king who lives in a place called Vetrakayagraha. He knows nothing of how to govern and nothing of how to protect his subjects. With a worthless king like that, whose weakness creates insecurity everywhere, we deserve what we get. Brahmins are free men. No one can hold us down. They are self-sufficient. They roam as free as birds. They say the order of respect, when it comes to protecting, should be king, wife, wealth, then sons and relatives. It's the other way round with me. That's the reason I grieve. That's why I'm so sorely afflicted. This time it's my turn. The race-destroying day has come. I must supply food and a human to the Rakshasa. I have no money to buy a substitute man, and I can't bring myself to send someone dear to me. I can see no way out of the Rakshasa's clutches. This is the ocean of grief in which I am drowning. I have decided to go with my family to the Rakshasa. Today, that monster can devour us all, if he wishes." "Do not be alarmed," said Kunti. "I think I see a way of rescuing you from this Rakshasa. You have one young son. You have one virgin daughter. I do not like that they, or you, and your wife should die. I have 5 sons. I will so arrange that one of them will meet the Rakshasa with the food supplies." "No," replied the Brahmin, "this cannot be. I will not save my life at the expense of a Brahmin's or a guest's. Even the low-born and wicked will refuse your offer. Better to sacrifice oneself and one's own children for a Brahmin. I believe in this, and I will not swerve. If it's a Brahmin's death or my own, I'll choose my own. To kill a Brahmin is crime without expiation. Better that I go, though against my wishes, than endanger a Brahmin. Good lady, if I go, I at best sacrifice myself. I don't incur the guilt of suicide. The guilt is his who kills me. But if I knowingly send another, a Brahmin, it is like murder. From such a cruel criminal deed, how will I ever escape? Haven't the learned said, abandoning a guest who seeks your protection and killing one who seeks death are criminal deeds? The Mahatmas who know all about behavior in times of danger have explained that no man should ever indulge in cruel deeds. So let me die today. Let me and my wife perish. I will not be responsible for the killing of a Brahmin." "Good Brahmin," said Kunti. "I respect Brahmins. Listen, if I had 100 sons, all would be equally dear to me. But I know this Rakshasa will never be able to harm my son, who is strong and supple and knows the mantras. He'll take the food to the Rakshasa, but I know he won't be harmed. I'm convinced of this. I have seen many Rakshasas, huge, powerful creatures, fall victim to my son. He killed them all. But I must ask you, O Brahmin, to keep this a secret. For if people get to know, they'll become curious and envious. It's like this. Wise men have said, if my son discloses his powers without his guru's permission, he'll lose them." The Brahmin and his wife, continued Vaisampayana, heard these ambrosia-like words of Kunti and rejoiced. Kunti and the Brahmin approached Bhima, the son of the wind god, and he agreed to do as asked. "Great Bharata," Vaisampayana continued, "some time after Bhima's consent, all the Pandavas arrived there, bringing alms food. Pandu's son Yudhishthira guessed by Bhima's looks that something was afoot, and said privately to his mother, "Mother, what is troubling Bhima? Is he planning something on his own, or have you ordered him to do it?" Kunti replied, "I have asked my great foe-subduing son to save the Brahmin, and save the town too." "But don't you think it rash, mother?" asked Yudhishthira. "I have never heard wise men recommend risking one son. Why do you have to risk your son to save another's? Mother, you have done something advised neither by common sense nor the Vedas. The man whose great strength assures us peaceful sleep, the man with whose help we hope to recover our kingdom, the man whose very name makes Shakuni and Duryodhana and their followers nervous, robbing them of sleep. The man whose heroic strength brought us out of the flaming lacquer house, the man who killed Purochana, the man who gives us confidence that one day we will rule the world's wealth, after killing the sons of Dhritarashtra. Mother, what right had you to expose him like this? Have you lost your reason? Have our sufferings unbalanced you?" "Yudhishthira," replied Kunti, Don't get upset over Bhima. No, I haven't lost my head. I know what I'm doing. My son, this good Brahmin gave us shelter in his house. He gave us respect and hid us from Dhritarashtra's sons. I have done what I have done in order to pay him back for his kindness. To return kindness with kindness is dharma. To return kindness with even more kindness is dharma. I noticed Bhima's prowess in the lacquer house, and when he killed Hidimba, I have full faith in him. Why Bhima's arms have the strength of 10,000 elephants? Or how could he have carried his elephant-heavy brothers from Varnavata? Bhima is strong. He could defeat Indra if he wished. Immediately after birth, he fell from my lap. The stone slab he fell on shattered under his weight. From that day, my son, I knew how strong he was. It is for this reason I chose Bhima, to repay the Brahmin. I'm not foolish. Don't think me ignorant. I'm not being selfish. I know exactly what I'm doing. This is an act of dharma. Yudhishthira, 2 benefits will follow from this act. 1, we'll repay a Brahmin. 2, we'll gain moral merit. If you asked me, I would say that a Kshatriya who helps a Brahmin gets the highest heaven in his afterlife. A Kshatriya who saves the life of another Kshatriya gets great fame both in this world and the next. And a Kshatriya who helps a Vaishya, in my opinion, achieves great popularity on this earth. It's a king's duty to protect even the Shudra. If the Shudra seeks protection, then his royal karma gives him royal rebirths. Descendant of the Kurus, my shining son, wise Vyasa told me to do this. That is another reason. Mother, replied Yudhishthira, your compassion for the Brahmin moved you to do what you have done. It is noble, because your compassion for the Brahmin is so strong. I am convinced Bhima will kill the Rakshasa and return. But the Brahmin must promise not to say a word of all this to any of the citizens. Get his firm word on this. Night passed, and Bhima, taking the food with him, made ready to go to the hideout of the Rakshasa. Reaching the forest where the Rakshasa lived, Bhima began loudly eating the food and shouting for the Rakshasa. Unable to check his anger, the Rakshasa dashed out to the place where Bhima sat, eating and shouting. He was huge, strong, fierce, red-eyed, red-bearded, red-haired. The earth shook as he walked. His mouth stretched from ear to ear. His 2 ears were like 2 arrows. 3 lines furrowed his forehead. He saw Bhima eating the food. He bit his lips, rolled his eyes, and shouted fearlessly, Fool, are you eager to go to the land of the dead, that you dare eat my food? Bhima heard and smiled, turned his head, and went on eating. Yelling horribly, with arms upraised, the Rakshasa rushed at Bhima. Foe-conquering son of Pandu, Bhima looked once at him and went on eating. Inflamed, the Rakshasa smashed both his hands heavily down on Bhima's back. Though hit fiercely, Bhima did not even look up. Instead, he went on eating. The Rakshasa, insulted and furious, uprooted a tree and rushed at Bhima. Bhima, best of men, valiant Bhima, calmly finished his food, washed himself, stood up, and faced his assailant. Smiling, he caught in his left hand the tree hurled at him by the Rakshasa. The Rakshasa, in quick succession, uprooted countless trees and hurled them at the Pandava, who hurled them back. Soon, Your Majesty, the Rakshasa and the Pandava had stripped the area of trees. I am Baka, shouted the Rakshasa, and in one mighty leap, attacked Bhima. Bhima crushed him to his chest. Then, separating, started dragging him. Both dragged each other, as if in turn. The Rakshasa slowly began to tire. The ground shook under their weight. Huge trees lay scattered and smashed. Seeing the Rakshasa weaken, wolf-waisted Bhima threw him on the ground, pressed his knees on his chest, and pelted him with blows. Digging one knee in the crook of his back, Bhima gripped his neck with his right hand, and his loincloth with his left, and snapped him in two. The man-eater screamed. Mangled by Bhima, the Rakshasa, in horrific agony, vomited blood. Huge Baka, fearful Rakshasa, broken by Bhima, died screaming. And his relatives rushed out from their dwellings in fear when they heard his screams. Bhima saw them afraid and distraught. He consoled them and extracted a promise from them. Give up killing men. Bhima made them promise. If you don't, I'll kill you as I killed Baka. Great Bharata, continued Vaisampayana. They heard Bhima's threat and promised as required. From then on, the inhabitants of that region noticed the Rakshasas making friendly and peaceful gestures. Secretly, Bhima placed the Rakshasa's dead body near one of the city gates and slipped away. The Rakshasa's relatives, amazed at Bhima's awesome strength, fled terror-stricken in all directions. Returning to the Brahmin's house, Bhima recounted before Yudhishthira the manner of Baka's slaying. Next morning, the city dwellers going out saw Baka's blood-spattered corpse near the city gate. Horripilating, they stood and looked at the huge corpse of the slaughtered man-eater. The news soon spread throughout Ekachakra, and the king, accompanied by thousands of citizens, with their wives, young and old, hurried to the spot. Great was their amazement. They paid homage to the gods. On ascertaining whose turn it had been to supply the food, they rushed to the house of the Brahmin and pestered him with questions. He, evading the truth about the Pandavas, said to them, My family and I were weeping over our lot, when a Mahatma Brahmin, wise in mantras, saw us. We told him everything. That good Brahmin, smiling, consoled us and said, I'll carry the food today to the Rakshasa. Don't have the least worry. With these words, he set out with the food to the forest of Baka. He must have killed Baka out of kindness for us. All the Brahmins and Kshatriyas were wonderstruck. All the Vaisyas and Sudras rejoiced, and all the people returned in peace to their city. After this wonderful experience, the Pandavas continued to live there. Samvarna and Tapati. An encounter between the Pandavas and Angaraparna, a Gandharva, provides a peg on which to hang this celebrated and moving story. Angaraparna is bathing with his wives in the Ganga and is annoyed to be disturbed in a section of the river that he considers as belonging to him. Arjuna angrily tells him that this holy river is for all, and they fight. Arjuna uses divine weapons that have been given to him by Drona, and Angaraparna collapses unconscious. His wife begs Arjuna not to kill her husband, and he agrees, saying, Who kills a defeated or a defenseless or a woman-protected enemy? Angaraparna is so humiliated at the loss of his reputation that he renounces his name. He also gives the 5 Pandavas 100 horses each, and imparts to Arjuna the ability to see whatever you wish to see in this world, and in whatever form you wish to see it. Spiritual knowledge that Angaraparna has acquired through ardous asceticism. Arjuna accepts these gifts and pledges friendship with him. Arjuna is curious to know why the Gandharva has addressed him as descendant of Tapati. Angaraparna explains by telling the story of Tapati, daughter of Surya, the sun god, also known as Tapana. You addressed me, said Arjuna, as Tapati's descendant, Tapatya. What did you mean by that? Tell me in detail. We, sir, are Kunti's sons, Kaunteyas. Who is Tapati? Why do you call us Tapatyas? I am most curious. Because Kunti's son, Arjuna, asked him, said Vaisampayana. The Gandharva narrated a story famous in all the three worlds. Finest of learned men, said the Gandharva, listen to me as I narrate this fascinating tale. Listen carefully, and you will understand why I decided to address you as Tapatya. He who floods the sky with the glory of his radiance had a daughter named Tapati, shining splendid like him. Tapati, Surya's daughter, was Savitri's sister. The three worlds honored her for her great tapas. There was none among the gods, anti-gods, Rakshasas, Yakshas, Apsaras and Gandharvas to equal her in beauty. Symmetrical figure, faultless features, large black eyes, elegantly dressed, chaste and sweet-tempered. Great Bharata, seeing her Surya thought, what man is handsome, talented, moral and wise, enough to be her husband? When she crossed puberty, his worry increased. He had only one thought, how to find her husband. One great Kuru sign, the mighty king Samvarna, son of Vriksha, was a worshipper of the sun god Surya, whom he propitiated with arghya, garlands, scents, with purity of mind and body, fasts, vows and strict penances. Samvarna's intense devotion to radiant Surya was marked by the deepest humility and self-abnegation. So Surya, noting his handsomeness and piety, thought he would make the best husband for Tapati. In fact, O descendant of Kuru, Surya made up his mind to bestow his daughter on world-celebrated Samvarna. As Surya fills the sky with incomparable splendor, Samvarna filled the earth with the luster of his achievements. As Veda-knowing men worship the splendid sun, all men, except Brahmins, honored great Samvarna. Like the sun Surya, Samvarna scorched his enemies. Like the moon Soma, he soothed his allies. Which is why, O great Kuru, Tapana the sun was resolved on bestowing his daughter, Tapati, on illustrious Samvarna. It so happened once that this fortune-favored, shining with prowess king went hunting in a hill region. In the course of the hunt, the great Kuru's horse, overcome with thirst and hunger, collapsed and died. He left his dead horse and walked up the hill. There he saw a large-eyed girl of breathtaking beauty. The great foe-chastising superlative monarch, alone there, saw her alone there, and looked straight at her. For a moment, he thought she was the goddess Lakshmi. Her beauty radiated from her like sun rays from the sun. Her body shone like a straight flame. Her spotless beauty was like the moon's. She stood, a black-eyed beauty on the hilltop, status quo like a golden girl. The hill, its creepers, its bushes, all flamed with the golden beauty of the golden girl. Looking at her, he felt he had never seen such a beautiful woman before. My eyes are blessed, he thought. Nothing, he thought, no beauty I have ever seen since my birth has been as beautiful as this girl. She had trapped his mind and his eyes. He stood transfixed, as if tied with ropes, as if senseless. He thought, the Creator must have squeezed all beauty from gods, anti-gods, and mortals to produce this paragon. These thoughts raced in his mind. He said to himself, it is impossible there is another like her in the three worlds. The nobly born king stood there, looking at her noble beauty, and the arrows of the god of love pierced his heart. Suffering the fire of Kama, the king turned to the full-blossomed, innocent girl, and said, Lady with smooth and tapering thighs like a plantain tree, who are you? Whose daughter? Why are you here alone, sweet smiling one, wandering in these desolate woods? Faultless featured lady, lovely ornamented one. Lovelier than the ornaments you wear is the ornament you are. Are you a Devi or an Asuri, a Yakshi, a Rakshasi, a Nagini, Gandharvi? Are you human? Lovely one, Varangana, I have not seen beauty. I have not heard of beauty to equal yours. Lovely featured one, lotus leaf-eyed lady, radiant moon-faced one, I am in love with you. The king spoke to her in the forest, continued the Gandharva, his heart aflame with desire, but she did not say a word. He kept on repeating his love for her, when suddenly the large-eyed girl vanished like a flash of lightning. Like a man crazed, he wandered in the woods, desperately searching for the lotus-eyed girl, but could not find her. Maddened with grief, he moaned aloud his deep love for the lady. When the girl vanished, continued the Gandharva, the foe-chastising, love-smitten king fell on the ground, and even as he fell, the sweet-smiling, full-hipped girl reappeared and stood in front of him. Continuing to smile, she, lady of radiant beauty, said to the Kuru monarch these gracious words, these words of incomparable sweetness. Rise, rise, my lord, great foe conqueror, O best of kings, most famous of heroes, honored the world over, why are you so afflicted? He heard these sweet words, opened his eyes, and saw standing in front of him the full-hipped, black-eyed girl, and he said to her, his voice tremulous with feeling, his heart filled with passion, beautiful one, your black eyes have ravished. Me, I burn with love for you. Oh, be mine, make me yours. My life is draining away, lotus-eyed, lady, large-eyed lovely one. I die for love of you. Day and night I pine for you. The god of love has pierced me with his arrows. The snake of karma has bitten me. Tapering-thighed lady, spotlessly lovely one, you who speak with the sweetness of a kinnara, help me, have pity on me. What will I do without you? O lovely smiling, shy one, lotus-faced one, moon-faced one, oh, I shall die. Kamala Patrakshi, lotus-eyed one, Vishalakshi, large-eyed one, I am hounded by the god of love, help me. O black-eyed beauty, do not refuse me. Free me from this pain, give me your love. The moment I saw you, O fortune-favored one, I loved you. My mind reels. I can never love another. Consider me your slave, your devoted adorer. Love me, O Vishalakshi, large-eyed one. The moment I saw you, that instant the god of love smote me. His arrows pierced me. Lotus-eyed, large-eyed lady, that fire still rages in me. Extinguish that fire with the cool water of your love. Be one with me, and tame the furious karma inside me. For the god of love has routed my heart. He shoots incessantly at me with his sharp arrows. Rambhoru, sensuous-hipped one, marry me as Gandharvas do. For of all marriage customs the Gandharva is called the best. Tapati said, I am not free to choose. I am a virgin in the care of my father. If you love me, ask him. Even as your heart, my lord, fell in love with me at first sight, mine too loved you at first sight. Noble king, I am not mistress of myself, so I cannot be one with you. Women are never free. What girl is there in the three worlds who would not want you for husband? So nobly born, so considerate. At the right time, my lord, ask my father Surya for my hand. Approach him respectfully, ascetically, formally. If my father, your majesty, bestows me on you, I will be your devoted wife forever. Noble Kshatriya, I am Tapati, Savitri's younger sister. I am Surya's daughter. He illuminates the universe." With these words, she ascended and disappeared. Continued the Gandharva. The king fell in a swoon. His ministers and attendants, long searching for him, found him in that senseless state, lying on the ground. When the chief minister saw the illustrious monarch, greatest of bowmen, sprawling like a dropped rainbow, alone and forsaken, he seemed to shrivel into ashes. Hurriedly, respectfully, he picked up the king as a father raises a fallen son. The king was still unconscious. Passion still overpowered him. Old in years and ripe in wisdom, accomplished and tactful, the minister lifted the king and soothingly said these gentle words to him. In a sweet voice, "My noble lord, be calm. Defectless one, may you live long." The minister had the impression that the king had collapsed from exhaustion, from hunger and thirst. So he sprinkled the crownless head of his monarch with cool water scented with lotus perfume. The king recovered his senses. Immediately, he dismissed all his retinue, all except that minister. When the crowd of attendants had left, as ordered by the king, he sat down again on the hill slope. Purifying his thoughts, he made the required obeisances before Surya, with his face turned upward. Poor conquering King Samvarna at that time mentally also visioned his priest, the splendid rishi Vasishtha. Many days and nights he passed in that position. On the 12th night, the rishi Vasishtha came to him. Self-disciplined Vasishtha knew by his divine insight that the king's heart had been stolen by Tapati. As soon as he knew this, he made up his mind to help the king, and actually assured him of such help. In the presence of the king, the shining rishi rose skyward, himself dazzling like the sun, to see dazzling Surya. Vasishtha did Anjali to Surya, god of the 1,000 rays, and introduced himself saying, "I am Vasishtha. I bow to Surya, the unborn, the purifier of the 3 worlds, the indwelling Lord, the dispenser of light, the giver and taker of life, the merciful God, the wisdom of the wise, the light of the universe, the benefactor of life, the self-born, the 1,000-eyed one, the ceaseless radiance, the single eye of the world, the source of life, the guardian and sustainer, the embodiment of the Vedas, the triple deity, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva." Refulgent Surya said to the noble rishi, "You are welcome. What do you wish?" Most fortunate of men, finest of eloquent speakers, whatever you wish is yours, no matter how hard to get. Rishi Vasishtha, excellent ascetic, listened to Surya, bowed his head, and said, "I come here, O Surya, to ask for Samvarna the hand of your daughter Tapati, Savitri's younger sister." Samvarna is a king of extraordinary accomplishments, learned in dharma, noble-minded, the best husband for your daughter. Pleased with these words, Surya resolved to bestow Tapati on Samvarna. He said to Vasishtha, "Samvarna is the best of kings. You are the best of rishis. Tapati is the best of daughters. What better can I do?" And Tapana gave his daughter to Vasishtha, that the rishi might in turn bestow the lovely girl on Samvarna. Vasishtha, finest of rishis, accepted Tapati, bade farewell to Surya, and returned to where the king was waiting for him. So deep was the king's passion, so overcome his heart, that when he saw Tapati, celestially beautiful, sweet, smiling lady, coming towards him, he could not contain his joy. the lady of ravishing eyes, descended from the sky like lightning irradiating the 10 points of the heavens. This is the story of how the Mahatma Rishi Vashishta came to the king after the vow of the 12th night. This is the story of how Samvarna, through penance and with the help of Vashishta, succeeded in marrying Tapati. This is the story of how the great king accepted Tapati on the hill slope frequented by gods and Gandharvas. And Samvarna sought Vashishta's permission to enjoy his wife on the enchanting hill. He delegated his minister to rule, in his absence, his kingdom, his capital, his woods and forests. Vashishta bade the king farewell and left, and Samvarna enjoyed himself on that hill like a god. For 12 years he and his wife delighted in each other's company in the hill's woods. Noble Bharata, Indra, 1,000-eyed god, withheld rain from his kingdom during those 12 years. Terrible famine followed. People, plants, crops, animals, everything withered and perished. For 12 years, not a single drop of dew fell in Samvarna's kingdom. No crops could grow. Starving people in thousands abandoned their wives and their children, disregarding all dharma. Crazed with hunger, the people left their homes, and driven by despair, scattered in all directions. They moved about like skeletons, and the city became a land of the dead and the dying. Noble Vashishta saw this, and was stirred to pity. He decided to do something to save the people. The first thing he did was to bring back Samvarna and Tapati to the capital. And as soon as the king set foot in his capital, 1,000-eyed Indra sent rain pouring down, and crops again flourished. Revived by Samvarna, the people and the kingdom smiled as before. And Samvarna and his wife Tapati offered yagnas for 12 years, as Indra did with his wife Sachi. This, Arjuna, is the story of nobly fortunate Tapati, daughter of Tapana. You are called Tapatya because of her, for King Samvarna had a son by her whose name was Kuru. You as Kuru descendant are Tapatya. Because you are descended from Kuru, you are a Kaurava, as those descended from Puru are Pauravas. Draupadi's Swayamvara. This extract from the Mahabharata describes a second war skills contest. The occasion this time is the Swayamvara of King Drupada's daughter, Draupadi, the means by which a high-born maiden could select her husband from competing suitors. The Pandavas, roving exiles from Hastinapura ever since their escape from the burning house of Lak, decide to turn up at the Swayamvara to compete with their rivals, the Kauravas. Arjuna's success in the contest leads, at the command of their imperious mother Kunti, to their joint marriage to Draupadi. Thereafter she lives with them polyandrously, one wife shared between 5 brothers. Only Kshatriyas are allowed to take part in a Swayamvara contest. The Pandavas are Kshatriyas, but they come disguised as Brahmins. So it is rather puzzling that Arjuna is allowed to compete, especially as Draupadi has just banned their half-brother Karna from taking part. She has dismissed him as a Suta, a charioteer, because he has been brought up by the charioteer Adhiratha and his wife Radha. Karna is actually Kunti's son by the sun god Surya. See Volume 2. If she disallows a Suta, why does she allow a Brahmin to be her suitor? There is no explanation for this, other than that the plot of the epic demands that Draupadi becomes the Pandava's wife. Krishna, whose personality in the Mahabharata is wise, peacemaking, enigmatic, and more human than divine, is an observer of the contest and the brawl that follows it. He recognizes Arjuna and has no fears for him, for With his knowledge of past, present and future, he knows how invincible Arjuna is. The 5 Pandava brothers, continued Vaisampayana, went to the land of the Panchalas, to Draupadi's Swayamvara. On their way, the great heroes and their mother saw a group of Brahmins traveling in the same direction. Those Brahmins, who were brahmacharis, asked them, "Where are you going? From where have you come?" Yudhishthira replied, "Finest of the Dvijas, we are 5 brothers, with our mother, coming from Ekachakra. We suggest you hurry to the kingdom of Drupada, Panchala. A great Swayamvara will be held there, much money spent. We are going there, so let us all go together. Marvelous feats will take place in the great festival there." Draupadi, Yajnasena's daughter, lotus leaf-eyed lady, was born, we have heard, from the Yagna altar, and is spotlessly beautiful, young and clear-minded. She is sister of Drishtadhyumna, who will kill Drona. And Drishtadhyumna, we are told, rose from the Yagna fire, like a second splendid fire, with skin armor, sword, bow and arrows. His sister, slim-waisted, perfect-featured Draupadi's body, breathes lotus fragrance for one full krasa around her. Yajnasena's daughter will choose her husband in that Swayamvara, and we are going to see her and enjoy the marvelous festivities. Many kings and many princes, great yagna performers, great dakshina givers, pure-minded, vow-strict, study-devoted Mahatmas, young, handsome, unrivaled chariot heroes, and skilled wielders of war weapons will come there from innumerable kingdoms. And because each hopes to succeed, they will lavish gifts of wealth, cattle, food, and many other luxuries, which we will be happy to receive. Happy with the Swayamvara, happy with the revels, we will then leave. Actors, praise reciters, dancers, chanters of the Puranas, messengers, acrobats and athletes will come from many lands. Come with us, noble sirs, enjoy the spectacle, take what is given, and then you can return with us. You are handsome, you are godlike. Who knows, seeing you, Draupadi may prefer one of you for herself. This brother of yours looks specially handsome and heart-pleasing. He is mighty muscled, and in feats of strength will do well." Yudhishthira replied, "So be it, Brahmins. We will accompany you to this girl's Swayamvara festival." In this way, Janamajaya continued Vaisampayana. The Pandavas undertook the journey to Panchala, Drupada's capital. On their way, they met the shining, pure-souled, absolutely free from imperfection Rishi, Vyasa. He greeted them, and they honored him. They exchanged a few words, and he told them to proceed to Panchala. The great chariot heroes moved at a leisurely pace, stopping frequently to admire entrancing forests and lakes. And in course of time, the sweet-speaking, studious, pure-acting sons of Pandu arrived in the Panchala kingdom. They inspected the capital and the residential quarters and decided to stay in a potter's house. They posed as Brahmins, begging for alms food each day. No one was able to pierce through their disguise. Drupada's fondest desire was to marry his daughter Draupadi to Arjuna, but he divulged this to nobody. With Arjuna in mind, he ordered an adamantine bow to be fashioned, which none could bend but Arjuna. He also ordered a contraption to be suspended high up, and in the middle of this gadget was the target to be shot. Drupada's conditions were, the man who bends this bow and hits the target with these decorated arrows will win Draupadi. With these words, the Swayamvara was declared open. O great Bharata, all the royalty of the world was present there. Also present were excellent rishis, come to watch the spectacle. Duryodhana and other Kauravas, along with Karna, also came. Also, Brahmins from many lands. Drupada greeted each guest with exceeding courtesy, in the customary manner. and the crowds of citizens, talking among themselves like a noisy ocean, took their seats on the Swayamvara daises. Kings and princes were admitted by the northeast gate. The site of the Swayamvara was an elevation in the northeast section of the capital. The enclosure itself was canopied, walled and moated, and had exquisite gates and arches. Thousands of wind instruments blew. Aloe scent filled the air. Garlands adorned the walls. Sandal paste water was sprinkled all around. On all sides high, white mansions rose like the sky-kissing peaks of Kailasha. Gold filigree work on the windows, diamond and gem-studded walls, lush carpets and wall hangings, smooth climbing stairs, all fragrant with aloe scent, all decorated with garlands, white like swans' necks, sweet-smelling for 1 yojana. Each mansion had 100 doors, each wide enough to admit a crowd. Lavish metal cast beds in it. It looked like a Himalayan hill. In these mansions were accommodated the kings, who came resplendent with ornaments, each hopeful of winning Draupadi. When those puissant monarchs, pure-minded, munificent, smeared with fragrant aloe paste, devoted to Brahmins, honored in the 3 worlds for their deeds of goodness, protectors of their kingdoms, took their seats, the citizens of Panchala and others, who had all come to see Krishna and were already seated, stared at them. The Pandavas sat in the pavilion along with their Brahmin companions and marveled at Panchala splendor. That crowd of visitors had swelled over many days, and now sparkled with actors and dancers. Lavish gifts were made. On the 16th day, Draupadi, bathed and dressed in the finest robes, wearing the most remarkable ornaments, entered the Swayamvara enclosure, carrying in one hand a golden plate containing a flower garland and arghya offerings. The priest of the lunar dynasty, a mantra-learned Brahmin, lit the sacred fire and poured in it ghee libations. He gratified Agni and invoked the blessings of assembled Brahmins. Then he ordered all musical instruments to stop playing. When perfect silence prevailed in the enclosure, Drishtadyumna, whose voice was like that of a kettle drum or a cloud, took hold of his sister's arm and, standing in the middle of the amphitheater, announced in sweet-sounding, cloud-echoing words, "Hear me, O kings. Here is the bow. Here is the target. The test, with these arrows, hit the target through the hole in the machine. And I give my word, the noble-born, handsome and valiant king who succeeds today takes to wife my sister, Draupadi." After this, continued Vaisampayana, he turned to his sister and enumerated the names of the royal competitors. They wore earrings, the young princes, and boasted loudly, brandishing their weapons, each thinking himself the best, each confident of victory. They were like the elephants of Himavat in the rutting season, drunk with the glory of lineage, wealth, youth, skill, and handsomeness. They looked with envious eyes at each other. Swayed by Kama, they stood up often, shouting, "Draupadi is mine." Like the gods around Uma, daughter of the mountain lord, were these Kshatriyas, eager to win Drupada's daughter. Smitten by the arrows of the god of love, they entered the arena. Friend bore friend, secret jealousy. The gods came in chariots, with the Rudras, Vasus, Sadhyas, the twin Aswins and the Maruts, led by Kubera and Yama, the Daityas, Suparnas, Nagas, Devarishis, Goyakas, Charanas, Visvavasu, Narada, Parvata, the Gandharvas, and Apsaras, Halayuddha, Krishna, the chiefs of the Vrishnis, Andhaka and Yadava tribes, followers of Krishna, came too. Krishna saw the 5 Pandavas like 5 splendid rutting elephants, the finest of the herd, besides a lotus-filled lake, or like flames suppressed in ashes, and he began to think deeply. He said to Balarama, "That is Yudhishthira, that is Bhima, that Arjuna, and there the twin heroes." Balarama looked around slowly and smiled happily at Krishna. Fiercely biting their lower lips, the mighty sons and grandsons of kings, thinking only of Draupadi, kept looking at Drupada with wide eyes, and did not notice the Pandavas. When they saw Draupadi, the brave sons of Kunti and the twins were pierced with the arrows of the god of love. The place was crowded with celestial rishis, Gandharvas, Suparnas, Nagas, Siddhas, anti-gods. Heavenly flower scents filled the air. Booming tabors and kettle drums, murmur of many voices, soft melody of flute and veena. These sounds filled the air. Then the suitors one after another recounted their exploits. Karna, Duryodhana, Salva, Salya, Aswathaman, Kratha, Sunitha, Makara, the kings of Kalinga, Banga and Pandya, the rulers of Paundra, Videha and Yavana, and many others, lotus-eyed sons and grandsons of monarchs, wearing crowns, garlands, armlets, brave, virile and unconquered. Just the thought of bending that bow appalled some. Some tried, biting lip and straining muscle, to string it, and fell back, panting, disheveled, their confidence sapped. In despair, they retired uttering cries of woe. Their garlands, crowns and armlets were all awry, their finery disordered, their hopes of obtaining Draupadi as wife shattered. Karna saw them gasping, defeated. He rose, went to the bow, and swiftly picked it up, and strung it. Seeing the son of the sun, Karna of the Sutas, fire, sun and moon radiant ready to shoot at the target, the 5 Pandavas feared the target as good as pierced. Draupadi saw him too, and said in a loud voice, "No Suta will marry me." Karna smiled bitterly. He glanced up at the sun and flung aside the bow. When all the great Kshatriyas retired defeated one by one, the stalwart, Yama, powerful king of the cherries, mighty-minded son of Dhamagosha, Sisupala, rose and tried lifting the bow, but collapsed on his knees. Brave and resplendent King Jarasamatha was next. He stood before the bow, immobile like a mountain. As soon as he tried to lift it, his knees gave way, and he fell. He rose and went back to his kingdom. Next was Salya, mighty king of Madra, who fared no better. His knees weakened, and he fell. Duryodhana, great foe subduer, rose from the midst of his brothers. He carried extraordinary weapons. His confidence in his powers gave him even more strength. He looked at Draupadi, and pleasure stirred in him. He approached the bow, his hands gripped it firmly. At that moment, he shone like Indra himself. He jerked the bow up. His fingers seemed to break violently free. He fell down. Ashamed, he retired to his seat. The set of humiliated chiefs became subjects of general discussion. At that moment, Arjuna rose as the next suitor. None of the kings was willing to contend, continued Vaisampayana. Then Arjuna rose from among the Brahmins. Straight like Indra's flag staff, he rose and strode towards the bow. The Brahmins noisily flapped their deerskins. Some were pleased, others did not hide their displeasure. The intelligent and prescient among them whispered, "How can this boy of a Brahmin, untrained in arms, lift the bow when world-renowned Kshatriyas, like Salya and others possessing superhuman strength and skilled in the use of weapons, have failed? This foolish boy will bring ridicule and shame on us Brahmins. What will the kings think of us? He is headstrong, proud and impulsive. What other reasons can he have for doing what he is doing. Stop him. Others whispered back, No, no, we won't be shamed. No one will laugh at us. Not one of these kings. Still others whispered, He's handsome and strong like an elephant's trunk. Look at his shoulders, arms, thighs, so muscular. He's straight like a Himalayan hill. His gait is like a lion's, his energy like a rutting elephant's. He looks determined. He is the kind who succeeds. He must be sure of his strength and ability, or why should he even try? Is there anything in the world Brahmins can't accomplish? They give up food and drink, live on air and wild fruits, practice rigorous penance, are reduced to skin and bones, and yet are strong. Never underestimate a Brahmin, whether right or wrong, whether his action be small or great, whether bliss-giving or woe-creating. There is none here who knows bowcraft, physical skill, and arms prowess so well as Brahmins do. No, none in the whole world. The best Brahmins, by strength of mind and mantra, have subdued kingdoms. Jamadagni humbled all the Kshatriyas. Agastya, with his Brahma powers, drank up the ocean. Let us rather bless him and hope he will bend it. The other Brahmins agreed, saying, You are right, but they continued to whisper among themselves. Arjuna approached the bow. He stood in front of it like a mountain. He circled it ceremonially. As customary, bowed his head in homage to Shiva, Supreme Lord. He thought of Krishna and lifted up the bow which Rukma, Sunita, Vakra, Duryodhana, Salya and others failed to lift, was picked up in a flash by Arjuna, son of Indra, and most powerful of mortals, like Indra's own younger brother. He strung 5 arrows, shot them at the target which, pierced, slipped down the hole in the contraption above, which it had been suspended. A deafening cacophony of applause burst forth in the sky, and shouts resounded in the pavilion. The gods showered celestial flowers on the head of the great foe-slayer Arjuna. Brahmins waved their upper garments. The assembled kings burst into groans of "Hi, hi!" Flowers fell from the sky in clusters on the arena. The musicians began playing hundreds of drums and trumpets in chorus. Bards and charioteers sweetly chanted songs of praise. King Drupada was so pleased with the feat of Arjuna that he decided to give him his army's support if needed. At the height of the confusion, Yudhishthira, accompanied by the twin paragons Nakula and Sahadeva, slipped out of the enclosure. Draupadi saw the target pierced, saw that Arjuna had pierced it, saw him like a second Indra, and was suffused with joy. Smiling, she came towards Arjuna with a garland of white flowers, and those who had seen her repeatedly saw her again as if never seen before. Without smiling, she seemed to smile. She radiated feeling. Her way of walking was a way of speaking. She approached Arjuna, not once looking at the suitors, placed the garland round his neck, and stood near him, modestly, as Sachi before Indra, Swaha before Agni, Lakshmi before Vishnu, Usha before Surya, Rati before Kama, Sita before Rama, and Damayanti before Nala, was Draupadi before Arjuna. Incomparably brilliant Arjuna, praised by the Brahmins, left the pavilion soon after, taking his bride with him. When King Drupada announced the marriage of his daughter to that Brahmin, continued Vaisampayana, the kings protested. He ignores us and the chiefs as if we were straw, and he gives his lovely daughter to her Brahmin. First he plants a tree, then, when it's about to bear fruit, he cuts it down. Insolent wretch, let's kill him. Why should we respect him or his age? His conduct is unbearable. He insults kings and princes. Kill him. First he invites kings, then he feasts them royally, and then he insults them. Can't he find even one among this galaxy of godlike royal suitors who equals his own greatness? According to custom, a Swayamvara is only for Kshatriyas. Brahmins cannot be suitors. If this girl does not think any of us fit for her, let's throw her in the fire and return to our kingdom. There's no point harming the Brahmin. He is proud and selfish. Let it pass. We won't kill him. After all, our kingdoms, our wealth, lives, sons, grandsons, whatever we have, are all dependent on Brahmins. But the disgrace of it, the disregard for all forms of accepted tradition, we must do something. For if we do not, other Swayamvaras will suffer. Saying this, they rushed at Drupada, with the intention of killing him, with their sharp and fierce weapons. Seeing them charging in a body towards him, Drupada, out of fear, sought the protection of the assembled Brahmins. Bhima and Arjuna, finest of bowmen, famed foe-smitters, strode out to oppose the elephant-like attackers. Lifting their weapons, the kings ran towards the two Kuru princes. Their fingers were encased in leather protectors. Mighty, heroic-feated Bhima, with thunder-like energy, uprooted a tree with his bare hands and stripped its branches. Holding the trunk, mighty Bhima, Kunti's son, foe-chastiser, stood like Yama with his rod near Arjuna. Even Arjuna was awestruck by his brother's action. He stood firm, like Indra, fearless, ready with bow and arrows. Watching the strength and bravery of both brothers, divinely intelligent, glorious-feated Krishna said to mighty Balarama, "That lion-gated hero with a palm tree-sized bow is surely Arjuna, the great bow wielder. My name is not Krishna, if I am wrong in this." And that tree-uprooting hero, ready in a flash to repulse the kings, must be wolf-waisted Bhima. Who else could have done what he did today? And the third, elder brother, with eyes like lotus leaves and the walk of a lion, tall, fair-skinned, gentle-looking, long-nosed, who left a little while ago, is Yudhishthira. The two other young men, each as handsome as Kartikeya, I am certain are the twin Ashwins. I have heard that Pandu's sons escaped from the lacquer fire. Hearing the kings express their anger at Arjuna's prowess, Purushottama Krishna turned to Balarama and said, "There is nothing to worry about. Even if many gods and anti-gods join hands, Arjuna could match them single-handed. Easy enough to vanquish these mortal kings. If Arjuna needs help, we will help. I think he is invincible." Krishna's elder brother, dark rain-cloud-skinned Balarama, replied joyfully, "It is good to know that our father's sister Kunti and her 5 Pandavas all escaped from the lac house." The excellent Brahmins, continued Vaisampayana, waved their deer skins and hollow coconut bowls and shouted, "We'll fight too." Arjuna smiled and said to them, "No, stand aside. You will be present here only as spectators. Leave it to me to stop these kings with sharp arrows as snakes are neutralized by the power of mantras." Arjuna lifted up the Swayamvara bow and with Bhima at his side stood firm as a mountain. When the Kshatriyas, led by Karna, attacked, the two brothers countercharged, like 2 elephants forcing their way through a herd of hostile elephants. The excited kings, eager for a fight, shouted, "Kill him! Killing a Brahmin who wants to fight is permitted." Saying this, they rushed in a body, and mighty Karna chose Arjuna for individual combat. The king of Madra, Salya, drove against Bhima like one elephant against another, fighting over a female. Duryodhana and others fought with the Brahmins, taking care, however, not to hurt them overmuch. Arjuna, seeing Karna come upon him, stung his bow and quickly shot a volley of arrows at Surya's son. Radha's son, Karna, infuriated by the swift, piercing, dazzling arrows, attacked with more precision. Karna and Arjuna, both mighty warriors, battled on. Their skillful arrow showers screened them from sight. "Look, I block your shaft. Counter this one if you can." They hurled challenges at each other, as heroes do. Karna, enraged when he realized Arjuna's arms prowess, as second to none, fought with even more passion. He evaded all the sharp, swift arrows shot by Arjuna, and shouted loudly. The others cheered him noisily. "Brilliant Brahmin," Karna said. "You impress me with your ceaseless skill in arms. You deserve to win. You seem to be bowcraft itself. Or are you Parsurama, or Indra, or the imperishable Vishnu? Have you come disguised as a Brahmin after mastering the science of arms in order to defeat me? None except Sachi's husband Indra or Pandu's son Arjuna can equal me when roused to battle." Vaisampayana continued. Arjuna replied, "I am not bowcraft itself. I am not Parshurama. I am just a Brahmin who knows all about arms. My Guru taught me the Brahma and Paurandara weapons. I stand here to defeat you. Wait, don't run away." But when Karna heard this, he refused to fight. The chariot hero knew the Brahma weapon was invincible. In another part of the arena, Salya and Bhima, both extraordinary strong and skilled in war weapons, hurled defiance at each other and battled like two ferocious elephants, using knees and bare fists, pushing, dragging, throwing each other down, pressing face and thighs in the dust. They boxed, hitting with fists as hard as stones that sounded chat chat. The enclosure reverberated with their thudding blows. After a while, Bhima lifted Salya with both hands and flung him violently down on the ground. All laughed. Bhima's skill was such that, though Salya fell hard, he was not hurt. With Salya humiliated and Karna paralyzed, the other kings, awestruck, surrounded wolf-waisted Bhima, saying, "These Brahmins are the finest of warriors. Where do they come from? In which family were they born? Who can dare to fight Karna except Parshurama? Who can dare to fight Duryodhana except Krishna? Who can humble Salya in duel except Balarama? There is no point fighting these Brahmins. Let us stop. Brahmins, even if insulting, need to be cherished. Let us find out who they are. Then, if we must, let us fight." Krishna saw the feat and knew they must be Kunti's sons. Gently, he dissuaded the kings. She has been fairly won. Dissuaded from fighting, all the kings, mighty heroes, bewildered by the turn of events, returned to their kingdoms. The assembly in the pavilion departed, thinking the day had been won by Brahmins, with the Panchala princess, a Brahmin bride. It was with great difficulty that Bhima and Arjuna pushed a passage through the deerskin-dressed Brahmins. When the two fight-scarred heroes emerged, followed by Draupadi, they looked like the full moon or the sun. Breaking through cloud masses, their mother Kunti at home was getting anxious about what misfortune had befallen them. They were so late returning from their alms round, for a moment she thought Dhritarashtra's sons had recognized and killed them. Or did some vicious Rakshasas trick and devour them? She thought, has great Vyasa cunningly betrayed them? Even as these feelings revolved in her heart, brimming with tenderness for her children, clouds formed in the afternoon sky, blotting the sun, and deep silence suddenly prevailed. At that time, Arjuna entered the potter's house. The two sons of Kunti, before entering, shouted, referring to Draupadi, "Mother, we bring alms." Kunti was inside. She did not see them. She replied, share and enjoy your alms." She turned, saw Draupadi, and worriedly exclaimed, "Oh, what have I said?" Afraid of adharma attaching to her and anxious to save the situation, she took Draupadi by the hand to Yudhishthira. "This is King Drupada's daughter," said Kunti. "Your younger brother described her to me as an alms gift, and, not knowing, I said, 'Share and enjoy your alms.' Excellent Kuru, tell me how my advice should be kept, how adharma may not touch her, nor she suffer in any way." Yudhishthira, foremost Kuru, questioned by his mother, thought for some time. Then, turning to Arjuna, he said, "Arjuna, it was you who won Draupadi. It is right that you should marry her by the ritual of the sacred fire." Arjuna replied, "That would be adharma. What you advise is not dharma. You are the eldest. You should be the first to marry. Then mighty Bhima. Then I, Nakula, and Sahadeva. Revered one, Bhima, I, the twins, and this lady await your instructions. Do what your wisdom tells you is right in these circumstances, and agrees with dharma, fame, and the welfare of King Drupada. We are here to obey whatever you advise as right." The sons of Pandu heard these gentle, affectionate words of Arjuna. Then one by one, they glanced at Draupadi. The lovely princess looked at them. They looked at each other. They sat down. Each had her in his heart. When those shining heroes looked at Draupadi, the god of love overpowered their hearts and senses. Only the Supreme Creator could have created such beauty as was hers, a paragon of exquisite, enchanting perfection. Kunti's son Yudhishthira guessed by their behavior what was in their minds, and recalled Vyasa's words. Afraid that dissension might arise between the brothers, Yudhishthira said, "Auspicious Draupadi will marry all of us." The Pandavas heard their elder brother Yudhishthira say this, and were silent. Joy filled their hearts. Krishna, Vrishni chief, and Rohini's son Balarama came to the potter's house to verify their suspicions. Krishna and Balarama saw Yudhishthira, long-armed hero, sitting inside, surrounded by his radiant brothers. Krishna approached Yudhishthira, finest of the Ajamidas, touched both his feet and said, "I am Krishna." Rohini's son Balarama did the same. The Pandavas were delighted to have Krishna and Balarama with them. Then, O great Bharata, the two chiefs of the Yadavas touched the feet of Kunti, their father's sister. Yudhishthira inquired after Krishna's health, saying, "How were you able to pierce through our disguise?" Krishna smiled and replied, "Can fire be kept hidden? Who but the Pandavas could have performed today's feats? It is your great good luck, O Pandavas, to have survived the burning lac house, your luck that Dhritarashtra's wicked son Duryodhana has not been able to execute his sinful plans. My blessing on you. May you flourish as fire in a cave leaps up and grows. And now, give us leave to return, or we may be spotted." Krishna and Balarama left. The Sarnagaka birds. In an attempt to diffuse the quarrel between the Kauravas and Pandavas, the aged, blind king Dhritarashtra divides his kingdom, appointing Duryodhana ruler of Hastinapura and Yudhishthira ruler of Indraprastha. Arjuna takes Krishna's sister Shubhadra as a second wife, Draupadi, his first wife, being shared with his 4 brothers, and lives with her for a year in Krishna's city of Dvaraka. When he brings her back to Indraprastha, she is accepted by Draupadi and by the Pandavas' mother, Kunti. She gives birth to a son, Abhimanyu, on the bank of the Yamuna, after making merry there with Draupadi and other women. The god of fire, Agni, appears in the form of an old Brahmin. He asks for food, and says that only fire is suitable food for him. He wants to consume the Khandva forest, which is sacred to Indra, and asks Krishna and Arjuna to use their weapons to protect the fire from the rain that Indra will surely send to extinguish it. Krishna and Arjuna agree to do this, and also mercilessly slay the creatures who flee from the forest as it burns for a full fortnight. The following extract tells the strange story of 4 birds known as the Saranagakas, who are spared from the blaze along with a Naga, serpent-tailed, human-faced being called Asvashena, and an Asura or anti-god called Maya. It's curious, morally, that the sage Mandapala should get away with his callous desertion of the Saranagaka bird, Jarita, and their 4 children. And it's also curious that Indra should congratulate Krishna and Arjuna for protecting Agni, even though the Khandva forest has been destroyed as a result. He is apparently so impressed by their feat that he promises to give his fire and wind weapons to Arjuna when the time is ripe, as with Draupadi's acceptance of Arjuna at her Swayamvara. See page 302 to 335. The demands of the Mahabharata's main plot sometimes take precedence over morality and logic. Tell me, O Brahmin, asked Janamajaya, what made Agni spare the lives of the Saranagakas when the whole forest burned down? I know why Asvashena and the anti-god Maya were spared, but you have not explained the case of the Saranagakas. It must have been an extraordinary event, the sparing of the Saranagakas. Tell us, O Brahmin, why Agni left them alone. Let me explain. O Four-smitter, why Agni preferred to spare the Saranagakas of the Khandva forest. Continued Vaisampayana. Once upon a time, Your Majesty, there lived a holy man named Mandapala, a learned, rich in dharma and tapas rishi. Following the paths of those rishis who subdued their passions, he devoted himself to learning, dharma, and strict tapas. With tapas he crossed all sensual barriers, discarded his body and entered the Pitri world. He did not get his rewards there. So he inquired of the dwellers of heaven, who were sitting around Dharmaraja, god of justice, why his tapas was fruitless. Why are these regions close to me? Asked Mandapala. What have I forgotten to do, that I should be denied this fruit? Tell me, O gods of heaven, why are these regions denied me? I am prepared to do anything to obtain fruits of tapas. Listen, Brahmin, replied the gods. Men are born debtors for religious rituals, brahmacharya and progeny. No doubt of this. These debts can be repaid by yagnas, tapas and offspring. You are an ascetic. You have performed yagnas, but are without offspring. The celestial realm is close to you, because you are without offspring. Have children, and enjoy many happy regions. The Smriti scriptures say that a son is called Putra, because he saves his father from the hell known as Put. Best of Brahmins, our advice is, have children. Mandapala, after listening to the gods, began thinking of the best way of getting as many children as soon as possible. After much thought, he concluded that birds were the most procreative of creatures, so he assumed the form of a male Saranagaka and had intercourse with a female of the species, named Jarita, who gave birth to 4 sons, all learned in the Vedas. Leaving them with their mother in their egg state, the shining rishi, great Bharata, went away to another part of the forest, to Lapita. Continued Vaisampayana. Pensive Jarita loved her babies and tended them carefully, though they had been deserted by their father in Khandwa. They were still in their egg state, and she gave them all the maternal affection instinctive to the Saranagakas. It was some time after this that the rishi Mandapala, roaming in the forest with Lapita, saw Agni lumbering towards Khandwa. He guessed Agni's purpose and, fearing for his children, flattered the lustrous lord of the worlds to save his offspring. Agni, mouth of the worlds, drinker of ghee, purifier, invisible energy, in the bodies of all creatures, you are one, say the learned, and you are three. The wise offer you yagna, and say you are 8. You built this universe, say the sages. O drinker of ghee, if you left the worlds for a single day, all would totter, all would perish. Brahmins, bow to you, and with wives and children, obtain the realms of the doers of good deeds. O Agni, the wise say, you are a flash of lightning. Your forked flames consume all on earth. Radiant God, the universe is your creation. The Vedas are your words. Moving and unmoving life depends on you. Water depends on you. The universe depends on you. Ghee offerings in the yagna, food libations to the pitris, depend on you. You are creator. You are consumer. You are Brihaspati. You are Surya. You are Soma. You are Vayu. Pleased with the praises sung in his honor by the great Rishi Mandapala, the radiant god Agni said to him joyfully, What would you like from me? Mandapala with folded palms said, Spare my sons when Khandwa burns. The drinker of sacred libation said, You have my word. Almost on that instant he blazed forth to destroy Khandwa. As the flames increased, the distress of the Saranagakas also grew. However much they tried, they found no means of escape. Their ascetic mother Jarita, afflicted with grief, knowing her sons were young and helpless, lamented loudly. O the fierce fire, creator of my sorrows, running towards us, burning the forest even as it runs, and illuminating the universe. My poor little ones, how my heart grieves for them, without feathers, without feet, the only redeemers of our ancestors. The fire tongue comes forward, licking at the tall trees, and my helpless, unfledged ones, how will they escape? I cannot escape either, especially with them to protect. I cannot leave them here. Oh, my poor little ones, which of them shall I desert? Which shall I save? What is the right dharma for me? Oh, my children, tell me. I have thought, and I can see no way out. Come beneath my wings. Let us all die together. Your heartless father left you, saying, Jaritari, the eldest, will redeem my race. Sarisrika, the second, will have children, to increase the family line. My third, Stambhamitra, will be an ascetic. Drona, the youngest, will be the wisest in the Vedas. And now this great calamity. Whom should I save? I don't know. I can't think clearly. What should be my dharma? No matter how hard I think, I can't find any way out. The little Saranagakas said to their sorrowing mother, Mother, do not think of us. Fly away to safety. If we die, you can still have more children. But if you die, there will be no one left to redeem our race. Mother, think of these alternatives, both terrible, and decide to do that which is best for the welfare of our race. Do nothing just because you love us. If you survive, our Father who wants the realms of the gods will be happy. There's a hole under this tree, said Jarita. Hide in it, quickly. Once you are inside, fire won't harm you. The instant you are in, my little ones, I will stop its mouth with rubbish. It's the only way of escape. When the flames subside, I will come and remove the ashes and rubbish. Listen to me, my children. The Saranagas said, we are just lumps of flesh, without any feathers. If we hide in the hole, won't the rat eat us up? We are afraid, mother. We daren't go in. It's the fire for us, or the rat. We can't see how our father's wish will succeed, or how you will be saved. Enter the hole, and the rat kills us. Stay outside, and the fire consumes us. Two kinds of death for us. Mother, we prefer to burn alive than be eaten by a rat. To be nibbled to death by a rat is a shameful end, but even the wise praise the body's destruction in fire. Jarita said, the rat of this hole was pounced on and carried away by a falcon. You needn't be afraid. The Saranagas replied, how can we be sure? There may be more rats here. We are afraid of those. The flames may be diverted by the winds to some other part of the forest, but whoever lives in the hole will kill us. If we remain as we are, death may or may not strike us. Mother, better so than do something which makes death certain. You should escape, for your escape could mean more children like us. My little ones, said Jarita, I saw with my own eyes the falcon dive down and fly off with the rat. I followed him and blessed him for doing what he did, saying, fly away, O king of falcons, with the rat our enemy. May you be golden-fleshed in heaven. May you have no enemy. When he had eaten the rat, I took his leave and returned to you, my children. O my little ones, take heart and enter this hole. I give you my word, you have nothing to be afraid of. I saw the falcon eat the rat. Mother, replied the Saranagas, how can we be sure that the falcon did so? Until then, we are afraid to enter. But you have my word, replied their mother. Is that not enough, my children? Do as I advise. The Saranagas said, it is not, mother, that we think your story is false. An agitated person does not always act responsibly. After all, what have we done for you? You don't know who we are. Why do you take such pains to save us? Who are we to mean so much to you? You are young and beautiful. You should soon find your husband. Go, mother, search for him. Have more splendid sons by him, and let us go to the highest realms by perishing in the fire. If we are lucky and survive it, you can always claim us back. So Jarita left her sons, continued Vaisampayana, in the forest, and flew in haste to a place of safety, where no fire was. Agni, fearfully flaming, rushed to the forest where the sons of Mandapala awaited their destruction. They saw the flaming being approach and began whispering among themselves. Jaritari said, so that Agni could overhear, in the midst of crisis, the wise man is serene. Calamity approaches, but he does not fear. The confused man suffers. He is not composed when calamity strikes. No peace of mind for him. You are patient and wise, said Sarisrika. Our lives are in danger. Out of many, only one shows wisdom and courage. The elder brother protects, said Stambhamitra. The elder brother wards off calamity. If he fails, what can younger brothers do? The cruel god of 7 mouths and tongues is on us, said Drona, is radiating fierce energy, is licking up all life. Then all the brothers, continued Vaisampayana, reverently chanted songs of praise to Agni. Listen to their chants. Jaritari chanted, Agni, you are the father of water, and water is your father. You are the essence of wind. You are the essence of earth. Your flames O Agni, are like the rays of the sun. They are above us and below us. They are behind us, on every side of us. Sarisrika chanted, Smoke-bannered God, we cannot see our mother. We do not know our father. We do not have feathers. O Agni, protect us. We are helpless. We have none to save us save you. In this hour of our suffering, O Agni, seven-flamed God, protect us. Be to us like a father and mother. Drinker of ghee, Agni. Giver of heat, Agni. You who give heat to the rays of the sun. We are young. We are rishis. O Agni, save us. We implore you to leave this place. Stambhamitra chanted, Agni, you are all. The worlds depend on you. You sustain all creatures. You give life to all that changes. Agni, you are the drinker of ghee. You are ghee itself. The wise say, you are one, and you are many. Ghee-drinking Agni, you created the three worlds, and when dissolution comes, you will swell and destroy them. You are the seed of the universe. You are the essence of doom. Drona chanted, Lord of the universe, you are the secret of growing bodies. You the heat that digests. The food people eat, all is steadfast in you. God from whose mouth sprang the Vedas, you are the sun sucking, the sap and liquids of the earth. You return them as rain, and all things grow. All plants and green-leaved creepers are born from you. O Agni, the lakes and ponds, the great ocean itself, are born from you. Fiery-rayed God, our flesh depends on Varuna, God of waters. Your heat oppresses and withers us. O be kind to us, protect us. Do not kill us today. Copper-eyed, red-necked Agni, God who leaves a black trail, save us as the ocean veers its course to save chosen houses on the shore. Save us. When Agni heard these chants of Drona, learned in the Vedas, the God who breathed forth the Vedas was pleased and recalled his promise. He said, Drona, you are a rishi. What you say is the truth of the Vedas. Do not fear. I will do as you wish. A long time ago, Mandapala asked me to spare his sons when I consumed Khandava. What he said then, what you say now, are words of profound meaning. Tell me what you would like. Your holy chanting today has given me the greatest pleasure. Drona said, O Agni, cats in the forest make a habit of eating us. Destroy all of them. So Agni did exactly as the Saranagakas asked him. He swelled in strength and continued to devour the forest. Meanwhile, Mandapala, though he had made the special request to Agni, began to worry over the safety of his sons. Anxiety troubled him so much that he said to Lapita, My sons were not able to move when I left them. I wonder how they are. When the flames fan out with strong winds blowing, will they be able to save themselves? And their ascetic-minded mother, will she be able to save them? How terribly will she suffer? When she finds herself helpless, she will run out wildly, screaming and lamenting, because my sons can neither scurry on the ground nor fly in the air. My poor son Jaritari, my poor sons Sarisrika and Stambhamitra and Drona, my poor deserted wife. Lapita heard him mourning, continued Vaisampayana, and out of jealousy, she said, Don't worry about them. They are great rishis, aren't they? You yourself told me so. Why should they fear fire? With my own ears I heard you speak to Agni about them. Didn't the shining God give you his word? Agni protects life. he won't break his promise. You are so full of your family, you never think of others. All you think of is her. Now I know the love you have for her is different from your love for me. Oh, I know. You have divided loyalties. Of course one will suffer. But who's the one you love more? Go to Jarita. Your heart misses her, doesn't it? I'll wander alone. My punishment for loving a fickle man. It is not as you think, Mandapala replied. I came here to have sons. My sons are now in danger. The man is a rascal who abandons what's in his hands for the sake of what might come. Well, you are free to do as you like. When I think of the flames, my heart seems to burn. All kinds of fearful omens dance before my eyes. After Agni had spared the spot where the Saranagakas were, Jarita, concerned for her children, rushed to the forest. She found them safe and sound, untouched by the flames. They saw their mother and began crying. She wept too. She wept repeatedly. She hugged her crying children one by one. Exactly at that moment, Mandapala arrived. None of his sons showed joy on seeing him. He spoke to them one by one. He spoke to Jarita. None replied. Not one word, good or otherwise. Who is the firstborn? Asked Mandapala. Who next? Who is the third? Who is the youngest? My sadness speaks to you. Why don't you reply? Oh, I know I deserted you, but I never found peace elsewhere. What right have you to ask? Said Jarita. Who is the eldest, the second, the third, and who the youngest? Go to sweet smiling Lapita, who is young and lovely. What you didn't find in me, you must have found in her. Mandapala said, nothing ruins a woman's happiness more in this world or the next than a co-wife or a secret beloved. How the flames of worry and hostility then rise. Even sweet-mannered, auspicious Arundhati, most famous and honored of women, became jealous of noble, holy-minded Vasishtha, who was devoted to his wife's welfare. And she insulted him, one of the 7 great rishis. Because she did so, she was turned into a smoke-filmed star, sometimes invisible, sometimes hidden, as if she was an evil sign. I had intercourse with you because I wanted sons. Like Vasishtha, I did no wrong. Like Arundhati, you are jealous. I have come to see my sons, and you revile me. Even as you make fun of me now, Lapita did when I left her. Men should never put faith in women, not even wives. When a woman becomes a mother, she cares even less for her husband. As soon as he finished, continued Vaisampayana, his sons came forward to honor him, and he spoke gently to them. I asked Agni to protect you, said Mandapala, and the shining god gave me word that he would. Because I trusted Agni, because your mother is virtuous, and because you are shining rishis yourselves, I did not come earlier. My sons, do not let anger overcome you. You are rishis, learned in the wisdom of the Vedas. Agni is aware of this. Mandapala assured his sons, and, taking them and his wife with him, left Khandwa and went away to another land. Waxing in fearful strength, the shining god Agni, with the help of Krishna and Arjuna, consumed the whole of Khandwa. He drank up whole rivers of fat, blood and marrow, and was pleased and relaxed. Then he appeared before Arjuna. And Indra, surrounded by all the Maruts, descended from the sky and spoke to Arjuna and Krishna. You have accomplished something even a god might find impossible. Ask any boon unavailable to men, for I am greatly pleased with you. Arjuna asked for all of Indra's weapons, and Indra appointed the time for their giving. He said, "Son of Pandu, when the great god of gods, Shiva, is pleased with you, I shall give you all my weapons. Sign of the Kurus, I will know when the time is ripe. All my fire and wind weapons will then be yours to take." Krishna asked that his friendship with Arjuna be eternal. Indra, chief of the gods, granted intelligent Krishna's request. Having bestowed these boons, and after speaking to Agni, the lord of the Maruts, accompanied by the gods, returned to heaven. Agni consumed the Kanva forest with all its birds and animals and other creatures. For 15 days was gratified and extinguished himself. He devoured flesh copiously and drank fat and blood. Satisfied with himself, he said, "You have pleased me immensely with your heroism. Now I give you permission. You may go where you like." They heard Mahatma Agni. Krishna and Arjuna, accompanied by the anti-gods Maya, roamed for a while, before coming to the banks of an entrancing river, continued Vaisampayana. There they all sat down. Krishna, Naraka, and the founding of Dvaraka. Because Krishna is a major character in the epic, Vyasa, or those who handed down the epic orally, with many changes and additions, felt the need to include a full account of his life. The pretext for it is a conflict between Shishupala, son of the sister of Krishna's father, Vasudeva, and Krishna himself. Shishupala wanted to marry Rukmini, but Rukmini was fearful of him. He was, in fact, an incarnation of the Rakshasa king Ravana, though she didn't know that, and secretly wrote to Krishna asking for aid. He turned up on the morning of her wedding, eloped with her and married her. They were destined to be married, for Rukmini, like Krishna's lover Radha, was an incarnation of Lakshmi, wife of Vishnu, and Krishna was an incarnation of Vishnu. The panegyric of Krishna from which this extract is taken is spoken by Bhishma, the son of Shantanu, who gave up his claim to the throne of Hastinapura in order to dazzle Shishupala into submission. A ploy that is neither necessary nor effective. It does nothing to dissuade Shishupala, Rukma, Rukmini's brother, Jarasamta, another enemy of Krishna's, and an army of Rakshasas from attacking Krishna and Balarama, who defeat and kill them all. The story told in the following extract follows Krishna's slaying of Kamsa and takes us up to the foundation of Dvaraka, Krishna's capital city. Aditi, whose earrings are stolen by Naraka and recovered by Krishna, is the goddess of the firmament and is variously described as the mother of the gods, the mother of Vishnu, or the mother of Indra. Indra gave her the earrings. They came to the surface of the primeval ocean when the gods churned it. Krishna had 8 wives altogether. They are each given a separate palace in Dvaraka. Like the wind tearing clouds into tatters, Krishna, seated in Indra's chariot, attacked and routed Kamsa's army. He slew Kamsa and his ministers in the royal court, and immediately went and paid his respects to Devaki. He honored repeatedly Yashoda and Rohini, and installed Ugrasena king. All the Yadus praised Krishna. After this, Purushottama Krishna attacked all defying Jarasamta and defeated him near the lake-studded Yamuna. Pleaser of the Yadavas, Krishna then left Mathura of Surasena and went to Dwarka. All the gold and gems that lotus-eyed Krishna had won from the anti-gods, he lavished on Dwarka. The Daityas and Danavas opposed his plans. Incensed, Krishna slaughtered hundreds of them. It was at this time that the anti-god Naraka, of whom you know, whom all the gods feared, obstructed Krishna. Naraka had succeeded in taking possession of all the earth's recesses, where sacred images and lingams were worshipped. Because he was Earth's son, Naraka was called Earthborn. Assuming an elephant's shape, he abducted the ravishingly lovely 14-year-old daughter, Kaseru, of Vishwakarman. Naraka was king of Prajapati, a fearless, feelingless ruler. Taking Kaseru to his palace, he said, "All the gems of all the world's kings, all the gems that are buried in the earth, all the gems of the oceans, these will all be yours from today, brought for you by Rakshasas on my orders, and by Daityas and Danavas. The earth-born anti-god may lavish presents of wealth in this fashion to her," continued Bhishma. He abducted the daughters of the Gandharvas as well, also the daughters of gods and men, and lovely Apsaras. 16,001 virgins were brought to his palace. According to the virtuous custom, they kept single braids of hair. Naraka made arrangements for their stay in a place called Audaka in Antahapura, in the anti-god Mura's territory. Earth-born Naraka of Pragyotisha and the 10 sons of Mura guarded Antahapura day and night. So great was Naraka's self-conceit that he even dared to insult Aditi over the matter of an earring. Never in the past had all the Daityas together offered such gross insult as now did Naraka. He was born of Mother Earth. His capital was Pragyotisha. 4 heroic Daityas protected his kingdom. They blocked all approaches from earth and heaven. Their looks struck terror even among the gods. They were called Hayagriva, Nisumbha, terrible Panchajana, and 100-sunned, boon-accomplished Mura. It was to kill them that Krishna of the mace, discus, and sword was born to Devaki and Vasudeva. His glory flooded the 3 worlds, and of course all here know that Krishna lived in the city of Dvaraka, a city even more entrancing than Indra's Amravati, a city to shame all others, which of course you know. In Dvaraka is a famous spot called Dasarhi, where the Vrishnis would congregate. It is 1 yojana square. Balarama and Krishna and other Andhakas would meet here and plan for the protection of the world. It so happened that once, when they were gathered, a divine wind began blowing. Divine fragrance fell. Suddenly a light like that of 1,000 suns approached the earth slowly and stopped near the assembly. In the dazzling brightness could be seen Indra on his elephant, surrounded by his hosts of gods. Balarama, Krishna, Ugrasena, the Andhakas, and Vrishnis all rose, came out, and honored the god Indra. Indra got down from his elephant and warmly embraced first Krishna, then Balarama, and the others. Among them, Vasudeva, Uddhava, Vikuda, Pradyumna, Samba, Nisatha, Aniruddha, Satyaki, Gada, Sarana, Akrura, Kritavarma, Charuddeshna, Sudeshna. All the Yadavas received Indra's blessings. When the chiefs of the Andhakas and Vrishnis had been greeted in this fashion, Indra received their worship. Then, head slightly bowed, he said, "I come here, O Krishna, at the instance of Mother Aditi. The anti-god Naraka has snatched her earrings. Who but you will redress her insult? O Krishna, fortune-favored lord of men, go and kill Naraka." Krishna, greatly pleased, replied, "I will go, defeat Naraka, and bring back Aditi's earrings." He consulted Balarama, and also gathered advice from Pradyumna, Aniruddha, and brave Samba. Then, picking up his conch, chakra, mace and sword, Krishna mounted the bird deity Garuda and flew away, keeping the gods' welfare in mind. Seeing foe destroying Krishna go on his mission, Indra and the other gods were delighted and followed him. Krishna killed the chief Rakshasas and spotted the 6,000 deadly knife-edged nets prepared by Mura. His discus sliced through them and decapacitated Mura and his followers. Whizzing over stone walls, it killed Nisumba. Next, it slew Hayagriva, who could single-handed fight 1,000 soldiers, who single-handed defied the gods. Delighter of the hearts of the Yadavas, the radiantly lustrous heroic son of Devaki, penetrated the steel fort of Audaka and killed the 5 fierce Rakshasas appointed by Naraka to guard it. From a distance, he saw the shining roofs of Prajapati. He found a battle with the Danavas there, which became celebrated as the great gods' anti-gods war. It is said that no battle equaled it in ferocity. Krishna's chakra severed through the Danava ranks, decimating them. His heroism with his sword did the rest. 800,000 Danavas fell in that fight. Lion among men, Purushottama Krishna hurried to the lower regions. Of hell, where the challenger of the gods, Naraka, lay hiding. The slayer of Kamsa immediately attacked Naraka. The carnage that resulted over the earrings of World Mother Aditi was impossible to describe. For a little while, chakra-wielding Krishna egged Naraka on, then sliced off his head with one throw. Shredded by the chakra, Naraka's mutilated body, like Vritra's killed by Indra's thunderbolt, thudded on the ground. Earth, seeing her son lifeless, returned Aditi's earrings and said to mighty-armed Krishna, "You gave him to me, my lord. You now have taken him. Play with me as you wish. Only spare his children." Krishna replied, "Your son had become a terror to sages, Pitris, Mahatmas, and all the gods. He persecuted the gods and Brahmins. People loathed him. He went so far in his pride as to insult even World Mother Aditi by snatching her earrings. So I killed him. Earth Mother, do not hate me for what I have done. Fortune-favored one, your son is lucky to have met death at my hands. Go now, your burden has been lightened." After killing Naraka, continued Bhishma, Krishna, accompanied by the guardians of the universe, went to his palace. Naraka's palace was a fabulous treasure house of all varieties of precious stones and other wealth. Pearls, diamonds, rubies, cat's eyes gems embroidered in clothes, topazes, jasper, and quartz-studded dresses. Various other dresses made from gold thread obtained from the Jambu River, shining like white silk moonlight. The inner apartments of the palace were made of gold. The hoard of wealth that one saw there excelled the riches in the palace of Kubera, god of treasures, and the riches of Indra's palace in heaven. Indra said, "Adored Krishna, all this wealth you see, the gems, gold, the gold-woven cloths, the howdahs, the multicolored dresses, all this is yours. There are 20,000 elephants and 40,000 she-elephants, 800,000 of the finest horses, and many vehicles pulled by yoked bulls. Whatever you need belongs to you. These woolens, beds, seats, trained birds, sandalwood, and aloe wood, perfumed chariots. If you order me, I will arrange to send them all to Dvaraka for your and the Vrishni's comfort. All the magnificent wealth of the gods, Gandharvas, anti-gods, and Daityas, was loaded on Garuda's back. And Indra, along with Krishna of the Dasaras, went to the mountain known as Mani Parvata. Soft, cool breezes blew. Scenes of enchanting beauty refreshed one's eyes. The gods saw and marveled. The shining deities of the sky, the rishis, the sun and moon, came there and all were awestruck. Then, on a signal from Indra and Balarama, they set foot in Antahapura, Naraka's mountain stronghold. Krishna saw the doors of Antahapura flashing like sapphires. Flags fluttered on all the city gates. Dazzling with golden light, glowing with colored flags, Antahapura looked like a painting against the clouds. The upper rooms were large-sized, the stairs were gem-encrusted. The bewitching young daughters of Gandharvas and anti-gods stood on the balconies of that heaven and saw invincible Krishna. They saw him and next instant surrounded him. Each had a single braid, each wore saffron and did tapas. Their vow of self-restraint and sorrow of separation left them. They stood in front of Krishna with joined palms. The lovely lotus-eyed ladies said to Krishna, Lord of all their senses, Purushottama, the royal Rishi Narada said to us, Krishna will come here to fulfill his mission of helping the gods. He will kill Naraka, Nisumba, Mura, and Hayagriva and take their possessions. In a few days he will be here to free you from your suffering. Saying this, wise Narada left us. We have been doing tapas in expectation of your coming. Oh, we have waited long for your appearance, and our thoughts were always that you should triumph over the Danavas. Such was our tapas. Marry us by Gandharva rites and save us. The wind god Vayu knew our desire and told us, all that Narada had predicted will happen. The gods and Gandharvas saw Krishna standing among the enchanting girls, as a bull stands among cows. They saw his moon-lovely face and were filled with love-longing. Passionately, they said to him, It seems unbelievable that what the wind god said and what Narada predicted should come to pass. Narada said, Vishnu Narayana will come and discuss mace, conch and sword, kill Naraka and become your lord. Your showing today has fulfilled Narada's prediction. Oh, how auspicious a day for us. So we stand here and gaze on your moon-lovely face. Your showing alone has made us happy. Love for Krishna blossomed in their hearts. Bhishma continued, Krishna, finest of Yadavas, replied, Lovely large-eyed ladies, it will be as you say. All your desires will be fulfilled today. Krishna ordered his followers to take the wealth and girls to Dvaraka, continued Bhishma. Then Krishna instructed the giant bird deity Garuda to lift the glittering hill on his back. With all its flocks of birds, herds of elephants, snakes, deer, nagas, monkeys, stones and rocks, antelopes, boars, ruru deer, waterfalls, jutting ledges, and flocks of brilliant feathered, dazzling peacocks. Even as all the creatures watched, dazed, Krishna lifted up the hill and placed it on Garuda's back. And Garuda winged across the sky with his load, carrying Krishna, Balarama, and mighty Indra. His gigantic body was like a huge mountain peak. His massive wings spread waves of noise as he flew. Hills brushed by his wings toppled and fell. Trees snapped, and clouds were dispersed on impact. Obscuring with his brightness the stars and planets, he reached the sky paths of the sun and moon. Reaching the central summit of Meru mountain, Krishna surveyed the abode of all the gods. He saw the Vishwadevas, Maruts, Sadhyas. He visited the realms of the Ashwins, then went to Indra's palace. Nearing Indra's palace, he alighted from Garuda. He paid his respects to Aditi. Brahma, Daksha, the Prajapatis and gods welcomed him inside. In the presence of Balarama, Krishna handed over the 2 earrings and other ornaments to Aditi. Aditi, pleased, threw off her gloom and warmly thanked Krishna of the Dasaras and his brother Balarama. Indra's wife Sachi took Krishna's consort, Satyabhama, by the hand and escorted her to Aditi to be blessed. World Mother Aditi was so pleased with Krishna that she ordained a special boon for Satyabhama. Sweet-faced wife, she said, you will not be widowed so long as Krishna is in human form. All the fragrances and all the virtues of the world will make you radiant. Lovely Satyabhama wandered with Sachi in the divine realm, and with her permission, retired to Krishna's restroom. Annihilating Krishna took leave of the gods and Maharishis and returned to his capital Dvaraka. Krishna covered the long distance in no time and arrived in Dvaraka, whose principal gate is known as Vardhamana. Krishna, many-formed Narayana, was delighted with the beauty of the city that he saw as he was about to enter. On all sides, exquisite gardens with beautiful trees growing, entrancing flowers and sweet fruits. The royal buildings shone like the sun and the moon. So tall they looked like Meru's cloud-kissing peaks. Vishwakarman himself had supervised the architecture. Lotuses bloomed in the moats surrounding the city. Swans floating on them made them resemble the Ganga and Sindhu. Sun-bright, sky-touching, tall-towered Dwarka, girt with white clouds, looked like Amaravati. Its paradisial gardens were like those of Nandana. Its Chaitra Ratha grove was like Brahma's own pleasure haunt. Like the Vaibharaja garden, it flowered perennially. So glorious was Dwarka, like a star-spangled city. In the east of Dwarka was the towering Revataka hill, whose peaks were enchanting to behold. In the south was the hill known as Lataveshta, known as Rainbow Hill because of its 5 colors. In the south was the hill called Sukaksha, and from a distance one could see brilliant-hued flowers on it. And in the north, Yudhishthira, there was Venumanta Hill, as glorious and celebrated as Mandara Mountain. From Raivataka Hill could be seen all the scenic loveliness of the forests of Panchajanya and Sarvatuka. From Lataveshta could be seen the Meruprabha forests, full of stately palms, lotuses and other flowers. All around Sukakaksha Hill were the forests of Chitrapushpa, Satapatra, Karavira and Kusumbi. From Venumanta one could see the forests of Chaitraratha, Nandana, Ramana and Bhavana. In the western part of Krishna's lovely city was a lake, Pushkarini, spread over 100 bow lengths. Krishna was happy to enter that magnificent city of 50 gates, called Dwarka. So large, its exact dimensions were unknown, surrounded by rivers and lakes, with tall, shining white buildings. A city well fortified with various sharp spear-like defenses and fierce, gigantic circular war machines. Like Indra's city, it boasted outside its gates 8,000 chariots with flags and pennants flying. Its central area was roughly 8 yojanas wide and 12 long. Double that were its adjoining parts. 8 main roads, magnificent porches in all houses, 16 large crossroads, a finely planned city. An intricate network of by-lanes radiating from 7 main lanes, all executed by Vishwakarman. Its gold and gem-studded staircases amazed all who saw them. Everywhere at all times, the sounds of sweet music issued from its large windowed houses. Indra, when he saw this extraordinary city with its huge gates and porches, was struck with wonder. Flags fluttered on the high buildings, cloud white against the sky like the summits of Mount Meru. The roofs were gold-washed, the walls whitewashed. The dome, grillwork and windows were gem-encrusted. From the eaves of the upper rooms hung bird cages. Dwarka had so much stone and gem work that an observer could mistake it for a gem-glittering mountain. Some houses were made of gold, some of marble, others of stone and brick, the doors of jambu gold and blue stone. The very feel of these houses was soothing. their roofs, their rooms pleased as does a beautiful mountain. 5 shades of the cassia were mixed to get the wall colors of the rooms as subtle as the shades of clouds. These tall houses stood as lovely as painted pictures against the sky's backdrop, rivaling the sun and moon. Like the Ganga, awesome with its hosts of Nagas, Dvaraka impressed with its crowds of heroic citizens. Like the sky enriched with clouds, Dvaraka was enriched by its houses. Krishna was Dvaraka's Indra. Its young heroes strutted like peacocks. Its women were dazzled to their lightning. Clouds draw their splendor from Agni and the sun. So Dvaraka basked in the effulgence of Krishna. The weapons of its defenders were like Indra's rainbow. Krishna's palaces, Yudhishthira, which Vishwakarman built with his own hands, were 4 yojanas square. So many houses and small apartments within this area, impossible to count them all. It was visible from all over the world. Such was its splendor. The palace in which Krishna lived was 1 yojana square. Golden its cupolas, like Meru summits. It was built specially for Rukmini by Vishwakarman. Krishna's second queen, Satyabhama, lived in a white palace with gemmy staircases, designed for cooling effects. Soft pennants waved atop its turrets, like the play of lambent sunlight. A lovely garden, multicolored flags. Between these 2 palaces of Rukmini and Satyabhama was that of Krishna's wife, Jambavati, also constructed by Vishwakarman, but decorated by her taste and skill. It shone with the luster associated with Mount Kailasha, whose main door glowed like gold from the Jambu. Altogether it shone with the radiance of Agni, whose vastness one could compare only with the oceans, that palace Krishna reserved for Sukeshi, Gandhara's daughter, and the palace known as Padmakuta, soft and delicate as a lotus, was kept for Queen Suprabha. The palace which excelled the radiance of the sun was intended by Krishna for Queen Lakshmana. The palace of sapphires, seeing which people thought, this is Krishna's own blue, was for Mitravinda. It is guarded by the gods themselves. Its beauty lies in its blend of the various architectural styles. Another magnificent palace in Dvaraka was built by skilled artisans. It is a smiling palace, known as Ketuman, the pride of the artisans. It is intended for Krishna's queen named Suddata. Another palace called Viraja is well known in Dvaraka. It has no asymmetry. It is Krishna's favorite rest place. Still another palace, the work of Vishwakarman, is 1 yojana square, built entirely of precious stones. And the flags and pennants that flutter on these palaces have staffs hewn from solid gold. All houses in Dvaraka have bells. Krishna personally planted flags on the surrounding hills. Near Dvaraka is the Hamsakuta hill, 60 palm trees tall, 1 yojana in width. Also in Dvaraka is the large lake Indradyumna. The Kinnaras sing there for everyone's delight. Krishna's capital is the talk of the 3 worlds. The sun-touching, tallest peak of Meru mountain seems to have been brought with great difficulty by Krishna to Dvaraka. All the healing herbs that grew on Meru grow in Dvaraka's precincts. And the paradise tree, which foe crushing Krishna removed from the palace of Indra, is planted in Dvaraka. Krishna brought many trees from Brahma's world too. Sal, palm, aswakarna, 100-leafed banyan, marking nut, benzoin, camphor, champak, date palm, fragrant pandanus. All these he planted in Dvaraka. Lakes filled with crystal water, brimming with pink lotuses, glittering from a distance like pearls. On all sides the lakes are verdant with trees. Krishna brought trees from the Himalayas and from the Nandana groves, specially for Dvaraka. Some red, some pink, some pale yellow, some white flowering. Many trees in Dvaraka blossomed all the year round. Krishna brought all varieties of trees in Nandana and the gardens of Chaitra Ratha and planted them in Dvaraka. In Krishna's palace were many lotus-filled bathing pools, many wells, fountains, and tanks with pink sand and clear water. Also, flowing artificial rivulets, bubbling with fresh water, shaded on both sides by overhanging trees. From its gardens, gem-glinting pebbled, pink sandy water channels flow, delighting the peacocks and quails. In the hills of Dvaraka roam cattle and elephants, swine, deer and birds haunt their jungles. And the ranges of hills are so employed by Vishwakarman that they act as natural defenses and gates, which are 100 arms length tall and white like moonlight. Outside the 4 natural gates are the magnificent mountains, rivers and lakes girdling Krishna's palace. Entering the marvelous city created by Vishwakarman's imagination, Krishna looked right and left. Indra and the gods also looked admiringly on all sides. This gives some idea of how the glory of Dvaraka struck Krishna, Balarama and Indra. From his seat on Garuda's back, Krishna joyfully blew his horripilating white conch called Panchajanya. The ocean waves rose agitatedly, the skies reverberated deafeningly. The noise was awesome. Hearing the sound of Panchajanya and seeing Garuda, the Kukuras and Andakas were stupefied. In Krishna's hands were the conch, mace, chakra, and other weapons. Horripilating was his sun-like radiance. Trumpets blared, kettle drums sounded, scattering noise everywhere, and all the people broke into shouts of praise. All the Dasaras, Kukaras, and Andakas, seeing Krishna, made preparations to welcome him. King Ugrasena led Krishna to his palace, to the accompaniment of auspicious flutes and conches. Devaki, Rohini, and the wives of Ugrasena all emerged from their palaces to receive Krishna. They said, "All the anti-gods have been crushed, all enemies of the Vrishnis defeated," and looked at Krishna. Krishna was taken by Garuda to his palace. There Krishna placed the huge hill of gems. Lotus-eyed Krishna offered wealth and precious stones to the Sabha, and in his mind he thought of his father. Large and pink-eyed, mighty-armed Krishna, in his mind, took the dust of his guru, Sandipani's feet. With his brother Balarama, he went to touch the feet of his father, Vasudeva. Vasudeva's eyes filled with tears. All the Vrishnis and Andakas embraced Krishna and Balarama. Legends and Folk Tales. Vararuchi's talent. Even the most talented people require good teachers. A Brahmin scholar called Vararuchi, famed throughout the world for his mastery of the science of grammar, was beholden to a most unusual teacher, and in a God-given way. At an early age, he revealed an astounding memory. A friend of his father's, who was skilled in dramatic recitation, came and stayed in his parents' house. Musicians were invited to accompany him, and when the drummers started up, the boy said to his mother, who was closeted in the inner parts of the house, "I'll go and watch, and then repeat in performance for you, word for word." There were 2 other Brahmins staying in the house, and when they heard the boy perform this astonishing feat, they were thrilled, for they saw in it the solution to a problem they had heard about in another town. What had happened was this. There are stories within the story, but that is the way of many stories in India. The 2 Brahmins, who were called Indradatta and Vyadi, were cousins and had both been orphaned. Their parents had left them some wealth, but they lacked education, so they performed a puja to the war god Kartikeya. who then appeared to them in a dream and said, "Go to the city of Patliputra. There is a Brahmin there named Varsha. From him you will acquire all knowledge." But when they got to the city, they were told that Varsha was not learned at all. He was an absolute ignoramus. He lived in poverty, and his wife was filthy and emaciated, dressed in rags. But she was basically a gracious and decent person, and was perfectly willing to tell the Brahmins why her and her husband's circumstances were so bad. "It was all because my husband had a brother who was clever and successful. We lived together with him and his parents and his wife in the same house, and he put his wife in charge of the whole household. During the rainy season here, there is a strange custom. The women teasingly make a special kind of sweetmeat shaped like a man's penis and offer it to any Brahmin whom they regard as a fool. This is supposed to bring them good luck and make them better able to withstand cold in winter and heat in summer. The Brahmins to whom they offer it are naturally expected to refuse the gift because of its indecent shape. But my husband is so stupid that he accepted it and brought it home to me. I scolded him severely, and he was so upset and ashamed by my harsh words that he lapsed into hopeless grief. But that isn't the reason for our plight. The god Kartikeya took pity on him and granted him knowledge of all the sciences, but at the same time told him that he wouldn't be able to reveal them or teach them to anyone unless he could find a Brahmin who could remember at a first hearing anything he was told. This cheered him up, but at the same time he became utterly obsessed with finding such a person. He spends all his days praying for him to appear, and that's why he has neglected himself and his family so badly. Saddened by this story and desiring to help her and her husband if they could, Vyadi and Indradatta first gave her some money and then set off in search of one who could remember everything at a first hearing. Now, upon meeting with the young Vararuchi, they were overjoyed, for he had precisely the talent that was needed if Varsha was to be helped. And when they told Vararuchi's mother about Varsha, she was delighted too, for their story exactly fitted what a voice from the sky had told her when a son was born. The voice had said, "Your son will have an extraordinary talent, an ability to remember anything and everything at a first hearing. He will acquire his knowledge from Varsha and will become famous throughout the world for his learning." Tearfully, but also proudly and joyously, Vararuchi's mother let the two Brahmins take her son to Patliputra to meet with Varsha. As soon as the boy sat down in front of him, the Vedas and all the sciences rushed into Varsha's mind. He imparted them to Vararuchi, who in turn then taught them to Vyadi and Indradatta, though they had to listen to everything several times over before they could remember them. Varsha and his wife lived well thereafter, for the king of Patliputra was so impressed by Varsha's teaching that he showered them with riches. And with the fame of Vararuchi, the fame of his teacher grew too. The Magic Shoes. There is usually a reason for the name of a person or place. This story tells of how the city of Patliputra got its name. A prince called Putraka had jealous relatives who wanted to do away with him and take over his kingdom. So they inveigled him into making a pilgrimage to a temple of Durga and hired assassins to wait for him at the temple. When he arrived at the temple and was confronted by armed men preparing to kill him, he asked them why, and they told him that they had been hired to do so by his father and uncles. Putraka offered them a valuable piece of jewelry instead, promising that he would go far away and would not reveal their secret. The assassins took the jewelry and told his father and uncles that Putraka had been killed. Putraka wandered into a wild and remote region. Sick at heart, and disillusioned with his relatives, he plodded on until he suddenly encountered two strong men locked in a violent wrestling match. He asked them who they were and why they were fighting. They told him they were actually the sons of a demon and were fighting for the wealth of the demon, a cooking pot, a stick, and a pair of shoes. Putraka laughed at them for fighting so furiously for so measly an inheritance, and they said, "These things are not what they seem. The cooking pot contains an endless supply of whatever food one desires. What is sketched with the stick immediately becomes true, and whoever puts on the shoes will fly through the air to wherever he wants to go." "Very well," said Putraka, "but why not choose a less violent way of competing for them? Run a race instead. Let the one who runs fastest claim the inheritance." As sons of a demon, neither of the men was very bright, so they easily fell into Putraka's trap. They agreed on the race and charged off at top speed, leaving pot, stick, and shoes on the ground behind them. Putraka put on the shoes and flew up into the sky, carrying the stick and the cooking pot. He flew on till he saw a beautiful city below him and decided to land in it. But his experience with his family had made him wary, so he wasn't sure at first which house he should approach. In the end, he chose an isolated, run-down house with a single old crone living in it. He offered her a handsome rent, and she agreed to take him in as a lodger. Indeed, she quickly became devoted and waited on him hand and foot. As is the way with old people, she began to worry that the prince had no wife, and told him about the daughter of the king of the city, a beautiful maiden called Patali, who was obliged to live alone in the top story of a tower. So vivid was the crone's description that the prince was avid to see Patali, and that very night he put on the magic shoes and flew to the top of the tower, which was as tall as a mountain. Entering through a window, he found the princess asleep there, bathed in bright moonlight that brought out every facet of her beauty. Suddenly down below, he heard a watchman singing, "Embrace a maiden while still she sleeps, and when she awakes, you'll have her for keeps." Encouraged by this, the prince put his arms around her, throbbing with desire. She languidly awoke, and though she looked away modestly, he could tell that instant love for him was already in her eyes. So intense was their mutual attraction that there and then they entered into a Gandharva marriage and consummated it many times over before the night had passed. Putraka visited Patli night after night by flying to her wearing the magic shoes, and before long their love was discovered by the guards. "We must flee," said Putraka, "before your father kills us," and gathering her into his arms, flew far away to a secluded place on the bank of the Ganga. There he used the magic pot to supply them with food. Seeing the power of the shoes and the pot, Patli asked, "What is that stick for?" "Whatever I sketch with it," said Putraka, "becomes true. Then draw a city for us both and an army to defeat my father." This is what Putraka did. With the magic stick, he created a wonderful city and an army with which, in time, he subdued his vengeful father-in-law. And this is how the wealthy and learned city of Patliputra was founded and acquired its name. Angaravati's grief. The exquisite city of Ujjayini is so famed throughout the world that she rivals even the heavenly city of Amaravati. Indeed, Shiva himself, at times, when he tires of his abode on Mount Kailasha, enters the great lingam of Mahakala in Ujjayini and dwells there, entranced by the city's palaces of gleaming white marble. Chanda Mahasena was a king of Ujjayini. As a warrior, he was strong as an elephant, but he was discontented. He lacked two vital things, a worthy wife and a sword to match his strength. So he went to the temple of the goddess Durga and performed severe penances. He went without food for days on end, and he cut out pieces of his own flesh to present to the goddess as a burnt offering. Pleased with his devotion, Durga appeared before him and gave him a magic sword. "This sword will make you invincible," she said, "and will secure you Angaravati as your wife. She is the daughter of the demon Angarika, and no woman in all the three worlds is more beautiful." Chanda Mahasena was thrilled at this, riding on his elephant Nadagiri, who equaled him in strength and aggression. He set off to the forest to hunt, with a magic sword at his side. There he encountered a gigantic wild boar, awesome in its violence. With no fear at all in his heart, the king showered the boar with arrows, but its hide was so tough that none of them wounded it, and it ran away into a cave. Still unafraid, King Chanda Mahasena followed it into the cave, with only his sword for protection. He followed the dark and winding passages of the cave for miles and miles, till he emerged on the shore of a lake. The buildings of a great city surrounded it, almost as sumptuous and elegant as the buildings of Ujjayini herself. This was astonishing enough, but even more beautiful was a woman he saw there, attended by 100 other women. As he and the woman slowly walked towards each other, they fell rapturously in love. Their eyes were locked on each other's gaze, and their only thought was of the prospect of a joyous, passionate, athletic union. But when they started to speak, and the king told the woman how the boar had brought him to her, she burst into helpless tears. "That boar," she said, "is actually the demon Angarika, and I am his daughter Angaravati. He is relentless in his cruelty. These women who wait on me are all princesses whom he has abducted. It was only because he was tired after a lengthy spree of carnage that he left you, rather than gouging you to death on the spot with his horrible tusks. At present, he has put off his boar shape and is resting, but when he awakes, he will instantly attack you. That is why I weep. I love you, yet I know my father will kill you." Fired to resourceful intelligence by his intense love, Chanda Mahasena said, "Turn your tears to your advantage. When your father awakes, go to him, and let your tears rain down as hot and thick as they are now. When he asks you the cause of your grief, as he surely will, tell him you have suddenly thought of how bereft and distraught you would be if he were slain. If you say this, all will be well for us." Trusting him totally, Angaravati did as he advised. She went to her sleeping father, and, when he started to wake, began weeping more copiously than ever. When he asked her why, she told him what Chanda Mahasena had told her to say, and the demon burst into raucous, vainglorious laughter. "Me?" he roared. "Slain? Who could ever do that? In my wild boar's shape, my hide is as tough as adamant. No sword or arrow can pierce it." King Chanda Mahasena was hiding nearby, and heard Angarika's boastful words. He watched him as he rose from his bed, and took his bath and started his silent morning worship of Shiva. The king then rushed in upon him with a blood-curdling war cry, brandishing his magic sword. He challenged him to fight there and then, but the demon, his silent puja not yet complete, raised his left hand to indicate that he was not yet ready for battle. But in fighting with demons, there is no need to observe such pieties, and the king lunged at Angarika's hand with his sword. In fulfillment of Durga's promise, the blow felled the demon instantly, for his left hand was his weak spot, the only part of him which, if wounded, would kill him. He collapsed to the ground, raging and screaming and cursing, but his blood flowed out of him, and within minutes, he was dead. Released from the curse of his demonic parentage, Angaravati was taken by the king back to the lakeside, and along with the winding passages of the cave to where his elephant was waiting. They rode in triumph to Ujjayini, and their wedding was celebrated with fit magnificence. The union of their bodies was everything that their love desired, and in time they became parents of 2 handsome sons and a daughter, who was as graceful as the moon. That daughter herself, in time, became the mother of a son, and thus a noble dynasty continued. The compassion of King Sivi. Sometimes people have every virtue, unselfishness, kindness, compassion, generosity, courage, determination, but the gods still desire to test them. Thus it was that King Sivi, who was famed for his goodness, was cruelly tested by Indra, king of the gods, noticing that the god Dharma, who is the god of justice, had magically transformed himself into a dove. Indra decided it would be amusing to transform himself into a hawk and chase Dharma. Alas, all too often in this world are justice and peace assaulted and chased by tyranny and power. Where the gods lead, world follow. Terrified, the dove, who despite being the god Dharma, was defenseless against Indra's superior might, fluttered to the breast of King Sivi, whose heart always went out to those who needed protection. It huddled against him, quivering with fright, seeking warmth and refuge in the gorgeous and generous robes of the king, and in the kind embrace of his arms. Indra, still in the guise of the hawk, then roared at him in a human voice. "I am a bird of prey," he boomed. "Doves are soft and succulent, and they are my natural food. I am raging with hunger, and I command you to surrender that dove to me. If you don't, I shall starve to death. Do you wish me to die? Would it be good and righteous to let me die?" King Sivi knew that it would indeed be unrighteous to let the hawk die, but he also had a duty to protect the dove. But such was his intelligence, as well as his goodness and compassion, that he thought of a heroic way out of this dilemma. He said to the hawk, "I agree it would be wrong to let you starve, but this dove fluttered to my breast for comfort and protection. I can feel its frightened heart beating rapidly against my own. If I must give you flesh, it will have to be of some other kind, equal to the dove in weight. I cannot give you this dove's flesh." With pitiless cruelty and cunning, the hawk said, "Very well, cut out some of your own flesh, to equal the weight of the dove, but make sure you choose some juicy part of you, for I want it to match the dove in quality, as well as quantity." Unflinchingly, joyously, even at being able to help the hawk while still saving the dove, King Sivi ordered the royal cook to bring him his sharpest knife and a pair of scales, ordering the cook and all his courtiers and servants out of his presence. He took the knife in one hand, felt with the other for the tenderest, softest part of his own stomach, and sliced out a succulent chunk. He placed the terrified dove on one side of the scales, and his flesh on the other. Light and delicate though it was, the dove weighed more than the slice of flesh, so the king unhesitatingly cut out more of his flesh, this time from his left buttock. Surely this time the weight of the dove would be equaled. But no, the scales were still not balanced. The king went on, cutting out more and more of his body, from his stomach, buttocks, thighs, calves, and chest. The kitchen knife got so sticky and bloody that it became quite blunt. But the more of himself he threw onto the scales, the heavier the dove became. In the end, he threw down the knife and hurled his entire body, what was left of it, onto the scales. They balanced at last, and a voice from the sky said, "Well done, O noble, brave, compassionate king. You have equaled the weight of the dove, and Indra is satisfied." Indra now abandoned the form of the hawk, and Dharma, no longer threatened, left the dove's form too. The two gods stood before the mangled, mutilated body of King Sivi, where it lay on the scales, and restored it to its proper health and wholeness. The knife and scales were miraculously clean too, so that when the cook and courtiers were called back, they never suspected that the knife and scales had been used for anything untoward. Thus was the compassionate King Sivi tested, and thus did he fully and nobly pass the test. Yoga Karandika's wealth. An old woman called Yoga Karandika lived as an ascetic in a holy Buddhist sanctuary. But she was known to have a huge hoard of wealth. The story of how she acquired this wealth was very curious. She had a pupil called Siddhikari, who was cunning and unscrupulous. Hearing that a rich merchant from another region had settled nearby, Siddhikari disguised her appearance and managed to get taken on in the merchant's house as a maidservant. Her lithe body and ogling looks attracted the merchant, and he quickly began to place excessive trust in her. He gave her full access to all parts of the house, so it wasn't difficult for her to enter his strong room one night and steal all his gold. Creeping out of the house in the early hours of the morning, wrapped in a bulky shawl to conceal the gold that was secreted about her person, she walked as fast as she could back to Yoga Karandika's house. She soon had to quicken her footsteps even more, for she noticed the ominous shape of a drum-carrying low-caste Domba man hurrying to catch up with her. Clearly he was out to rape and rob and kill her, the road being so deserted at that hour in the morning, and she being alone and defenseless. The Domba caught up with her at the foot of a large Nyagrodha tree, and at this point, Siddhikari was forced to rely on her quick-witted cunning. Dombas are executioners, and, along with the drum, he had the chief tool of his trade draped over his shoulders, a stout rope. Seeing this, Siddhikari said in a winning, tearful voice, "I'm glad you've come. My husband and I have had an awful quarrel, and I have run from the house. Your rope will be my only escape, for my husband is sure to come after me and kill me. Please tie the rope into a noose, so that I can hang myself." The Domba had no objection to this, for, by this means, he could rob her without incurring the guilt of assaulting or killing her himself. He cheerfully tied the rope into a noose and attached it to a branch of the tree. Siddhikari then said, "This is something I have obviously never done before. Else how could I be alive now? So please show me how it is done." Laughing sardonically at her ignorance, the Domba placed his long, narrow drum appended on the ground, carefully climbed onto it, and, deftly keeping his balance, put the noose of the rope round his own neck. "This is what you must do," he said. "I'll help you climb onto the drum, and I'll hold it while you steady yourself." But instead of doing as he said, Siddhikari violently kicked at the drum. It smashed into 1,000 pieces, and the Domba was left hanging from the tree. Meanwhile, the rich merchant had been roused by his other servants, who had found the strong room empty of gold, and Siddhikari nowhere to be seen. He had dashed out in search of her, and she now saw him galloping on horseback down the same road. She quickly climbed up into the tree and hid amidst its ample foliage. The merchant and his servants arrived, and one of them said, "Whoever has hanged this man may be hiding in the tree. I'll climb up to look." Using her cunning and attractiveness again, Siddhikari said to the servant, when his head emerged through the foliage, "Thank God it's you. I have always adored you. Hidden in this leafy tree, we now have our chance. Let's start with a deep kiss." Few men can resist such an offer, and the servant clamped his mouth to hers. When his tongue pushed into her mouth, she bit it off. The pain and shock of this sent him crashing back down through the branches of the tree, spitting blood and howling his head off. With no tongue in his mouth, he could only wail, "La la 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 la," which terrified the merchant, for he thought his servant had been possessed by a devil. He fled back to his house, taking his other servants with him. Siddhikari then calmly climbed down from the tree and walked on back to Yoga Karandika's house, the merchant's gold still safely hidden under her shawl. Cunning and unscrupulous she may have been, but Siddhikari was nevertheless Yoga Karandika's pupil and was devoted to her, as a shishya should always be to a guru. So she handed the gold over to her, and that is how the old woman acquired such wealth. The Laughing Fakir. Different kinds of wisdom can blend in a story. Different religions, reincarnation and the afterlife. Knowledge of things as they cruelly are, but a kind desire to make things better. This story is such a blend and is told of Nanak Shah, the first guru of the Sikhs. A merchant was very friendly with a fakir called Nanak Shah. They met and chatted every day. They were sitting together one day when a man passed by, dragging a goat along to be slaughtered. It broke loose and tried to hide behind the merchant, but the merchant did nothing to save it, and it was cruelly tugged away again. The fakir laughed at this, and the merchant's wife was shocked to see him laugh. Then the king's soldiers passed by with an old woman who had been condemned to death by the king for some trivial offense. She too managed to break away and ran to the merchant for protection. He did nothing to save her, and the soldiers callously dragged her off to the jungle to put her to death. The fakir watched this too and laughed, and the merchant's wife was shocked to see him laugh. The next moment, the little daughter of the merchant and his wife woke up and howled. When her mother tried to calm her, she struggled and kicked and messed up her mother's clothes. Again the fakir laughed. The merchant's wife had had a stressful day, and her daughter's bad behavior was the last straw. She seized a sharp knife and angrily went up to the fakir saying, "Why do you laugh at everything? Nothing that's happened today has been funny at all, and believe me, it's no joke caring for children like mine. Tell me why you laughed, or I'll stick this knife into you." Smiling broadly, the fakir said, "It shouldn't matter to you whether I laugh or cry. A fakir has his own way of seeing things, and you should accept that. But if you really insist on knowing, I'll tell you." "I do insist," said the wife, "and I mean what I say about the knife." "Well," said the fakir, "it's all to do with who was who in a former life. The goat was previously your father-in-law, and it was funny to see how your husband refused to save his own father's life when he could easily have done so by buying the goat for 4 rupees, and the old woman was formerly his grandmother. He could have saved her too by bribing the soldiers with 20 rupees. And you remember your husband's sister, who hated you and treated you so abominably? She has been reborn as your bad-tempered daughter, so that she can go on tormenting you. Now you know why I laughed." "Is this really true?" asked the wife. "Of course it is," said the fakir. "I wouldn't be a fakir if it weren't. And I'll tell you something else. God has decided that your husband's earthly life will end tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. 4 angels will come to carry him away." The wife was so shocked at this that the knife fell from her hand, and she sank to the ground, weeping and moaning and imploring the fakir to tell her that this wasn't true, or to do something to stop it from becoming true. The fakir's heart now softened. "Life is cruel," he said, "and it is my fate as a fakir to know how cruel it can be. But I also know of ways to make it better. Get up at 4 tomorrow morning, sweep and clean the house, and make the finest sweets that you can. Lay them out on your best china plate. Then come to me again." Desperate to save her husband's life, the woman followed the fakir's instructions. Indeed, such was her distress, she didn't go to bed at all, but was up all night, cleaning everything in the house and making the sweets. Dishevelled and bleary-eyed, she appeared before the fakir at dawn, saying, "The house is clean and the sweets are ready. What should I do now?" The fakir now told her to take a fine, clean cloth and take it with the sweets to a place in the fields nearby, where there was a tank and a tree. She should spread out the cloth there with the plate of sweets on it, and wait for 4 men who would bathe in the tank. Then she should say, "If you are the angels who have come for my husband, please eat some sweets first." And this is what happened. She met the 4 men, addressed them as angels, and they were very happy to sit on the cloth and eat the sweets. They then stood up and said, "We must now go to the village to fetch a merchant who is about to die," at which she said with tears in her eyes and a tremble in her lip, "If you must, you must, but that merchant is my husband. What shall I do without him?" The angels grew pensive and sad when they heard this. The woman had served them beautiful sweets. How could they now take away her husband? "Wait here," they said. "We shall return this evening and see what can be done." She remained under the tree all day, weeping continuously, certain that when the angels came back, they would have to take her husband away. The 4 angels returned to heaven and told God all about the sweets and the merchant's wife. God was angry with them at first for failing to bring back the merchant, but he knew that Nanak Shah had tricked them in this way out of compassion for the wife, and he took pity on her too. He wrote a letter promising the merchant 20 more years of life and commanded the angels to take it to the wife and tell her to keep the letter in a silver locket that her husband should always wear round his neck. So the angels returned to the tank and the tree where the wife was still waiting, slumped on the ground, her eyes red with crying. This time they no longer looked like men, but had the full radiance of angelic compassion in their faces. She was about to prostrate herself before them, to beg them to spare her husband, but they raised their hands and said, "Do not despair. God has been merciful. Take this letter, go with it to Nanak Shah and your husband. Have a silver locket made, and tell your husband always to wear the locket with the letter inside. He will then have 20 more years of life, his full span." The angels disappeared, and the wife walked home. So hopeful and happy did she feel that she forgot how tired and hungry she was. When she reached Nanak Shah and her husband, she burst out, "I met the 4 angels, gave them the sweets, and look now what God in His goodness has given us." Nanak Shah read the letter, and this time when he smiled and laughed, the wife laughed joyously with him. A silversmith was called, the locket was made, and all their friends and neighbors and relatives were invited to a splendid feast. But before they ate, Nanak Shah suddenly turned serious. Laughing no longer, he stood before them as a truly holy and wise man of God. "Cover your faces," he said, "and thank and worship God before you eat." They did as he commanded, and mysteriously, when they uncovered their faces, he was gone. They never saw him again. How not to get to heaven. A weaver had a single field in which he grew crops and vegetables to feed his family. He would get up at dawn every day to be out in the field, to tend it before he started his day's work as a weaver, and by dint of his untiring efforts, everything he planted grew, and his wife and 4 children, by and large, had enough to eat. But one year, at the height of the growing season, he went to his field and found it had been trampled on. Many of the plants were damaged. Who could have done this? The weaver was a trusting, honest sort of man, not very bright, often teased by his fellow villagers, but popular, and he didn't imagine that anyone could have spoiled his field out of malice. He asked the other weavers, "Who or what do you think has been trampling on my field at night? It looks as if it were done by a heavy stone." "Perhaps," said the weavers with a chuckle, "it was done by the village grindstones. They must have got up at night and danced on your field." Puzzled by this, but believing them nonetheless, the villager went round all the grindstones in the village and tied them firmly to the ground with stout twine. The villagers were mightily amused by this, but they didn't want to hurt his feelings by telling him not to be so stupid. The next morning, he went to his field and found that more damage had been done, worse than before. Scratching his head with dismay, he went to his weaver friends again. "Who or what can be doing it?" he asked. "It can't be the grindstones. I tied them all up firmly." "Then perhaps it's the rice pounders," said the weavers, doing their best to suppress their mirth. "They must have got up in the night, hopped along to your field when everyone was asleep, and danced merrily there." Still not suspecting that they were teasing him, the weaver went round all the houses in the village, asked for the rice pounders, and tied them up with his strongest weaver's twine. The villagers were happy to help him with this, and the weavers followed him round, giggling when he wasn't looking, and pedantically checking the knots. But the next morning, when he went to the field, yet again it had been trampled on, and there wasn't much of his crops and vegetables left. Really alarmed now at what would happen to his family without the food he grew, the weaver went back to the field that evening and sat down under a bush to see what was causing the damage. The night was dark, the air grew chilly, and the ground felt hard, but the weaver doggedly sat there, huddled under a shawl, trying even to control the sound of his breathing, so as not to be heard. Suddenly, when it must have been the very middle of the night, he saw a majestic elephant descending from the sky. It was Indra's elephant, so it had all the ornaments and trappings of heaven. The jewels on its girdle and the gold brocade of its howdah sparkled in the starlight, and its pure white tusks gleamed. The weaver watched in astonishment as the elephant performed a stately dance to the celestial sound of the flutes and drums of heaven. But even the most elegant of elephants has heavy, large feet, and by the time the dance was finished, the field was a rutted, churned-up mess. No seedlings left at all. Horrified, but also entranced by the divine magnificence of the elephant, the weaver ran out in the field and grabbed hold of its tail. Instantly, the elephant flew up again, up into the huge night sky, straight back to heaven, with the weaver hanging on. It was all too quick and amazing to frighten the weaver. Within seconds, he was there, up amidst the gods in heaven, watching scantily clad dancing nymphs, eating heavenly food from golden dishes, drinking nectar with waves of ravishing music, washing round his ears. He reclined on the softest cushions and seemed fully one of the assembled company. Nobody took special notice of him. He stayed there for a day, in the lap of delectable luxury. But by the evening, he was beginning to worry about his family. The elephant was sitting close by and was beginning to rise to its feet. With his wits sharpened by the air and nourishment of heaven, the weaver caught hold of its tail again, and it immediately flew off, whisking him back to earth, back to his small field. This time, the weaver didn't stay to watch the trampling dance, but ran straight to his family and friends. "Come with me," he shouted. "Come to my field. It was Indra's elephant who was trampling on my field. But if you hold on to its tail, you'll be whisked up to heaven, where there are sights and luxuries you could never imagine. I should know, for I've been there for the whole of the last day." Convinced that the weaver had gone mad, but humoring him still, and even somewhat ashamed that their teasing had encouraged his fantasies, his wife and children, and brothers and sisters, and cousins, and their families, and his fellow weavers, and most of the other people of the village, followed the weaver to the field. By the time they got there, the elephant had finished its dance, and was just about to leave, but the weaver grabbed its tail and yelled to the others to hang on too. His wife clung to her husband's legs, their children hung on to hers, and as the elephant took off, slightly slowed this time, by the increased weight on its tail, everyone else hung on too, arms to legs, to form an immense human chain. Up the elephant flew, with the human chain behind it, the children shrieking with excitement at the best fairground ride they had ever had, the adults vowing never to make fun of the weaver again. The weaver, however, suddenly thought, "How am I going to earn my living in heaven? Weaving is the only thing I can do, but I didn't see any looms there, and how can I weave without a loom? Oh, help! Oh, woe! Oh, disaster!" And as he began to wail and fret at forgetting his loom, he let go of the elephant's tail so that he could wring his hands, and immediately he and his wife and children and their kinsfolk and friends and all the villagers came hurtling down to earth again. Fortunately, they landed in the field, which had been so well trampled by the elephant that it was soft and muddy, and none of them was badly hurt. The story doesn't say what happened to the weaver's field after that. Maybe Indra's elephant moved on to a different field, with a firmer, less trampled surface. But they do say when they tell the story, "Now you know why weavers never get to heaven." Foreigner's privilege. Many years ago, a man from Kabul in Afghanistan came to India for the first time. He was from a simple background and knew only his own language. He had picked up just a very few words of Hindustani. But somehow, he managed to get around without mishap, until one day he got into trouble over some sweets. Sweet sellers in India are skilled at laying out their wares in pretty piles and patterns, and when the man saw a particularly tempting display in the street of a small town, he stopped to admire it. There was one type of sweet, round, golden in color, but with a sprinkling of silver dust that he had never seen before, and he pointed at it to find out its name, intending to buy only one. Thinking that he was asking for the general word for sweets, the sweet seller said, "Khaja." The Afghan had heard this word when sitting down to meals in eating places, and, indeed, it also means eat. He thought that the sweet seller was hospitably inviting him to eat the sweets for nothing. So he took not just one, but 4 of them in his hand. He stuffed them into his mouth and smiled appreciatively, for they were delicious, better than any sweets he had ever tasted. The sweet seller then asked him to pay for the sweets. Wanting to retain the Afghan as a customer, he did this in a friendly, courteous way. Besides, why should he have imagined that the man wouldn't pay for just 4 sweets? But the Afghan didn't understand what he was saying and thought he was just being welcoming and polite. He bowed and thanked him graciously in his own language and walked away serenely. Naturally enough, the sweet seller now started shouting and hurling abuse at him. But the street was noisy, and the Afghan, who was a bit deaf as well as innocent, didn't notice anything untoward and continued to walk off down the street. The sweet seller didn't dare leave his mounds of sweets unattended, but fortunately he saw a policeman at a crossing nearby, and he hailed him and beckoned him over. Complaining loudly about the man who had eaten 4 of his sweets without paying, he pointed him out to the policeman, just as the Afghan was turning a corner. The policeman charged off down the street to catch the Afghan, and although he had only caught a glimpse of him before he had gone down a left-hand street, his distinctive clothes and turban made him easy to spot. The policeman quickly caught up with him and arrested him. In those days, policemen could more or less impose whatever punishment they wanted for petty crime, and the punishments were, of course, often very cruel. This particular policeman was not cruel, but he was strict and stern, and he decided on a punishment that might impress the Afghan's people when he returned home, and make them understand that in India, even the theft of 4 sweets is taken seriously. So he led the Afghan to the police station and ordered one of the underlings there to remove the man's turban and shave his head. Shaving with a cut-throat razor requires care, even when it is being done as a punishment, and the Afghan thought that the head shaving was some kind of honor. He had noticed monks and holy men with shaven heads, and they seemed to receive special veneration from the people. So he continued to smile. The policeman then gave further orders that the Afghan's shaved head should be smeared with tar, that he should be mounted on a donkey, and driven out of town in a procession with drums beating. The tar was warm when it was applied and did not feel unpleasant, so the Afghan again assumed that this was some kind of ceremony, and when the donkey was brought and he was told to mount it, he did so with dignity and pleasure. In his own country, a man on a horse, or even a donkey, immediately commanded respect. The procession that built up when the donkey was driven along the streets was even more impressive, and the beating drums were confirmation that he was being treated as an honored guest. So he continued to smile broadly and waved and bowed regally at the crowd. He even misinterpreted their laughter as applause and their jeers as cheers. By the time he reached the outskirts of the town, he was so happy and jolly that the man who owned the donkey and who had been leading it along hadn't the heart to be unpleasant. He helped him down and sent him on his way, shaking his head in wonder at the puzzling ways of foreigners. On his return to Afghanistan, the man was asked by his friends and family how it had been done in India. "Wonderful country," he said. "You can point to sweets in the street, and they give you some for free. Then they take you along to one of their houses and shave your head, which is a special mark of respect. They anoint your head with warm, soothing ointment, rather sticky and hard to wash off, but I dare say it's good for the skin. And they honor their visitors with a ceremonial ride through the town on a donkey, with a long procession, cheering crowds, and drums beating. I shall always remember the kindness I received there. I only wish I had filled my bag with those delicious sweets, so you could all taste them too." The Impotent King. What's the worst thing that can happen to a man, and particularly to a king, who has totally failed in his royal duty if he fails to produce a son, an heir? Why? To be impotent, of course. The king in this story had suffered from this affliction for many years. Every conceivable cure and remedy had been tried by doctors from every kind of background, Hindu, Muslim, foreign, but to no avail. One day, news got about that a famous dervish had arrived in the kingdom, and that he was magically capable of curing all kinds of ills. Fearful of the humiliation of being seen to try yet another unsuccessful remedy, the king stole out at night in disguise and met with the dervish in the seedy lodging house where he was staying. To the dervish himself, however, he tearfully revealed who he was. He told him of his many years of despair, how the queens in the harem had long since given up trying to attract or arouse him, and, indeed, the sight of them made him feel sick. He found it distressing to see even a picture or sculpture of a woman, and had ordered all such things to be removed from his palace. He told the dervish miserably, gladly abandon his throne and adopt the life of a celibate ascetic. But how could he do so until he had a son, an heir? The dervish listened to the king compassionately, but also with a wry glint in his eye. Then, without saying anything, he took out a small vial from the folds of his robe. The liquid inside the vial glowed phosphorescently in the ill-lit room where they were sitting, and when the dervish held it to his lips, it lit up his stubbly face. He drank 3/4 of it and gave the rest to the king, saying, "This is a precious elixir. Treat it with respect. Take only 1 drop each morning. For 3 days, I think you will find it will help you." Hoping against hope that this, at last, would be the answer, the king took the elixir back to his palace and, the next morning, carefully poured a single drop of it onto a spoon and drank it reverently. Immediately he felt a stirring in his loins that he had not felt for years, and for the rest of the day the same feelings continued, quite distracting him from his royal duties. Tempted to visit his harem that evening for the first time in years, he said to himself, "No, I had better wait till I have followed the dervish's full instructions. 2 more drops to go." He went to sleep happily, with the newfound strength between his legs, exciting him to delicious fantasies and dreams. The next morning, when he took the second drop, the effect was electrifying. He could scarcely get through his day of official engagements. So desperate was he to get to his harem and demonstrate his new powers to one queen after another. But again, through a massive effort of self-control, he resolved to wait till the dervish's miraculous cure was complete. The next morning, after he had taken the 3rd drop, he could hold back no longer. He rushed straight to the harem before breakfast, and although the queens were initially none too pleased at being woken so early, when they realized what he wanted and how wonderfully changed he was, they were happy to oblige. For if impotence is the worst thing that can happen to a king, is not childlessness the worst thing for a queen? For several days the king was in a state of continuous rapture. He declared a week of public holidays, largely to give himself maximum time in the harem, and although he gave no public explanation for this, it soon got around what had happened, and his courtiers and subjects were very happy to follow his amorous example, with startling consequences 9 months later for the kingdom's birth rate. When the week was over and the king realized that he had duties other than procreation, he also remembered the dervish. Not only did he wish to thank him, but he also wanted to know how the dervish, who was a celibate holy man, could cope with drinking 3/4 of the elixir, when even 3 drops of it were so powerful. Disguising himself again, the king crept out late that evening, and found the dervish again in the ill-lit, noxious lodging-house. Prostrating himself before the dervish with profound reverence and gratitude, the king thanked him effusively for curing his impotence, promised him an unlimited reward, and then asked him the question that had been puzzling him. The dervish's eyes glinted even more sharply, and for a while he said nothing. Then slowly and impressively he said, "I shall answer that question tomorrow, Your Majesty, if you live that long. For my knowledge of the future tells me that you will die tonight. Unless that is, I can do something to save you. My elixir restored one part of your body to life. Let it work now on the whole of you." He then brought out from his robe another vial of the elixir, and the gleam of it made a fiery track of light, as he raised it to the king's lips this time, and emptied it down his throat, every drop. Last time, the dervish's cure had worked. But would it work a second time? Would it save the king from the sudden death that the dervish said he was fated to meet that very night? Trembling with terror, the king returned to his palace and went not to the harem, but to the solitary bed in which he had lain so miserably night after night, through all the years of his impotence. Worried that their newly amorous husband had not reappeared, the queens came on tiptoe into his bedroom. But the king waved them away and buried his head under the bedclothes, with a muffled wail that there was now no point, and that they should leave him in peace. "He must have worn himself out," said one queen to the others. "We'd better leave him to rest, and let's hope he'll be in a better state again tomorrow evening." "There won't be a tomorrow evening," groaned the king, overhearing what they had said. And he curled himself up even more tightly, with nothing in his mind but the dread and horror of his imminent death, unless, please God, the dervish's elixir, against all expectations, was going to save him. The night wore on, with the king writhing and moaning and counting the hours each time the clock in the palace tower struck, its sonorous bell sounding like his death knell. Eventually, he sank into a stunned, exhausted stupor. He was roused again by the dawn sun shining in through chinks in his shuttered windows, and within a few minutes his hopes and spirits had revived. His desires too, for clearly the elixir had worked a second time. He was alive. He was a man, ready to rush to the harem and greet his wives with a joy and relief that only a fully potent husband can express. At the end of the happiest day in his life, when even the signing of papers and reception of ambassadors was an unqualified pleasure, he stole out of the palace for a third time, disguised as before, to find and thank the dervish. The dervish was sitting on the dark veranda outside the lodging house when the king arrived. With a steely glint in his eye, he said, "Well, your majesty, did you enjoy your begums last night?" "You must be joking," said the king. "You told me I would die. How could I even think of the begums with the prospect of imminent death?" "That was but to teach you a lesson," said the dervish. "I knew you would not die, but you asked me how I could drink so much of the elixir and not be maddened with lust. Now you have the answer. When the prospect of death was in your mind, you had no thoughts of the begums, no stirrings of desire at all. You drank a whole vial of the elixir, but it made not the slightest difference. Thus it is with me, who must, as a dervish, be ever conscious of death. It dances before my eyes every moment of the day, and the glint that it gives them is not the gleam that is in your eyes when you enter your harem, which can only be there when death is wholly forgotten. My duty is to prepare constantly for death, so the elixir does nothing for me. Yours is to beget an heir, so for you it worked very well. I ask no reward for helping you, except that you should learn and remember this lesson, that we men are potent only when we can forget death." And with that, the dervish rose and melted into the shadows of the dingy lodging house. The king returned to his palace, chastened. Thereafter, on nights when the dervish's lesson was on his mind, he stayed away from the harem, but on others he was vigorously there, and the queens thanked God every day for this balance in their husband's life. Matches and mismatches. Why are some couples perfectly matched and others ill-matched? It is to do with who they were in their previous lives, as is shown by the story. There was a courtier in Benares called Singha Parakrama, who had won great acclaim for his prowess in battle and also for his skill as a gambler. But he had the misfortune to be married to a very bad-tempered and greedy woman called Kalakari, and their 3 grown-up sons always sided with her. Like many good men married to unpleasant wives, he tried to pacify her by indulging her. Almost all the money that the king of Benares gave him for his military feats, as well as his winnings in gambling contests, he gave to her. But she and their sons still kept shouting and complaining. "You are always away from home, always enjoying yourself gambling and eating and drinking, yet you never give us anything." In the end, he got fed up with this and left the house to go on a pilgrimage to the shrine of the goddess Durga in the Vindhya hills. He prayed and fasted there, and before long, the goddess appeared to him in a dream. "Have courage," she said. "You are my devoted servant, and I shall reward you for your piety and goodness. Return to your city of Benares, and find an immense Nyagrodha tree that grows there. Dig down to its roots, and you will find a hoard of treasure. Leave the treasure, except for a large dish made of emerald. It will gleam as brightly as a polished sword blade, and will be as beautiful as a piece of the night sky come down to earth. Hold it up and gaze into it like a mirror. You will see reflected in it the previous lives of anyone you wish to think about. It will tell you who you were in your last life, and who your wife was, and Armed with that knowledge, you will be able to redirect your domestic life along a happier path. Siha Parakrama woke up from his dream in amazement, scarcely able to believe it. But he decided he had nothing to lose by following the goddess's instructions, and he returned to Banaras with a spring in his step. The tree was not hard to find, as no other of that species in Banaras was taller. Having identified it by day, he returned to it at dead of night with a spade and started digging. Sure enough, when he had dug down to the roots, he discovered a large metal box with a hoard of treasure inside it. Rings, necklaces, gold and silver goblets, and dishes. Everything the goddess had said had been wholly true so far, so he stuck to her instructions and had no thought of taking the treasure. In any case, if his wife and sons had got wind of it, he would have ended up handing it over to them. But he combed through the box for the emerald dish and found it at the bottom. It was so large that it almost covered the bottom of the box. He picked it up in both hands, and it gleamed in the moonlight and reflected the stars so brightly that it was indeed like a piece of the night sky. He focused his thoughts on himself and his wife in turn, and saw to his amazement that he had been a lion in his previous life, whereas his wife had been a vicious she-bear. He could see her clearly in the dish, growling and prowling and stabbing at the air with her sharp, shiny claws. Bear she may have been, but in manner and temperament, she was the very image of his wife, whereas he, though he was too modest to say this to himself, was reflected most accurately in the patience and nobility of the lion. Now he understood why he and his wife were so ill-matched. How can a lion be married to a bear? And the children of such a union are bound to be monstrosities. He realized that there was no point in hoping for any change in his wife and sons, or a reconciliation between him and them. He would find happiness only by seeking a new, more compatible wife. He took the dish home and kept it in a secret place in the house. When his wife wasn't looking, he would take it out, stare deeply into its gleaming surface, and focus his thoughts on all the unmarried girls of whom he knew in turn. He knew quite a few, for it was time to start looking for wives for his sons, so he'd be able to seek out unmarried girls without arousing suspicion. He ruled out any girl who, in a previous existence, had belonged to an alien species or caste, even if she was beautiful and her parents were well-born and prosperous. But in the end, he found a girl who the dish told him had been a lioness, and he knew that she would be the best match for him. With his fame and prosperity, he was a catch for any girl, and the story tells that he married the girl who had been a lioness, and called her Sihasri, which means beauty of a lioness. He settled his ex-wife and their sons in a different town, in the best house there, and with the most generous allowance that he could afford. It is not said that they thought of the deal, but all they had ever wanted from him was money, so perhaps they were satisfied. He returned the emerald dish to the hoard of treasure and buried it well, for he had no more need of it. So happy and contented was he now with his new wife, Sihasri. The Brahmin, the tiger, and the clever jackal. Some villagers had caught a tiger and put him in a large iron cage. A Brahmin was walking by, and the tiger called out to him in a piteous voice, saying, "Please, sir, it is so hot here in this cage in the heat of the sun, and I am dying of thirst. Let me out for a minute, so that I can go to that pool nearby and drink." "You must be joking," said the Brahmin. "If I let you out, you will leap upon me and eat me." "No, no, kind sir," said the tiger. "I could never be so ungrateful. All I want is a drink of water. As soon as I have had it, I shall return to the cage, and you can lock me in again." The Brahmin had a kind, trusting nature, and the tiger indeed looked very parched and miserable. So he gave in to his pleas and opened the cage door. At once the tiger leapt out and said, in a cruel, roaring voice, this time, "Thank you for being such a fool. I shall tear you apart with my teeth and claws and eat you, and then go down to the pool to rinse out my mouth." "Steady on," said the Brahmin, inwardly terrified but outwardly keeping his cool. "Even you must agree that you have broken your promise and abused my kindness. But you may think that it is your right, as a tiger, to act in this way. Will you permit me to ask the opinion of 6 others before you kill and eat me? If they all agree that you have acted justly, then I shall calmly submit myself to your greed." The tiger was happy with this suggestion, for he had no doubt that it was his dharma to kill and eat men, and that anyone they consulted would agree to the natural justice of his cruel behavior. The tiger and the Brahmin walked along the road together, and the first thing they came to was a large banyan tree. "O shady banyan tree," said the Brahmin, "will you give your opinion on a point of justice? I let this tiger out of his cage because he wanted a drink of water, but as soon as he was free he threatened to kill and eat me. Was this a just and proper way to behave?" "You speak very sweetly," said the banyan, "but I do not think much of the race of men. They often rest under my shady branches, but then they cut them off for firewood, and waste and scatter the leaves that give them shade. Such ungratefulness deserves no mercy. So, I think the tiger is fully justified in his treatment of you. Let him eat you forthwith, and I hope he enjoys his savage meal." "You hear what he says?" roared the tiger. "Why should I delay any more? I'm hungry." "Steady on," said the Brahmin. "You agreed to seek the opinion of 6 others, and there are still 5 to go." "Very well, if you must," snarled the tiger, "but it won't do you any good in the end." They walked on, and in turn they sought the opinion of a camel, a bullock, an eagle, and an alligator. They all agreed with the tiger, not the Brahmin, using as their argument the cruelty of men towards them, and how any punishment of that cruelty merited their full support. The camel described how his master starved him and beat him, now that he was old and could no longer work for as long or carry such heavy loads as in his younger days. The bullock described how he had been left by the roadside to die, now that he was too old to work. The eagle spoke of how men were only interested in shooting her with arrows, or climbing up to her nest to steal her eggs, or her chicks. And the alligator said that men found it great sport to catch and kill him, as soon as he poked his nose out of the water where he lived. With each animal's opinion, the tiger grew more and more vainglorious and impatient. "You hear what they all say?" he said. "I knew that every one would agree with me. I've waited long enough. Prepare now for my jaws and claws." "By my reckoning," said the Brahmin, "there is still one opinion left to seek. And remember, if only one of the 6 judges agrees with me and disagrees with you, you must let me go free and return to your cage." Growled the tiger, but he kept to the bargain, certain that he could not lose, and that the Brahmin would soon be inside his stomach. The last judge they consulted was a jackal. The jackal listened attentively to the source of their dispute, and then said, "This is a very ticklish issue, and I cannot decide on it in a hurry. To come to a considered opinion, I need to see exactly where the dispute began." There seemed no harm in this, so the tiger and the Brahmin walk back with the jackal to the empty cage. "Good," said the jackal, "but I'd also like to see exactly where you each stood." "I was right here," said the Brahmin, "in front of the cage by the side of the road." "And where were you?" asked the jackal of the tiger. "I was inside the cage," said the tiger. "And which way were you looking?" asked the jackal. "I can't judge the matter correctly and know what was in your head until I see the exact place and position of your head." "I can't understand why you should be so fussy," said the tiger with some annoyance. "But if you must know, I was like this." The tiger then stepped back into the cage and struck up the same piteous pose he was in when the Brahmin first saw him. "And was the door of the cage open or shut?" "It was shut," said the tiger and the Brahmin together. "Show me how," said the jackal. The Brahmin then shut and bolted the door of the cage, and the jackal said, "You do not need my opinion now, you cruel and ungrateful tiger. You are safely back in your cage where you belong, and this good, kind Brahmin can now proceed on his journey unmolested." The tiger roared and growled and scrabbled at the bars of his cage, but there was nothing he could do now, as the Brahmin walked on one way, and the jackal scampered off in another. The grateful Brahmin wished, from the bottom of his heart, that he could have thanked and rewarded the jackal properly, but maybe to have outwitted the tiger so cleverly was reward enough. The Virtuous Brahmin's Children. In a town called Devakamalapura, a virtuous Brahmin called Chandraswamin lived with his equally dignified and dutiful wife, Devamati. They had a son who was born with auspicious marks, and at his birth they heard a voice from heaven telling them to name him Mahapala, which means Earth Protector or King. Mahapala was brought up carefully by them, and even before he was fully grown, he was distinguished not only for his learning, but also for his skill with weapons. He had a sister called Chandravati, who was as beautiful and well-mannered as her brother was handsome and accomplished. All in all, they were a perfect family. The king of Devakamalapura, however, was not so fortunate or virtuous. When a drought and famine afflicted his kingdom, he took to rapine and banditry, stealing from his subjects instead of protecting and helping them. Devamati grew alarmed for the welfare of her son and daughter, and said to her husband, "It is no longer safe here. Let us flee to my father's house." "It is sinful to flee from one's native country during a famine," said Chandraswamin. "We should stay and help our neighbors. However, I agree that we should also consider our sons and daughters' future. Let me take them to your father's house and leave them with him. I'll then return to you here." Reluctantly, Devamati agreed to this. She would rather have kept the family together, and her husband set out with Mahapala and Chandravati. The journey was long, and the fierce hot weather that had caused the drought oppressed them sorely. They reached a huge desert with nothing but burning hot sand and a few withered trees. The boy and girl were too thirsty and exhausted to cross it. So Chandraswamin told them to rest under one of the trees while he searched for water. As he trudged along the edge of the desert in search of a pool or stream, he encountered a band of dacoits who were also adherents of a cult that went in for human sacrifice. Not quite realizing how dangerous they were, Chandraswamin asked them if they could take him to some water. "Of course we can," said their leader with sly curtsy. "These two men will take you." But he indicated to them with a glance and gesture that the Brahmin should not be let free, and they took him to a village where he was tightly bound and chained. Chandraswamin now understood what was in store for him, and he grieved and lamented bitterly for his son and daughter, whom he had left defenseless on the edge of the desert. "How could I have left you alone like that?" he groaned. "And what will happen to you now that I am about to be murdered?" All he could do was resort to prayer, and he prayed fervently, as a devout Brahmin should do every morning, to the sun, praising its power and brightness, hailing it as both Shiva and Vishnu incarnate, and the divine source of victory over evil and darkness. "Have mercy on me," he prayed, "and on my beloved son and daughter, who depend on me for their protection." His prayers were effective, and before long, he heard a voice from the sky saying, "Chandraswamin, your devotion has pleased me, and your grief and remorse at having left your children unprotected have moved my heart. I shall save you all, and you will in time be reunited with your wife too. A family as loving, talented, and virtuous as yours should neither be divided nor suffer hardship or tragedy." Chandraswamin was greatly reassured by this message, and sat bound and chained, though he was, calmly and hopefully, waiting for whatever the sun god had in store for him. Meanwhile, Mahapala and Chandravati had become so worried about their father, so convinced that some terrible fate had befallen him, and were also so desperate with thirst and hunger that they had left the desolate spot where he had parted from them, and were themselves roaming along the edge of the desert, hoping against hope that they might find him. No doubt because of their father's prayers to the sun god, their fortune was better than his. They met a kind and wealthy merchant called Sartadhara, who heard their tale of woe with concern and attention, and took them to his house. They stayed there for some months, full of anxiety for their parents, but lacking nothing in food, clothing, and hospitality. The merchant was friendly with the minister of the kingdom where he lived, who was called Anantaswamin. The minister called on him one day with a splendid retinue of horses, elephants, and foot soldiers, and was much struck by the dignity and beauty of Mahapala and his sister. Sartadhara had been unsuccessful in his attempts to find their father, and the land where they said their mother still lived was distant and unknown to him. He might have been happy to keep them as his own adopted children. But they were not of the same caste. He was a Vaisya, and they were of Brahmin parentage. The minister, on the other hand, was a Brahmin and had no children of his own. He begged the merchant to let him adopt the pair. With sadness and with some reluctance, for he and his wife had grown very fond of them, Sartadhara agreed to hand Mahapala and Chandravati over to Anantaswamin. He took them to his own grand house and cared for them as if they were his own son and daughter. Again, though still separated from their parents, fortune had been kind to them. Their father's luck too had turned, for the robber chief who had captured him was visited in a dream by the sun god, to whom Chandraswamin had passionately prayed. The vision so awed and alarmed him that he went to the Brahmin where he lay in chains, and said, "We need our victims, but I have been warned in a dream that you should not be one of them. I shall therefore release you now, and command my followers to feed you well, give you fresh clothing, and set you free to continue your journey unthreatened by us." And he smiled as graciously as he could, unpleasant though he was underneath. So, Chandraswamin returned to the spot where he had left his children. Finding, to his distress but not to his surprise, that there was no sign of them there, he roamed on, with only one thought in mind, to find them, alive or dead, even if he had to cross the 7 oceans to do so. The children found. Wandering far and wide in search of his son and daughter, Chandraswamin reached a city called Jalapara on the shore of the sea. A fellow Brahmin offered him hospitality there and mentioned over supper, when he had heard how Mahapala and Chandravati had been so tragically lost, that a merchant called Kanakavarman had been in the town recently with a very handsome boy and girl, whom he said he had found wandering in the wilderness. He had taken them with him in his ship to the island of Narikela, or at least that's where he said he was going. New hope sprang in Chandraswamin's heart when he heard this, and he immediately set about looking for a way of sailing to the island, for he had no doubt that the children must be his. He found another merchant who was going there, and paid him handsomely to take him on his ship. But when he got to the island, he was told that Kanakvarman had indeed been there, but had now sailed on to another island. Chandraswamin followed him there, but was disappointed again, and this went on for some months. Each time he reached an island, he was told that Kanakvarman had sailed on to another, and finally he was told that the merchant had returned to the mainland, to his own city of Chitrakuta. Wearily, Chandraswamin followed him there, having spent nearly all his money on paying for so many voyages. But he had not given up hope, and it was in joyful anticipation of seeing his children again that he finally arrived at the merchant's house. The merchant received him kindly and listened to his story with attentive concern. But when the two children whom he had found and looked after were brought in, Chandraswamin saw at once that they were not his. To be so cruelly disappointed after so long a search was too much for his sensitive, dutiful, loyal heart, and he broke into helpless sobs of grief. The merchant Kanakvarman did his best to console him, but all Chandraswamin could say was, "If I do not find my son and daughter within a year, I shall devote myself to extreme austerities on the banks of the holy Ganga, till I leave this wretched body of mine." A wandering seer was passing when he made this vow, and he stopped to say, "Do not despair. You will, I am certain of it, find your children by the grace of the goddess Narayani." This comforting promise reminded him of how the sun god had spoken to him, and Chandraswamin's hope and faith began to revive. He took leave of the merchant Kanakavarman and continued on his way. One night, when he was walking through a remote forest, he climbed into a tree to sleep, fearing attacks from wild beasts. But it proved difficult to sleep in such an uncomfortable place, and he found himself watching with astonishment a nighttime gathering of female religious adepts, who by their magic and incantations succeeded in summoning a visitation by none other than Narayani herself. And when they had finished their mysterious rites and departed, the goddess remained behind in the glade under the tree, accompanied only by a divine handmaiden of such voluptuous beauty that Chandraswamin was instantly attracted to her. Knowing that he was watching, the goddess called him down from the tree and said, "You need not tell me who you are. I know that already. I only have one question, and you must answer it truthfully. Are you in love with my handmaiden, at whom you were gazing from the tree and of whom you cannot take your eyes now?" Virtuous and honest as always, Chandraswamin stammered bashfully, "Alas, great mother, I am, though I know I should not be." "Because you have spoken the truth," said the goddess, "I present her to you. Take her to your bed and enjoy her fully." Even more embarrassed, Chandraswamin said, "I cannot do that. It would be a sinful betrayal of my beloved wife. Attracted to her I may be, but I still have the self-control to resist that attraction. Please do not tempt me any more." "I was pleased by your truthfulness," said the goddess, "but I am even more pleased with you for passing my second test. As a reward for your virtuous self-restraint, I give you this unfading lotus. It has the power to deflect all poison." And with that, she vanished. Rubbing his eyes with amazement, Chandraswamin would have dismissed all this as a dream, had he not got in his hand the lotus that the goddess had given him. Wandering on in a daze, he reached the city of Tarapura, which was none other than the city where the minister Ananthaswamin lived, with the lovely youth and girl he had adopted, Mahapala and Chandravati, the son and daughter of Chandraswamin. But as he entered the city, he heard cries of grief all around him. And when he asked why, he was told by the people there, our king's noble minister, Ananthaswamin's adopted son, Mahapala, whom he loves even more than a father can love a son of his own, has been bitten by a snake and is dying. No doctor has been able to find an antidote to the poison. "Where is he?" cried Chandraswamin frantically, and rushed to the house they pointed out to him. Without knocking or introducing himself, he ran straight to the room where he could hear the loudest lamentations, and found his son surrounded by all the family, with his sister kneeling beside him. He put the unfading lotus to the nose of the boy, and immediately color returned to his face. His eyes opened, and he sat up, completely cured of the poison. There is quite a bit more to this story, but all of it is happy. For not only did Mahapala and Chandravati recognize and acknowledge their beloved father, but the noble minister Ananthaswamin accepted and honored him too, despite his own great love for his adopted son and daughter. Chandraswamin's wife, the faithful Devamati, was brought to Tarapura to rejoin her husband and children, and the king of the city was so impressed with Mahapala's looks and intelligence that he married him to his daughter. Finally, when the king died, Mahapala inherited the kingdom, for the king had no son of his own, and thus was the prophecy of Mahapala's birth fulfilled, that he would one day be a king. The Terrified Ghost. A barber and his wife were not very happy together, as she kept on complaining that he didn't earn enough, and she didn't get enough to eat. "Before I married you," she nagged, "I lived well in my parents' house and never felt hungry. But now I have to fast like a widow. I feel as if I've become a widow already. So useless are you as a husband. Why did you marry me in the first place, if you didn't have enough to keep me?" She got so angry with him that she beat him with a broomstick. The barber was at his wit's end. He was a peaceful man, and didn't want to return his wife's cruel words and blows with anger of his own. So, in the end, he walked out of the house, vowing that he would not return until he had enough money to keep her contented. He wandered from village to village, and when night fell, he lay down under a tree, depressed and exhausted, wondering what on earth he was going to do. It so happened that a ghost lived in the tree above him, and seeing a man stretched out beneath its place of abode, it naturally enough decided to kill and devour him. So it came down from the tree and loomed over the barber, with its arms outstretched and its savage mouth gaping, and said, "I am a ghost, and I feed on human beings. You will be my next meal. Prepare to be torn apart by my fangs, for nothing can save you." The barber was already so depressed and ready to die that he wasn't as terrified as a man would normally be on seeing a ghost. Fatalism made him quite calm and rational, and to his own surprise, a clever idea came to him. Sitting up with the ghost towering over him, its vicious teeth glinting in the moonlight, its mouth emitting a blast of chilly air, the barber said, "You think you can destroy me? But let me show you first how many ghosts I have captured and put into my bag. I am pleased that you have come, for now I can add to their number." He then opened the bag in which he carried the tools of his barber's trade: comb, scissors, soap, razor, strop, whetstone, shaving brush, and mirror. He took out the mirror and held it up in front of the devilish face of the ghost. "See here," he said, "I took this out of my bag, and by looking at it carefully, you will know what I keep in the bag." He held the mirror so that the moonlight shone into it, and the ghost peered into it. To its horror, for ghosts can indeed feel horror as well as inspire horror in others, it saw its own ghostly face, and not being familiar with mirrors, assumed that it was the face of another ghost that the barber had trapped in his bag. "Help!" it screeched. "I beg you, do not trap me in your bag like this ghost I see. Tell me what I can do for you in return for your mercy." Growing in confidence, the barber said incisively, "Bring me 1,000 gold mohurs, and also, by the end of tomorrow, I want you to build a granary outside my house and fill it with paddy. If you fail to do those two things, I shall catch you and put you into my bag." The terrified ghost meekly floated away to carry out what the barber had demanded. Using the powers of invisibility that ghosts possess, it entered the treasury of the local ruler, stole 1,000 gold mohurs, and returned to the barber before the night was over. Thrilled in his heart at seeing the money, but maintaining his cunning and severity, the barber said, "Very well, one task has been accomplished. Now go and build the granary. I shall expect to see it ready and full of paddy by tomorrow night." The ghost melted away, and the barber walked back to his house, carrying the bag of mohurs and singing happily. His wife, who had been lying awake all night worrying about him and bitterly regretting her bad temper, heard him approach and rushed to unbolt the door. "See what I have got for you," said the barber, and tipped the bag of mohurs out onto the floor. His wife's delight and amazement at seeing the money knew no bounds, and for the rest of that day she treated him with more affection and attention than he had known in all the years of their marriage. Meanwhile, the terrified ghost slaved away all day, first building the granary, then carrying bale after bale of paddy to fill it up. An uncle of the ghost's saw its labors, which were not only unremitting, but were also being carried out in broad daylight, when all decent ghosts should be soundly asleep. It asked what on earth it was doing. The ghost explained what had happened and said in an anxious, tearful voice, for even a ghost can shed tears, that if it didn't complete the task, it would be caught and trapped in the barber's bag, like the other ghosts he had caught. "Nonsense," said the uncle. "No human being, let alone a stupid barber, can catch and bag a ghost. He must have tricked you." "No, no," said the ghost. "I assure you, you come with me this evening when I've finished the job, and you'll see how powerful the barber is." So the uncle came along with the nephew when the granary was full. "Look in through the window," said the nephew ghost. "He's there inside, feasting on the enormous meal his wife has cooked him, now that they have all those mohurs to spend." The moon was high again now, and was shining into the room where the barber sat eating, his wife sitting on the ground beside him, fanning him lovingly. The barber was just about to think of looking for the granary that the ghost had promised to build and fill, when a chilly gust of wind indicated the presence of a ghost outside the window. But when he looked out of the window, he saw not the face he remembered, but another ghostly face, even more repulsive, the face of the ghost's uncle. With the same presence of mind that had saved him before, he whipped the mirror out of his barber's bag again, and held it up to the uncle ghost's face, in the full moonlight. "See here," he said, "I have warned one of your number before. I capture ghosts and keep them in my bag. This came out of my bag. And what is it you see?" The uncle ghost screeched with the same terror that had struck the nephew, convinced that what the barber said was true. Gibbering and jabbering with fright, it begged the barber for mercy, promising to build another granary and fill it not with paddy but with threshed, sun-dried, finest quality rice. So the barber ended up with 2 full granaries, and he and his wife never wanted for anything again. They soon had sons and daughters, and lived happily and prosperously for the rest of their days. The Mouse Maiden. A holy man who lived on the banks of the Ganga was not only immensely learned, but he had also developed astonishing magical powers. Early one morning, when he was saying his prayers after bathing in the Ganga, a hawk flew over his head. As it passed, it dropped a mouse, and the holy man, as agile in body as he was in mind, managed to catch it in his cupped hands. He looked at it carefully and saw that it was a female and was perfectly formed in every way, with beady black eyes, a neatly curling tail, and a sleek brown pelt. "I like you," said the holy man to the mouse, "and I'd like to keep you and bring you up as my daughter. But mice don't live very long, so I think I'll change you into a little girl." So, with a specially powerful mantra that only he knew, he turned the mouse into a baby girl, as perfect and beautiful as the mouse had been. He took the baby home to his wife and said, "You have been pinning for a child for a long time, but God has not given you one of your own. Now, through the grace of God, this little girl has fallen into my hands. She is yours to bring up as our daughter, provided you do not ask me where she came from." His wife was so entranced by the beauty of the baby, and so happy to have a child to look after at last, that she took the baby into her arms without any questions. And thereafter, she thought of the Mouse Maiden entirely, as she would have if she had been her natural daughter. They were kind and good parents, and the baby grew up into a maiden who dazzled everyone with her beauty and intelligence. As the time to find her husband approached, the holy man and his wife began to think about who would be most worthy of her. "Our daughter is so beautiful," said the holy man, "that I think she should marry someone who is greater than anyone else. How about the sun? No one is greater than the sun." Used to accepting her husband's opinion without question, his wife agreed. The holy man uttered another of his unique and powerful mantras, and the sun came down. "Why have you called me?" asked the sun. "I'd like you to marry my daughter. Her beauty is unparalleled, and I'm sure you will agree that no bride would suit you better." But before the sun could say anything, the Mouse Maiden, who was standing nearby, said, "No, father, I know you mean well, but I think I can do better than that. The sun is so fiery and hot. How could I ever get close to him?" The holy man was saddened by this, but he loved his daughter too much to force her to marry anyone against her will. So he said to the sun, "You heard what my daughter thinks? Is there anyone greater than you?" "The cloud is greater than I am," said the sun. "He is so powerful that when he covers my face, I cannot shine. Try asking him." So the holy man called on the cloud to come down. "Why have you called me?" asked the cloud. But before the holy man could answer this time, his daughter said, "I can't marry him. He is dull and dark and depressing. Please find someone else." The holy man was beginning to get worried by his daughter's choosiness, but he doted on her and wanted to please her always. So he said to the cloud, "I called you down on the sun's advice. He said you were greater than he and would make a worthy husband for my daughter. But you heard what she said. Is there anyone greater than you?" "Try the wind," said the cloud. "He is greater than I am, because he can push and drive me about wherever he likes." So the holy man called on the wind to come down. "Why have you called me, holy man?" said the wind. "I'm looking for a husband for my daughter," said the holy man, "and no one is greater than you." But before the wind could say anything, the Mouse Maiden said, No, father, just think what it would be like being married to him. He's never still for a moment. and I'd spend all my days running around after him. Please find me someone better." "You heard what she said," said the holy man to the wind. "Can you suggest anyone greater than you?" "The mountain is greater than I am," said the wind. "However hard I blow, I cannot move him. Try asking him." So the holy man, whose mantras were so powerful that they could even move mountains, called on the mountain to come down. And the mountain came and placed itself right in front of them. "Why have you called me, holy man?" asked the mountain. But again the mouse maiden butted in straightaway and said, "I can't marry him. See how hard and rough he is, and he towers so high that I can hardly see his head. Surely you can find me someone better than that." "You heard what my daughter said," said the holy man to the mountain. "I thought you would make a fine husband for her, but she says you are not good enough. Can you suggest someone greater than you are?" "The mouse is greater than I am," said the mountain. "Hard and stony though I am, he always finds ways of gnawing holes in me. Try asking him." So the holy man called on the mouse to come down, and immediately it was there, small and perky, sitting on its hind paws at the feet of the holy man, his wife and their beautiful daughter. As soon as the mouse maiden saw him, her eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands with joy. "He is the husband for me," she said. "See how perfect he is. Look at his bright beady eyes. Look at the elegant curl of his tail. And his pelt is so sleek and soft that I want to stroke and caress it already. If I could be married to him, I would love him with all my heart, and be a good and dutiful wife to him." At first the holy man felt melancholy at the prospect of losing his beautiful daughter to a mouse. But his holiness and wisdom made him accepting too, and he realized that there was only one thing to be done to make his daughter's happiness complete. Using the same miraculous mantra that had turned her from a mouse to a baby girl all those years ago, he now changed her back into a mouse, and gave her in marriage to the one she herself had chosen. The story doesn't say what his wife thought about all this, but like a husband, she only wanted her daughter to be happy, and just as she had done all along, she must have trusted him and asked no questions. The Buddha and the Tigress. Many stories are told of the previous incarnations of Lord Buddha, each one showing how, as the Bodhisattva, the Buddha to be, he revealed immense qualities of compassion and selflessness. In one story, the Buddha was born into a wealthy and noble Brahmin family. He was brought up with every care and attention, and became famous for his learning, his intelligence, and his goodness. But wealth and the admiration of others gave him no pleasure, and he decided to renounce the comforts of his home and live as a hermit in the forest, devoting himself to spiritual discipline. This made him even more famous, for people marveled that he should have given up so much to lead such a simple and austere life. He began to attract pupils, who themselves renounced the world to live with him in the forest and be instructed by him. The more famous he became, the less he cared for fame, and the more devotion he attracted from his pupils, the more detached he became from any personal ties. One day, the Bodhisattva was walking in the forest with Ajita, one of his disciples. They walked into the remotest part of the forest to find the solitude and natural beauty that are conducive to the profoundest meditation. They came to a region of hills, and in a cave on the side of a hill, they saw a tigress who had recently given birth. She was lying there, so weak from her labor that she could scarcely move. She was gaunt with hunger. Her ribs stuck out, and her eyes were hollow and listless. Her whelps kept trying to approach her to be suckled, but she kept roaring at them and frightening them away. The Bodhisattva, in his wisdom, could see that she was torn between the hunger that made her crave for her own whelps as food, and the maternal feelings that stopped her from killing and eating them. Though he remained outwardly calm, his inner compassion for her made him tremble, and so powerful was his trembling that the earth around him was shaken, as by an earthquake. Speaking in a low, measured tone that indicated the strength of feeling he was controlling, he said to Ajita, "See how starvation and weakness are driving this poor tigress close to devouring her offspring. Her roars indicate her distress. She is preventing them from coming near, lest her hunger get the better of her. Go at once and find some food for her. Meanwhile, I will try to keep her calm." The calm that the Bodhisattva radiated had indeed been shown to pacify wild beasts. The hermitage where he lived was never attacked by them, and they walked round it and through it as serenely as the hermits themselves. Ajita set off, and the Bodhisattva sat down in front of the tigress's cave. As he sat, perfectly still and balanced in his posture, he reflected further on the plight of the tigress. Why should she wait, he said to himself, for food that Ajita might not even be able to find, when my own body here could be food for her? What is this body of mine? It is only meat, no less than the body of any living creature. It is impermanent, and in due course I shall cast it off. To cling to it now, when a fellow creature is weak with starvation and in danger of committing the terrible act of killing her offspring, would be the height of selfishness. Why don't I climb up this rocky hill and hurl myself down from that ledge high above the cave? I would fall down right beside the tigress. I would be killed, and she would be able to eat my body. Her hunger would be satisfied. Her strength would be restored. She would no longer feel aggression towards her whelps, and would suckle them and bring them up. My small self-sacrifice would work towards kindness and goodness, would dismay the world's forces of evil, and would inspire in others the principle of compassion. What arguments can there be against such an action? Having reasoned with himself thus, he felt no fear or distress, but joy at the prospect of his physical death. Without any further delay, he bounded up the hillside with the grace and vigor of a gazelle, scrambled up onto the ledge, and hurled himself off it. Just as he had predicted, he fell right in front of the cave, and was immediately killed by the impact. The tigress, who had been about to abandon all maternal feelings and savagely devour her young, now saw a lifeless human corpse, so close by that she hardly had to move to reach it. She stretched out her claws, dragged herself onto the corpse, plunged her teeth into its flesh, and began to eat ravenously. By the time Ajita returned, despondent at having found no meat at all for the tigress, the Bodhisattva had been ripped to pieces. His garment had been torn off. His bones had been strewn about, and the tigress was licking up his blood. The distress and horror that Ajita felt at seeing his beloved master so devoured were immediately counteracted by the calm he had learned from him, and by wonder at so noble a sacrifice. He knew that the Bodhisattva must have willingly given his body to the tigress, for such was his power over animals that she would never have dared to attack him. The tigress was resting calmly when he left, with her whelps peacefully sucking her milk, and although the bloody remains of the corpse were still there to indicate what had happened, it was clear that the effect of the Bodhisattva's action was wholly good. Sorrowful, but filled with wonder at the example his master had shown, Ajita returned to the hermitage to tell the other disciples about it. Together, they walked in a solemn procession to the cave. The tigress and her whelps had gone, for she had the strength now to search for more food. But where the bones of the Bodhisattva lay, his disciples made a shrine, decorating it with garlands, fine garments, ornaments, and sandalwood powder, to express their reverence and love. The Compassionate Ape. In many of the Jataka stories, stories of the Buddha's previous incarnations, the Buddha is born as an animal of some kind. This one tells of his incarnation as a great and compassionate ape. The ape lived on the lower slopes of the Himalayas, enjoying the region's luxuriant vegetation, the many fruits and scented flowers that grew in its chasms, the cool and refreshing waters of its streams, and its clean air and breezes. The ape lived alone, like a hermit or ascetic, eating only leaves and fruits. Because the compassion of the Buddha lived in him, he was kind to all his fellow creatures, and even the insects loved him. One day, a man who had lost a cow wandered into the region where the ape lived, and lost his way. He clambered around through the thick trees and rocky chasms, growing more and more hungry and exhausted. In the end, he had to stop and rest, and he slumped down at the foot of a tree. He noticed some russet-colored fruit nearby, and though he had never before eaten such fruit, he was so famished that he ate it. He found it ripe and palatable, and looked around for more of the same sort. He saw that the tree from which the fruit had fallen was high up a mountainside, with branches that stretched over a cataract. One of the branches was laden with the fruit, and he decided to try to reach it. He climbed up to the tree and managed to haul himself into its branches. Then he gingerly edged along the branch that was so full of fruit, despite the terrifying drop below. Unfortunately, his weight was too much for the branch, and it snapped, with a loud crack that echoed off the surrounding rocks. The man plunged down into the cataract, but the thick foliage that grew over the water broke his fall. The water was deep there too, but there were no rocks to break his bones. He hauled himself out of the water onto the rocky bank of the cataract, but though he was still alive, and not even much bruised, he was filled with despair. How would he ever climb out of so deep a gorge? What would he eat? How would he survive the cold of the nights? The ape happened to be climbing on that same mountainside, and also saw the tree with its copious, ripe fruit. Climbing the tree, he looked down into the gorge, and saw the man below, lying helplessly beside the cataract. As the Bodhisattva, the ape could speak like a man, and he called down, "Aho there! How have you ended up in such a deep gorge? Hard even for me to reach, let alone a man." The distance between them was great, but the surrounding rocks made their voices resonant. Weak though the man was, his words were clearly audible as he called for help, saying that he fell when he was climbing along the branch of the tree for its fruit, and the branch had snapped. "I was lost," said the man. "I was desperate for something to eat." The ape was immediately filled with compassion for the man, and set about trying to help him. He climbed down into the gorge with some fruit from the tree, so that the man could eat. Then he found more fruits and berries elsewhere in the gorge, and brought them to him. As an ape, he could climb out of the gorge, but he knew that the man could not do that. So he decided to carry him. First he found a rock that he judged to be as heavy as the man, and picked that up to make sure he could bear the weight. Then he told the man to climb onto his back and hold on tight while he climbed. Strong and agile though the ape was, it was exceedingly tiring and difficult for him to climb out of the gorge with the man on his back. But somehow, because of his goodness and kindness and determination, he managed to do so. When he reached the spot where the man had first eaten the fruit, he collapsed. "Please let me rest now," he said. "I will show you to safety, but first I must sleep for a while. There are wild beasts round here who might attack me while I sleep, so keep close guard." "Of course," said the man. "How could I not guard carefully one who has saved my life?" His words were polite, but in fact, his heart was quickly corrupted with evil thoughts as he watched the ape sleeping. "He says he will show me to safety," he said to himself. "But he knows only this region. How can he know how to find a way to human habitation? And even if he does guide me, I still feel so weak and tired that I won't be able to walk far. Fruits and berries may be enough for an ape, but they are not enough for me. I need meat. If I kill this ape, I shall have food that will give me strength. Then I can find my way out of the forest myself." Thoughtlessly, greedily, and malevolently, he picked up a large stone and hurled it at the head of the sleeping ape. But he was too weak to aim accurately or throw the stone with enough force. All it did was wake up the ape, wounding his head nastily, but not killing or even stunning him. The ape looked up and saw the man nearby, pale and shaking now with shame at the stupid and evil deed he had done. He could bring no words to his lips. He simply looked down at the ground, sweating profusely. When the ape, in his wisdom, realized what the man had intended to do, he was filled not with anger or hatred, but with pity for him, that he could have done something so wicked, bringing certain suffering to himself in this life and in future lives. Sorrowfully in pain from the wound on his head, but oblivious to it, the ape said, "What foolishness and ignorance you have shown, to try to kill one who has done nothing but kindness to you, and has weakened and exhausted himself in the process. The law of karma will ensure that your cruel act will bring you immense suffering. My wound may be painful, but much more painful is the thought that I have been the cause for your sinful action, yet am powerless to expiate that sin. Let me at least guide you out of the forest, to a village where there are men and women who can look after you and restore you to health and sanity. For your wickedness was indeed an act of insanity. Try for the rest of your life to do no evil, so that the effects of what you have done may gradually be mitigated." The man was so ashamed that he could say nothing. He followed the ape meekly, with his head bent and his eyes on the ground, thinking only of his own sinfulness and stupidity. His inner torment began to show itself outwardly, and by the time the ape brought him to the village, he was struck with virulent leprosy. There were white spots all over his skin. He had oozing sores on his limbs, and he emitted a foul smell. The ape left him on the edge of the village, and returned to the forest, grieving sorely for him, but knowing that there was nothing more he could do. The villagers, when they saw the man with his hideous leprosy, threw sticks and stones at him, and drove him from the village. For the rest of his days, he wandered as a helpless beggar. One day, a king passed by, and seeing the man by the side of the road, so filthy and wretched and deformed, with only the scantiest of tattered garments to cover him, he said, "What are you? Are you a ghost, or a demon, or a vampire? I have never seen any creature afflicted by such horrifying ills." The man replied, though his throat was so inflamed and distorted that he could scarcely speak, "I am not a ghost or a demon, but a man who is paying for the terrible evil he has done." Then he told the king the story of his cruelty to the kind ape. concluding with the words, "Take note of this, Your Highness. Remember that evil actions always have dire consequences, and that true suffering comes not to the person who is harmed, but to the one who does harm." The king gave the man some money and went away soberly, vowing to learn from his plight and avoid all evil in the rule of his kingdom. Siddhartha's marriage and departure. Before Prince Siddhartha, the future Buddha, left his father's house and kingdom to seek enlightenment, he was married to Yashodhara, who bore him a son named Rahula. The marriage was one of the several means by which his father, King Suddhodana, hoped to dissuade him from the ascetic, celibate path. Brahmins had informed the king that the prince showed every sign of becoming an ascetic. The king did not want this to happen, and built 3 palaces especially for his son, closely guarded and containing every comfort and luxury. He hoped thereby to seal him off from the sorrow and suffering in the world that might make him turn to religion. He felt it was essential, too, that a wife be found who was so beautiful that his son would be smitten by her, so that the most beautiful maidens in the world would be keen to be selected. He organized a ceremony at which Prince Siddhartha would give a jewel to each of them. By watching closely the prince's reaction to each maiden in turn, he hoped to judge who appealed to him the most. The jewels were of great value and beauty, and had been specially crafted for the occasion. One by one, the prince gave each maiden a jewel, courteously and graciously, but showing no obvious partiality to any of them. But when an additional maiden appeared, one more than was expected, after all the jewels had been given away, Siddhartha removed his own priceless signet ring and gave it to her with a different, more attentive expression in his eyes. She looked back at him too, with shy fascination, and the courtiers confirmed the king's own impression that the glances they exchanged were potentially those of husband and wife. Yashodhara was the daughter of the minister Mahanama. Like the king himself, Mahanama belonged to the Sakya clan, and there was a rule among the Sakyas that their daughters could only be given in marriage to those who were skilled in warfare. "I fear," said Mahanama, "that the prince is too peaceful and learned in disposition to excel in martial arts. Let him nevertheless compete against other suitors," said the king. "He has been educated in practical skills as well as in book learning, and he may surprise us." A day was fixed for the various suitors of Yashodhara to show their prowess in spheres both intellectual and practical. First, there were competitions in literature and mathematics, and in these, Siddhartha had no difficulty in outperforming the other suitors by a wide margin. Then came an archery contest. One by one, the suitors shot arrows at a distant target, and all did impressively well. But when it was Siddhartha's turn, his marksmanship was so precise and perfect that he was declared the clear victor. He was no less excellent in riding, swordsmanship, and wrestling, and by the end of the contest, he had no rival at all. Mahanama therefore happily gave his daughter in marriage to Siddhartha, and at first it seemed that the king's ploy had worked, for the prince and his young wife lived blissfully in one of the palaces that the king had built in the middle of a huge and exquisite garden. Round the garden there were 3 walls, each with only one gate, heavily guarded. Thus did the king hope to keep the prince and his young wife totally protected from the world, and ignorant of his trials and ills. The Devas who watched over Siddhartha, however, and who knew that he was destined to become the Buddha, were not content to leave him in this state of ignorant married bliss. They began to fill his mind with the insistent thought, "I must go forth. I must leave this beautiful palace and garden. I must leave even my darling wife, Yashodhara. With this ever-growing restlessness in his mind, he found he could no longer enjoy the songs and dances that the king had provided to distract and entertain the young couple. They seemed to express not happiness and pleasure anymore, but the impermanence of happiness and pleasure. Was this because the world outside the palace was much less happy? So he told his father, I cannot remain enclosed in this palace forever. If I am one day to rule the kingdom as you do, I must see it, visit it, observe it. Please let me call Channa, my charioteer, and go out into the city. Reluctantly, his father agreed, but he gave orders for the city to be immaculately swept, garnished with flowers, and cleared of all beggars and cripples, so that the prince would see nothing that might distress him. But the Devas, Siddhartha's guardian deities, were determined that he should not be so deceived. One of them disguised himself as a decrepit old man, bent almost double with backache and age, short of breath, and heavily lined and wrinkled. When the prince saw this figure in the street, he asked Channa what was wrong with him. He is old, said Channa. What does old mean? Asked Siddhartha, and Channa explained to him about aging, how it was the fate of all, even Prince Siddhartha himself. Similarly, the Devas ensured that he saw a man who was mortally ill, and later on they showed him a corpse, and from Channa's explanations, Siddhartha learnt about the inevitability of illness and death. Finally, the prince met a wandering yogi who lived only on alms. The yogi told him that he had deliberately left the world in order to seek calmness of spirit, to be free of the chains both of hatred and love. His goal was the ultimate and complete freedom of the self. Deeply impressed by this man, the prince returned to the palace, resolved to embark on a similar path. Having visited the city, he said to his father, I understand that all worldly pleasures are changeable and impermanent. I wish therefore to abandon them and seek the freedom that the yogi is seeking, a freedom that is permanent and unchanging. The king was horrified by this and grief-stricken too, for he saw it as threatening a loss not only to him, but to the lovely Yashodhara, who was so beautiful and who, it had seemed, had made Siddhartha so happy. The guard round the gates to the palace was redoubled, and the king resolved never to let Siddhartha outside again. Nothing, however, could hold Siddhartha back from his spiritual destiny, and even after Yashodhara gave birth to their son Rahula, his determination to leave the palace was unwavering. On the night when the Devas finally called him to leave, she was sleeping peacefully with her arm over her baby's head, so that he could not even lift his son, cradle him in his arms, and bid him farewell, in case she was woken. His heart was pained grievously at the prospect of leaving them both, but he knew that he had no choice. Sakra, king of the Devas, who were guiding and protecting him, had himself come down from heaven, and a great crowd of deities had assembled outside the palace gates, ready to greet his emergence with chants of praise. Secretly, he called on Channa to bring his horse, Kantaka, who neighed with delight when Siddhartha mounted his splendidly ornamented saddle. The Devas lifted Kantaka's feet from the ground, so that he moved absolutely soundlessly, and each of the 3 gates opened by itself. The guards heard nothing, for the Devas made sure that they all stayed fast asleep. Thus did Siddhartha leave his home and family, with the hosts of heaven lighting up his path and scattering flowers under the flying hooves of his silent horse. The Buddha's return to Yashodhara. When Siddhartha was some distance from the palace, he dismounted from Kantaka and commanded Channa to take the horse home. Channa was very distressed at what Siddhartha had done, and did his utmost to persuade him to return. But Siddhartha was unyielding, and insisted instead that Channa should convey a message to his father and to his wife. They should not grieve, he said in the message, but rejoice that I have set out on a great journey towards enlightenment, towards discovery of a law that will free men and women from the recurrence of birth and death, from all the sorrow and pain that so afflict the world. I love both my parents and my wife and son dearly, but my destiny requires me to detach myself from that love in order to find a higher love that will bring comfort not only to them, but to all humankind. Despite his distress, Channa could not disobey the prince. Tearfully, he kissed his feet and departed, and Kantaka too licked his master's feet, before following Channa back to the palace. Long and arduous was Siddhartha's journey after this, and many stories are told of his spiritual phases and experiments. How he exchanged his royal robes for a hunter's tattered garments. How he studied and was dissatisfied by the philosophic system of the sage Alara. How he attempted asceticism so extreme that he practically starved to death. How a village girl called Sujata persuaded him to take proper nourishment again by feeding him a dish of rice cooked in milk that 15 cows had yielded, after being fed the milk of 250 others who, in turn, had been fed the milk of 1,000 cows. Such was the milk's purity. Then came his battles with Mara, the evil one, his conquest of Mara, and his final triumphant attainment of enlightenment under the wisdom tree at Gaya. But meanwhile his family grieved for him, and above all, his young wife Yashodhara was inconsolable, finding little comfort for his absence even in their son Rahula, who had no memory of his father. Eventually, when Siddhartha had become famous and revered as the Buddha, and was winning converts and disciples wherever he went, he returned to his native city of Kapilavastu. His entry into the city was triumphant. 20,000 priests accompanied him. His father, King Suddhodana, had prepared a luxuriant garden in which to receive him. He had forgiven him for his departure, and fully accepted that he had gone away only in response to a higher destiny. But some of the other Sakya princes remained skeptical. When the Buddha performed miracles, rising into the air and issuing streams of water from his body that extended throughout all worlds, yet did not drown them, and then fire that filled the whole universe, yet did not burn it, they too were converted. The miracles went on, as the Buddha walked through the city, seeking alms for himself and his disciples. A lotus flower appeared under each step that he took, disappearing again as soon as his foot left the ground, and from his head dazzling rays of light shone that made all the townspeople line the streets to marvel at him. Yashodhara too appeared at the palace door, and supplanting not only the long years of grief she had felt at his absence, but even the joy she felt at seeing him again, was a deep reverence. She too felt the spiritual force and truth of his enlightenment. She too wished to abase herself before him and offer him her worship. Her father-in-law, King Suddhodana, sent word to her, giving her permission to worship the Buddha. But the Buddha himself made his way to her palace, to the place where they had spent the blissful early months of their marriage. On the way, he said to his disciples, Saryut and Mugalana, "She has accepted who I am, but the woman in her will still grieve when she sees me. Her sorrow must be allowed to flow out in copious tears. She will try to embrace me and cling to my feet. But do not be alarmed, and do not try to stop her, for in the end, she and her companions will embrace the law." When Yashodhara received news that her husband Siddhartha, now the Buddha, was about to enter the palace, she cut off her hair and put on plain and humble garments. With 500 women in attendance, she waited for him meekly and humbly, ready to revere and worship him, as all the people of the city were now doing. But when she saw him, she could not restrain her feelings. She threw herself on the ground before him, clung to his feet, and wept and wailed unrestrainedly. With infinite love and compassion in his gaze, the Buddha let her cry until she could cry no more. He let her touch and hold him too, though normally no one, not even the god Brahma himself, can touch the body of a Buddha. At last, she grew more composed, rose to her feet, and withdrew some paces away from her husband. Then her father-in-law spoke. "For the 7 years of your absence," he said, "her love for you has never failed. She has kept in close touch with every phase through which you have been, receiving regular news of your spiritual journey, but never attempting to find you or call you back. When you went through severe austerities, she too fasted. When you shaved your head, she also shaved hers. She has refused every offer of remarriage. What words can you give her now, to comfort her and reward her for her devotion to you?" Then the Buddha spoke to Yashodhara of how, in a previous existence, she had longed fervently to be, in a future life, the wife of a Buddha. "Our destinies are intertwined," he said. "You were my companion and helper in my previous lives, and in this life, you and I were born on the same day. In time, you too will adopt the spiritual life, joining an order of nuns that I, in due course, will found. You will even attain the ultimate goal, nirvana, 2 years before my own decease. But first, you must care for our son." These words were a comfort to her, and her own spirituality now brought under calm control her feelings as a wife and mother. But she accepted that she must wait until she could share to the full her husband's spiritual discipline. Their son Rahula became a novice monk quite soon after their meeting with the Buddha. She had to wait many more years before her husband founded an order of nuns, but admitted to that at last, she gained for her patience and loyalty a reward that made those years of loneliness, grief and loss worthwhile, mere steps on the way, as transitory as those of the Buddha himself on his spiritual journey. The Vidyadharis. The Vidyadharis are a race of heavenly beings, famed for their Vidya, their mastery of the arts and sciences. One such being fell to earth through a curse, and was born as Hemaprabha, the beautiful daughter of Buddhiprabha, king of Ratnakara, and his wife Ratnarekha. Hemaprabha had no memory of her life in heaven as a Vidyadhari, but her beauty and interests and talents were a reflection of her former existence. She was particularly fond of swinging, for it gave her a sensation comparable to the way she had previously been able to fly through the air. The swinging became something of an obsession, and when she entered her teens, her father decided she was too old for such a childish activity. "You must stop this now," he said. "It is undignified for a young woman, and if you fell, you would hurt yourself more than you would have done when you were little." "Why should I stop?" said Hemaprabha. "It doesn't harm anyone else, and if I haven't fallen all these years, why should I fall now?" Her father lost his temper at her pert disobedience and slapped her. This so upset the princess that she decided to run away from home and live as an ascetic in the forest. She arranged for the servants to take her on an outing to a garden outside the city, to have a picnic there, made sure the servants drank plenty of wine at the picnic, and escaped while they were sleeping it off. She walked far into the forest and found an isolated glade, so fenced in by dense jungle that there was little chance of her being found there. She built herself a little hut out of twigs and leaves and embarked on a life of extreme simplicity, eating roots and fruits and berries, and devoting much of her day to the worship of Shiva. Her parents, naturally enough, went wild with anxiety and grief at her disappearance. The king bitterly blamed himself for losing his temper with her. Moreover, the servants who had, through their drunken neglect, allowed her to run away were so distressed and mortified that he hadn't the heart to punish them. Instead, he made them search all day and every day for the missing princess, but without success. One day, the king went out hunting to try to distract himself from his grief. He penetrated deep into the forest, and it so happened that, in pursuing a deer, he got separated from the rest of the hunting party and stumbled into the very glade where Hemaprabha had built her hut. She was sitting cross-legged on the ground outside it, her thoughts focused on Shiva. At first, her father didn't recognize her, for she had become excessively thin. Her hair was straggly and matted, and her garment was stained and tattered. But when he realized who she was, he rushed to embrace her, bursting into helpless tears and cries of joy at finding her again. She too was overcome at seeing her father again. All her resentment at his anger vanished, and she too clung to him, weeping copiously. "My darling daughter," cried the king, "why did you run away? Your mother and I have grieved all day and been sleepless at night, all the time you've been missing. Come back with me now. Come back so that you can eat properly and dress as you should, and recover your health and beauty." "No, father," said Hemaprabha. "Although I was upset when you slapped me for swinging, that alone did not make me leave. Lord Shiva commanded me and guided me to this spot, and insists that I should stay here, devoting my life to his worship. I cannot return to the palace." The king implored her to change her mind, but she was adamant. In the end, he sorrowfully accepted that he would never persuade her to leave the forest and her life of asceticism, and he made his way back to the palace, glad that he could tell his wife and everyone else that the princess had been found, but dismal at the prospect of continued separation from her. Although he could not bring her back, he realized that he could at least ensure that her material condition was more comfortable. He sent his royal builders and craftsmen to build an exquisite small palace for her in the forest, and he had the finest food sent to her every day. Hemaprabha did not try to stop his kindness, for she did not wish to add to her parents' distress, but she continued to live a life of simplicity amidst the comforts of her home. And the food that was sent was eaten not by her, but by the growing number of guests and devotees who visited her, attracted by her growing fame as an ascetic. One day, another female mendicant, who had taken a vow of chastity when she was a young girl, visited the glade. She was honorably received by Hemaprabha, who asked her why she had adopted the religious life. "What sparked it off?" said the girl. "Was an occasion when my father lost his temper with me. He had asked me to massage his feet. I was young. It was tiring for me to massage his feet for so long, and I nodded off to sleep. He was furious with me for letting my hands drop, and he kicked me. I ran away from home after that and took a religious vow." Hemaprabha was thrilled at finding a friend with an experience so similar to her own and invited her to stay in the glade with her. Soon, they both started taking great pleasure in their companionship, and Hemaprabha found herself talking to her more freely and openly than to anyone else she had known. She started to describe her dreams and spoke of how, once in a dream, She had crossed a broad river, mounted a white elephant, climbed up a mountain on its back, and arrived at the hermitage of Lord Shiva. She found she had a lyre in her hands, and she played and sang to Shiva. And then a handsome young man had approached, and she had flown up into the sky with him. Her friend, having listened intently, said, "This dream surely has a meaning. I believe it says that in a former existence, you were a heavenly being, a Vidyadhari, who could play the lyre and sing. You flew off with the young man, because as a Vidyadhari, you could fly through the air." Hemaprabha was thrilled when her friend said this to her, for if what she said was true, it accounted for many of the feelings she had had throughout her life. It made sense of her love of singing. Not long afterwards, a handsome prince passed through the glade on horseback. He stopped at Hemaprabha's house and was immediately attracted to her when he saw her. She also felt strangely drawn to him as he bowed and saluted her reverently. "Who are you?" she asked. "I am the son of King Pratapasena. But it seems I am no ordinary son. My father is an unwavering devotee of Shiva's, and before I was born, he went through a long course of asceticism to propitiate Shiva in order to obtain a son. Shiva was pleased and appeared before him, promising that a son would be born who would be an incarnation of a Vidyadhari, cursed to fall from heaven and live as a man, but destined ultimately to return to heaven. He also promised that my father would have a second son, who could inherit the kingdom if the first son were no longer available. I am the first son, named Lakshmisena, and my brother is called Surasena, born after me, just as Shiva had promised." Then he asked Hemaprabha who she was, and she told him her life history, finishing with the words, "As soon as you told me about your previous life as a Vidyadhari, I knew for certain that what my friend here told me must be true, that I was a Vidyadhari. I also know that you and I were husband and wife in our previous heavenly existence, and that the young man who appeared in my dream and carried me up into the sky above Shiva's hermitage was none other than you. And finally, I know by the insight that I had in my former life that you have a minister who was the husband of my friend, and that they were both Vidyadharis too. The curse that sent us all down to earth has ended. We can return to heaven now." Then she and her friend took on their divine forms and flew up to heaven, leaving Lakshmisena standing alone in the glade, marveling at what he had heard and seen. And at that moment, King Buddhiprabha appeared on a visit to his daughter. When he found not her, but the handsome young prince, he asked him if he knew where she was, and Lakshmisena told him everything that had happened. "Now I understand much that I never did understand about my beautiful daughter," said the king. "But does this mean that I have lost her for good? That she has returned to heaven with her friend, to be joined by you and by your minister?" "It is true that I now know fully who I am," said Lakshmisena, "and that I and my minister will follow our wives back to heaven very soon. But we shall bring them back to earth for a while, so that our marriages can be solemnized and blessed by you, and you and my minister's father-in-law can take leave of your daughters, as you would have had to do some day when they got married. You will be tearful, but also joyful at seeing them happily settled." Then he assumed his divine form and flew up to heaven, leaving the king gazing into the sky in amazement. The prince found his wife there, and his minister too soon joined them, having recovered his own divine form. The two couples then flew back to earth again, and their marriages were joyously solemnized. Lakshmisena's father wished to give his son the kingdom, but Lakshmisena insisted that it be given to his brother Surasena. Then the 4 Vidyadharis returned to heaven, and Lakshmisena and Hemaprabha were restored to their former glory, not just as Vidyadharis, but as king and queen of the Vidyadharis, with Lakshmisena's minister on earth, his chief minister in heaven, and Hemaprabha's friend on earth, her chief friend in heaven. The Moon's Lake. A herd of elephants lived happily in the middle of a dense forest. They had a king who was larger and stronger than any of the rest of the herd. He ruled them wisely and thoughtfully. For the last few years, however, a severe drought had affected the region. Ponds and streams had dried up, trees were wilting, and the forest was becoming empty of birds and small animals. The elephants too were losing their health through not having enough water, and the Elephant King realized that if they didn't find more water soon, many of them would die. So he sent out some of the herd to look for a new water source. One of the elephants found a large lake in another forest, some distance away. After drinking his fill himself and bathing ecstatically in the cool waters, he returned to the king to give him the good news. The king was very pleased and relieved to hear of the discovery of the lake, and he ordered the whole herd to make its way to it. One elephant walking up to the lake was not a problem, but a whole herd, excited by the prospect of abundant water after so many months of thirst, was another matter. Round the shores of the lake there was a large colony of rabbits. They had lived happily and undisturbed there for a long time, and loved playing about on the green sward that circled the lake. But when the elephants arrived and charged over the grass to reach the lake, there was mayhem. Thousands of rabbits were trampled to death, and their burrows were destroyed. The king of the rabbit colony called an urgent meeting of the survivors. Shocked and grief-stricken though we are, he said, we must try to find a way of ensuring that we are not trampled on again. Does anyone have a suggestion? The rabbits sat glumly round him, twitching their whiskers and wondering what on earth they could do against a huge herd of galumphing elephants. Suddenly, the small, piping voice of one of the youngest rabbits was heard. I think I know a way, he said, standing nervously in front of the king and the assembled adult rabbits. If you will let me go as a messenger to the king of the elephants. The rabbit king looked kindly at the young rabbit. He did not hope for much, but he didn't want to disappoint him either. So he said, if you think you have a solution, then I certainly give you permission to go. It will not be difficult to find your way to the Elephant King, for the herd has left such heavy, ugly tracks through the forest. The young rabbit scuttled off and quickly caught up with the elephants, who were sauntering back to their normal place of abode. He recognized the king by his enormous size and by the courtiers and ministers who respectfully surrounded him as he walked along. Wary about being crushed, the rabbit climbed up onto a rock above where the herd was proceeding, and raising his small voice to as high a volume and pitch as he could manage, he called down to the Elephant King. Your Majesty, he piped, please hear me. The king heard his squeaky cry and looked up at him. Who are you? He boomed, trying not to frighten the rabbit by trumpeting too loudly. What do you wish to tell me? I am a messenger, said the rabbit. From whom? Said the Elephant King. From the moon, said the rabbit. From the moon? Said the Elephant King with amusement. What message have you brought to us from the moon? Promise you will not be angry with me, said the rabbit. I am only the messenger. A messenger should not be blamed for any news he brings, however bad. Speak freely, said the Elephant King. No harm will befall you. The moon has asked me to say this, said the young rabbit. She says that you came with your herd of elephants to her lake. You charged to its shore without care or thought, and trampled to death thousands of the rabbits who live around it. The rabbits are specially favored by the moon. She likes to see us playing in her moonlight at night. And unlike you, we do not soil the lake by stirring it up and making it muddy. She asks me to warn you that if you come again and kill her rabbits, something terrible will happen to you all. The king was shocked by what he heard. He did not know anything about the lake belonging to the moon, but he could appreciate that if there were rabbits living by the lake, many of them would have been crushed and killed by the elephant herd. "It is indeed shameful what we have done," he said. "We should have approached the lake slowly and carefully. But we were so thirsty and so excited by the prospect of its cool water that we stampeded towards it unthinkingly. What can I do to make amends? Please let me come alone with you to the lake so that I can ask the moon to forgive our sins, and also apologize sincerely to your fellow rabbits." The Elephant King followed the young rabbit back to the lake, and by the time they reached it, darkness had fallen. There was a full moon, and it was perfectly reflected in the lake. Being rather less intelligent than the rabbit, the Elephant King did not realize that he was looking at a reflection. "There," said the young rabbit, "look at the moon in her lake." "I must bow down before her and worship her," said the Elephant King, and he knelt down by the edge of the lake and laid his trunk reverently in the waters. At once there were ripples in the water, spreading out into the lake and ruffling the reflected face of the moon. "Look at the moon's face," said the young rabbit. "You can see how furrowed and disturbed it is. She is angry with you." "What have I done now?" said the Elephant King. "You have touched the holy waters of her lake," said the rabbit. "You should not have done that." "Please ask the moon to forgive me," said the Elephant King. "Please tell her how deeply remorseful and ashamed I and all the elephants are at desecrating the waters of her lake and trampling on the rabbits whom she permits to live so peaceably here." "I will," said the rabbit, "provided you promise never to come back here again." So the Elephant King went away, rejoined his herd, and took them back to their own forest. Soon after their return, it rained, long and hard. The ponds and streams filled up again, and there was no need to go back to the lake. Even so, the Elephant King never realized that the rabbit had tricked him, and he remained reverently respectful towards rabbits forever after. The Two Cheats. Two farmers called Abdul and Mahmud were both very wily and clever, but also very dishonest. They didn't know each other, for they lived on opposite banks of a river. But it was a small, shallow river, and in the dry season, it was perfectly possible to wade across. One day, Mahmud was walking along his side of the river, carrying a sack of banana seeds on his head. Abdul was walking along the other side, carrying a sack of grass seeds. Abdul shouted across to Mahmud, "That's a large sack you've got. What's in it?" "Black peppercorns," said Mahmud, lying. "I'm taking them home, but tomorrow I'm going to sell them in the market." "He'll make a lot of money," thought Abdul. "Somehow I must try to get him to exchange his sack of peppercorns for my sack of grass seeds." So he shouted back, "I've got a sack of cloves." "Cloves are worth a good deal," thought Mahmud. "Somehow I must find a way of getting him to exchange his sack of cloves for my sack of banana seeds." They went on chatting as they walked along, and after a while, Mahmud said to Abdul, "Why haven't we spoken before? I already feel we are like brothers. Why don't we exchange our sacks as a pledge of friendship? Peppercorns are worth much the same as cloves." "Fine," said Abdul. looking forward to getting a sack of peppercorns in exchange for a sack of grass seeds. Mahmud was equally pleased, for he expected to get a sack of cloves in exchange for a sack of banana seeds. So he waded across the river and they cheerfully exchanged sacks. Then he recrossed the river and made his way home, while Abdul went on back to his home. They were both happy, for each thought he had cheated the other. They were not so pleased, however, when they got home and opened the sacks. For Mahmud found he had got nothing but grass seeds, and Abdul found the banana seeds. But they also both chuckled to themselves, for they admired each other's cleverness. A competition now developed between them, as to who could successfully outwit the other. 2 days after their first meeting, Mahmud lit a fire in the clay stove in front of his house, and put a pot of water on to boil. Abdul saw the smoke of the fire, and called across to him, "What are you cooking?" "I went to the market yesterday," said Mahmud, "and sold some of the cloves you gave me in exchange for my peppercorns. I bought some rice with the money, and now I'm cooking it." "I did the same with the peppercorns I got from you," said Abdul. "I've got some rice, but no fuel. Can I come over and add my rice to your pot?" "Aha," thought Mahmud to himself. "That way, I'll get a meal for nothing." Then he called out loud, "Of course you can come, my friend. We can eat together." Abdul then went into his house and came out with a piece of cloth, bundled so that it looked as if it contained rice. He waded across, carrying it carefully. When he was alongside Mahmud's cooking pot, he held the bundle of cloth over it, and then said suddenly, "Look at that huge vulture over there." Mahmud looked away at the vulture and, while his attention was distracted, Abdul pretended to empty his bundle of rice into the pot and put back the lid. After a while, Mahmud said, "The rice must be cooked now." He lifted the lid of the pot and found nothing but boiling water. They both burst out laughing when they saw they had cheated each other again. Mahmud said, "We are too clever for each other. Why don't we join forces? That way, we could both become rich." Abdul was happy with this suggestion, and they set off walking to see what luck would bring them. They reached a village where a rich merchant had just died, and his relatives had assembled, hoping to divide his wealth up amongst themselves. He had only recently moved to the village and was not well known to the villagers. Mahmud and Abdul worked out a plan. They went to the merchant's grave at dead of night, opened it up, removed the dead body and buried it in a field. Then Mahmud lay down in the grave and Abdul closed it up, making sure there was an outlet, so that Mahmud could breathe. The next day, Abdul returned to the village, weeping and wailing. When the villagers asked him what was up, he said, "The man who has just died was my father. I rushed here as soon as I got the news. But I hear that other relatives, distant relatives whom I have never seen, have got here first and are plotting to do me out of my inheritance." The villagers were concerned when they heard this and called the relatives to come out of the merchant's house and meet Abdul. "He says he is his son," said the relatives, "but we've never met him before, and we never knew or heard that our noble relative had a son. Can he prove he is his son?" "Come to the grave," said Abdul, "and I'll prove it to you. For wise men say that if a close relative calls out to a body just after it has been buried, its spirit answers from the grave." And this, of course, was what happened. Abdul called out as if to his father, and Mahmud replied with a groaning sound that scared the wits out of the relatives who were standing there. Then, still groaning, But speaking distinctly, Mahmud said, "This young man is indeed my son, and if you don't give him 7 bags of gold at once, terrible things will happen to you." The terrified relatives went back to the merchant's house with Abdul and gave him the gold, and he loaded it onto an ox cart, entirely forgetting about Mahmud. Meanwhile, however, Mahmud climbed out of the grave, walked to the market, and bought a fine pair of shoes. "I'll trick Abdul this time," he said to himself. He hid in some bushes near Abdul's house and waited for him to come home. He soon saw him approaching in the ox cart. Taking care not to be seen, he threw one of the shoes in the path of the cart. Then he ran on ahead and put the other shoe in the middle of the road too. He hid again and saw Abdul stop the cart and bent down to look at the shoe. "A good shoe," said Abdul to himself, "but not much use without the other." And he carried on. Then he reached the other shoe. This time he said to himself, "I was stupid not to pick up the first one. I'd better go back and find it." So he got down from the cart, and while he walked back to find the first shoe, Mahmud ran out from the bushes, jumped into the cart, and drove it off, back to his own house. "He's cheated me again," said Abdul to himself, as he saw the ox cart disappearing round the corner. "No one else can cheat like he can, but I'll get even with him in the end." That evening, he went round to Mahmud's house. Mahmud had already counted the money and buried it under the floor of his house. "I know what you have done," said Abdul, "but we had a pact. Don't you remember? You must divide the gold with me." "I will," said Mahmud, "but not now. It's too late. Come back in the morning." Overnight, Mahmud and his wife worked out a way of keeping all the gold for themselves. When Abdul arrived, Mahmud's wife appeared at the door, weeping and disheveled. "My husband died last night," she sobbed. "What shall I do now? What shall I live on?" Then she pointed to her husband, who was lying on the floor, pretending to be dead. "I'm sorry to hear about his death," said Abdul, "but you need not worry about money. I know for a fact that Mahmud has 7 bags of gold hidden somewhere in this house." "He never said anything about that to me," said Mahmud's wife, in floods of tears. "All right," said Abdul soothingly. "Don't worry. I'll look after you. But first, I must bury the body." Abdul tied Mahmud's feet together and dragged him off to the graveyard. Despite the bruising and scratching he received as he was dragged along, Mahmud continued to pretend to be dead. For otherwise, he knew Abdul would force him to share the gold. Abdul dragged Mahmud not to the graveyard, but into a dense forest. It was too dark and late to go further. So he climbed into a tree and left Mahmud lying at his foot. Some robbers passed by and noticed Mahmud's body in the darkness. "He's dead," said the robber chief, prodding him. "That will bring us good luck. If we manage to steal anything tonight, we must come back and bury him." Later on, they returned with a large haul and sat down under the tree to share it out. "We must leave a share of this money with the dead man when we bury him," said the robber chief, "for he brought us good luck." "That's a stupid idea," said the other robbers. "What use will it be to him now? Let's just bury him." So they began to dig a grave. At this point, Mahmud decided he had had enough of pretending to be dead. He tore off the rope and staggered to his feet, shouting loudly. At the same time, Abdul jumped down from the tree on top of the robbers. They all thought they were being attacked by demons and ran off in terror. Abdul and Mahmud now looked at each other in the dappled moonlight of the forest. They laughed and embraced. "Let's be real friends now," said Abdul. "We really are too clever for each other. Let's never try to cheat one another again." They took the sack of treasure that the robbers had left and took it back to Mahmud's house to add to the 7 bags of gold he already had. They divided everything equally, and from that day on, they were the best and most loyal of friends, never cheating each other, though they continued to cheat other people mercilessly. The Witch's Dinner. A herdsman, after a long day in the fields, felt a sharp craving for some rice cakes. So, when he got home, he asked his old mother to make some. "But we are so poor," said the old woman. "Where is the rice? Where is the milk? Where is the sugar that I need to make the cakes?" "I'll see to that," said the herdsman. "I agree you can't make them today, but I'll make sure you have what you need tomorrow." Early next morning, he drove his cows not to pasture land, as usual, but to some ripening paddy fields. He let the cows loose into the fields, before any farmer was there to see them, and then drove them home again. He beat the cows soundly with his stick, and poked their stomachs so that they became nauseous, and vomited up all they had eaten. Covering his nose with a handkerchief, the herdsman carefully picked out from the vomit all the grains of rice they had eaten, and laid them out in the sun to dry. That was the rice taken care of. Now he needed to get milk and sugar. He carried a bucket of water to a place on the path where he could hide behind a bush, and poured the water over the path to make it muddy and slippery. A milkman came along, slithered in the mud, and split a quantity of milk. Much of it was caught in the ruts of the path, so that when the milkman had gone, the herdsman was able to scoop some of it up and half fill his bucket. Then a grocer passed, pushing a cart laden with provisions for his shop. He also slipped in the mud. His cart lurched, and a bag of sugar fell off. When he had picked himself up and carried on, there was a quantity of sugar on the path. The herdsman filled his pockets with it, and went off back to his home. He gave his mother the rice, the milk, and the sugar, and, after a lot of grumbling about how filthy they were, she made the cakes. The herdsman ate his fill of the cakes. Keeping one over, which he took to the fields next time, he went out with his cattle. In an isolated spot near the pastures where he normally grazed the cows, he planted the cake, and soon it grew into a tree. The tree bore piping hot rice cakes instead of fruit, so the herdsman could now eat them to his stomach's content, each time he went to the fields. One day, when he was resting under the tree, after stuffing himself with the cakes, a daini, one of the man-eating witches who are acolytes of the goddess Kali, passed by. She saw the tree with the cakes hanging from its branches, and asked the herdsman to pick one for her. "I'm bent and old," she said, "and I cannot reach up to the branches of the tree as easily as you can. What will you put the cake in, if I give you one?" asked the herdsman. "I'll hold it in my hand," said the witch. "It will burn your hand," said the herdsman. "Then put it into my mouth," said the witch. "It will burn your mouth," said the herdsman. "Then put it into my bag," said the witch, pointing to a tattered old bag that was slung over her stooping shoulder. "All right," said the herdsman. He reached up for a cake, using the tongs that he carried to the fields for this purpose, and was about to put it into the old crone's bag. But before he could do so, she had gripped him by the neck, and with malevolent superhuman strength, had picked him up from the ground and shoved him into her bag. She pulled the strings of the bag tight, and the muffled voice of the herdsman could be heard saying, "What have you done? I kindly gave you a cake, and instead of thanking me, you've shoved me into your bag." "That's because I'm hungry," said the witch. "It's a long time since I've had human flesh to eat, and you will make a very tasty supper." She then walked on along the path, with her bag slung over her shoulder. Feeling thirsty, she stopped by a stream, and laid the bag down while she went down to the water. Some other herdsmen came along the path and saw the bag lying there, with its knobbly-looking contents. They went right up to it to examine it more carefully, and heard a groaning inside it. They immediately undid the strings of the bag, and were amazed to find the herdsman groaning and pleading for help. They pulled him out, and when they heard from him that the old crone down by the stream was a witch, they quickly filled the bag with stones, and ran off as fast as they could. The witch returned to her bag, and hoisted it onto her shoulders, not realizing that it contained stones now. Not the herdsman. She reached her home and greeted her children with the happy news that she had a human victim in her bag, whom they could all enjoy for supper. But when she opened the bag and found nothing but stones, her children were furious, and called their mother all sorts of names. The witch vowed vengeance on the herdsman, and promised her children that the next day they really would get human flesh for supper. She went back to the cake tree and found the herdsman sitting there as before. He looked at her calmly and said, "Oh, it's you again. But don't imagine I'm going to give you a rice cake today." The witch then applied all her powers of persuasion, whining and wheedling and promising that if he gave her just one cake, she wouldn't harm him, and would never bother him further. The herdsman foolishly gave in to her persuasions, and when he handed her the cake, she gripped him by the neck again, and shoved him into her bag. This time, she walked straight home without stopping. She displayed her booty to her children, and they were thrilled. Then she tied the herdsman securely to a tree outside her house, and said to her daughter, "I've got to go out and beg now, but you can kill this man. Cut him into pieces and cook him in time for supper when I return." The witch's daughter looked closely at the herdsman and said, "I'm going to kill you in a minute with this sharp cooking knife. But before I do, please tell me how you managed to have such beautiful white teeth." "That's easy," he said. "If you bring me a kettle full of oil and a skein of flax, I can show you how to acquire teeth as white and regular as mine. But you'll have to untie me first." Such was the witch's daughter's vanity that she fell for his offer. When she had untied him and brought the oil and the flax, he told her to lie down. He covered her teeth with the flax and heated the kettle full of oil on the fire. As soon as the oil was boiling hot, he tipped it into her mouth and, after thrashing her limbs and screaming for a few minutes, she turned limp and died. The herdsman checked she was absolutely dead, then stripped off her clothes and ornaments. He dressed in them himself, cut the witch girl up, and cooked her in the cooking pot that she had prepared for him. The old witch returned and called her children to come for supper. "This will be a meal such as you have never known," she said. "How delicious it smells." Then turning to the herdsman, who she thought was her daughter, she said, "Is everything ready?" The herdsman merely said, for he knew that if he said more in his man's voice, the witch would realize who he was. Then he slipped out, as if to wash his hands in the river outside the house. The witch's other children could not restrain their greed any longer, and they fell to eating the succulent flesh of their own sister with slurpings and smackings of delight. The witch too tucked in. Then, wondering what had happened to her eldest daughter, went out to look for her. She peered into the darkness and saw her daughter. So she thought, wading into the river, "What are you doing?" she shouted. "Aren't you going to join us for the supper you cooked beautifully? It's getting late." "Too late for you to catch me," shouted the herdsman and plunged into the water. "Come back, daughter," shrieked the witch. "It's a dark, stormy night, and you will drown." "I'm not your daughter," yelled the herdsman, "and I'm a good, strong swimmer. Your daughter is already in the stomachs of your other children, and you've probably enjoyed a piece of her too. Goodbye." And with that, he swam to the other side, leaving the witch cursing and screeching, but powerless to prevent him returning to his own mother. Maybe he stopped on the way at the rice cake tree to stave off a hunger that was raging now, and to take away the disgusting thought of the witch's daughter's flesh that he had chopped and cooked. The Garland of Fingers. There was a prince of Sri Lanka called Ahimsaka, which means harmless, doing no violence to others. But he also became known for a very grim and tragic period in his life as Angulimala, which means garland of fingers. It happened like this. The prince's father was in very poor health and scarcely able to rule. The government of the kingdom was in the hands of his brother, who also acted as regent to Prince Ahimsaka, whom everyone thought of as king in everything but name, too young to take over the rule of the kingdom, but likely to be crowned at any moment, for no one expected his father to live long. This situation meant that the young prince was held in awe, and no one dared go against his will or desire. There should have been no problem in this, for the prince was gentle and studious. He was devoted to his teachers, and in particular to the chief guru of the academy, where he was sent to be trained in all arts and sciences. But precisely because he was so virtuous and such a model student, and because he commanded such widespread awe and respect, his younger brothers, who were idle and unintelligent, grew very jealous of him. The love that they should have had for him as their brother turned to vicious hatred, and by the time the prince was in his teens, they had spread many malicious rumors about him. Loyalty and faithfulness to a guru has always been an absolute principle in India, and therefore, one of the worst sins anyone can commit is to have an affair with the wife of one's guru. Prince Ahimsaka's brothers began to insinuate that the gentle, handsome prince, who was only 16 and looked young for his years, had nevertheless been spending too much time alone with his guru's wife. She was young too, much younger than her husband, so how could they not be attracted to each other? One of the princes went to a junior teacher of the academy and told him that people were gossiping about Prince Ahimsaka and his guru's wife, and the teacher told the guru about this. The guru was immediately consumed by rage and jealousy, and assumed that the rumors were well-founded, and that his wife, if not already seduced by the handsome young prince, was in serious danger of succumbing to him. He, therefore, locked his wife away, with many cruel and unwarranted words, and banned her from ever speaking to the prince again. As the prince's guru, he was the one person who was not in awe of him, and could, indeed, claim power over him. The prince's absolute obedience to his guru could be abused. This is what now occurred. The guru called the prince to him, and said coldly and brutally, "You are the king's eldest son, and could inherit the throne from him at any time. Everyone fears you, and nobody dares deny you your will or desire. You have been seen alone with my wife, and I have reason to think that you have been using your authority over her to make her bend to your lascivious desires. As your guru, not only can I command you to desist from this, but I can punish you for your sin. The punishment is this: you must go out into the world and collect 1,000 little fingers, severed from human hands and strung into a garland. Only when you return with such a garland will I permit you to complete your studies. The prince was appalled by this request, but his obedience to his guru made it impossible for him to refuse it, or even to say anything to deny the false charges. He stood stock still, staring at the ground, unable to speak, with tears in his eyes. The guru's words cut into his ears and brain like a knife of fire. Then he bowed, left the guru, and walked slowly to a tree under which he could sit on his own, to think about the appalling task that he had been set. I am destined to be a king, he said to himself, and to be a king, I must acquire learning and wisdom. I have been sent to my guru to acquire that learning and wisdom. The rumors that he charges me with are false, but there must be a reason why such rumors have arisen. The task my guru has set me is a test. Without those rumors, he would not have set me this test. They must therefore be faced, false though they are. It is not for me to question what my guru commands, nor should I question the reasons for his command. I must be obedient to him. It is only through total obedience that I can acquire learning and wisdom, and be a fit ruler of this kingdom. By this grim and circuitous reasoning, the prince decided that he had no option but to carry out his guru's horrible command. He equipped himself with his sharpest sword and walked down to the beach, where fishermen were bringing in their boats and nets. He approached one of the fishermen and said, I am Prince Ahimsaka, and you know that it is my destiny to be king. My father is ill, and my word is already law. I command you to lay your right hand on the edge of your boat. The fisherman was puzzled by this, but saw no danger in what the prince was commanding. He smiled and laid his hand on the edge of his boat. Spread your fingers wide, said the prince. The fisherman did so. Then Prince Ahimsaka suddenly pulled out his sword from beneath his robe, and with the swiftness and skill that he had acquired from his teachers of swordsmanship, he swept it down and sliced off the fisherman's little finger. The man howled with pain and staggered off, too amazed and horrified to protest. He was a humble fisherman. Who was he to resist the command of the crown prince? With that began Prince Ahimsaka's reign of terror. Storytellers give many versions of its horror. Some say that he cut off only fingers. Others say that he chopped whole hands off. Still others say that he chopped people's heads off, dismembered the bodies and kept only the little fingers. With each mutilation or killing, the task grew easier. Criminal cronies started to follow him around, disaffected, violent young men who enjoyed the bloodletting, and who helped him in his task by finding and attacking new victims. The prince set a target of at least 10 fingers a day. Each one he would string on to a white cotton thread, which he wore round his neck. The fingers would putrefy and fall off, which meant he had to find even more. He found his victims among the poorest, most marginal people, as he traveled into remote regions of the kingdom. They were too poor and ignorant to protest. They did not know where they could go to protest. They were cowed and terrified by the prince and his gang. They picked up the bodies of victims who died and silently burned them, or else they would bury them in mass graves on the beach. The waves of the sea would invade the graves and expose the corpses again on the sand of the beach, where crows and vultures devoured them. The prince went on and on, maiming and killing, convinced that he was doing this to acquire wisdom and learning, for his guru had commanded him, and would not teach him again till he returned with the garland of 1,000 fingers. Yet, because the fingers kept putrefying and falling off, he never reached that number. He maimed and killed more and more people, but the target of 1,000 little fingers still seemed unattainable. There would have been no end to this dreadful story had not the misery and terror of the humble people, whom the prince was so brutally oppressing, reached the ears of Lord Buddha. The Buddha came and found the prince on a remote beach where he was encamped with his violent, foul-mouthed followers. The prince had not fallen into their drunken ways. He sat calmly in their midst, the incomplete garland of fingers round his neck. His thoughts were still on the task he must carry out, as an act of obedience to his guru, so that he could return to him and finish his studies. All feeling, all sympathy for his victims had drained out of him. With the infinite compassion that he felt even for the perpetrators of the most terrible crimes, for he knew that their actions stemmed from fear and ignorance, the Buddha spoke to Prince Ahimsaka and gradually made him see the cruelty and error of what he had done. He taught him the Panchashila, or 5 precepts, showing him that the first 2 alone, to refrain from injuring living things and to refrain from taking that which is not given, made the prince's actions absolutely wrong, for all his obedience to his guru. He taught him the 4 rules of loving, kindness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity. Instead of the monster of violence and cruelty that he had become, the prince became not only the gentle, studious boy he had been before, but a monk, one of the most revered monks of all time, who brought peace and comfort wherever he went. He never returned to his kingdom, never gave his guru the incomplete garland of fingers. The kingdom suffered dreadfully from disputes over the succession when the old king died, from quarrels between the prince's malicious and ignorant brothers. It took a long time for the seeds of evil they had sown by their envy and scandal-mongering, and for the evil command of the chief guru, to be paid for in suffering and conflict. Prince Ahimsaka, in his preaching, taught that such suffering is inevitable if Buddhist principles are betrayed, as they were by his own wicked actions during his dark days as Angulimala. The 3 questions. A stranger was walking down the main street of a town in ancient Sri Lanka. He stopped one of the townspeople and asked, "Tell me, what sort of ruler is your king? Does he have any faults?" "No," said the townsman. "He has no faults at all. He is strong and decisive, and everyone holds him in awe." "But can he," asked the stranger, "give true answers to the following 3 questions? Where is the center of his country? How many stars are there in the sky? And what exactly does Indra, king of gods, do?" "I don't know," said the townsman, "but I can go and ask him." "Good luck if you do," said the stranger, and disappeared into the crowd. The king was due to give a public audience the very next day, so the townsman went along to see if he did indeed know about the 3 curious matters that the stranger had mentioned. "A stranger stopped me in the street," he said, "and asked if you could answer 3 questions." "What questions?" asked the king. "Where is the center of your kingdom? How many stars are there in the night sky? And what does Indra, king of the gods, do? Said the king. I must take advice on this. He called an assembly of the Rate Mahatmayas, the highest provincial chiefs, and put the 3 questions to them. None of them could answer. That's not good enough, said the king. You are supposed to be able to advise me in all matters. If you can't do that, you're no use to me. I sentence you to death. The royal executioner was summoned, and the Rate Mahatmayas were beheaded. The king then called his adhikaramas, his government ministers, to attend on him, and put the 3 questions to them. They couldn't answer them either. Not good enough, said the king. You are my ministers, and are supposed to help me in all matters of state. What use are you to me if you can't answer such simple questions? I sentence you all to death. The royal executioner was summoned again, and the ministers too were swiftly and ruthlessly beheaded. The king then called his royal preceptor, his chief spiritual advisor, and put the same 3 questions to him. The preceptor played for time. I cannot answer today, he said, but I shall come back and tell you tomorrow. Very well, said the king, but do not fail. You have seen what has happened to those who have failed to answer. The royal preceptor returned to his house and lay down miserably on his bed, face down. What was to be done? He didn't know the answers to the 3 questions either. All he could do was prepare his soul for certain death. A youth who looked after the royal preceptor's goats saw his master lying motionless on the bed, and came to see what the matter was. Why are you looking so unhappy, sir? He asked. The king has been given 3 questions, said the preceptor, by a townsman who heard them from a stranger. He is ashamed about not being able to answer them himself, and asked his Rate Mahatmas and his adhikaramas. None of them knew, and they have all been executed. That fate now awaits me, for though I have been lying here racking my brains for the last few hours, I cannot answer the questions either. I would weep, were it not futile to weep. All I can do is prepare and compose my soul. Is the problem just that? Said the youth. Let me come with you to the palace tomorrow, for I think I know a way to solve it. How can you, poor and uneducated, know answers to questions that have baffled the greatest men in the land? Asked the preceptor. Wait and see, said the youth. The next morning, the preceptor arrived at the palace, pale and drawn after a sleepless night, and the young goatherd came with him. They joined the darbar that the king held daily in the outer yard of the palace. Well, said the king, do you have the answers to the 3 questions? The preceptor looked at the goatherd, at his calm and confident demeanor, and suddenly felt more confident himself. Why should I not? He said. Even my goatherd here knows the answers to such simple questions. Really? Said the king. In that case, he is wiser than us all. Let's hear him. The king then asked the goatherd the first question. Where is the center of the kingdom? The youth stuck a stick into the ground and said, the center is right here. Measure the distance from the 4 corners of the kingdom to this point, and if the distance is not equal, you may gladly behead me. Clever, said the king, for he had no idea how to find the 4 corners of his kingdom, or how to measure the distance accurately. I don't know if your answer is correct, but I cannot prove it wrong. I therefore concede that you have answered it well. How about the second one? The king then asked the goatherd the second question. how many stars are there in the sky?" The goatherd smiled and took off the goatskin coat he was wearing. He threw it down on the ground and said, "Count the hairs in that goatskin, and then count the stars in the sky. If the two numbers are not equal, you may gladly behead me." "Cleverer still," said the king. "I do not know if you are right, but I cannot prove you wrong. So your answer is satisfactory. How about the third question?" The king then asked the goatherd the third question. "What does Indra, king of the gods, do?" "That is a big question," said the youth, "and I cannot answer it wearing the humble clothes that I am wearing now." The king was intrigued and amused by this. "What clothes do you need to wear?" he asked. "Clothes like yours," said the youth, "and I need a crown and a sword and a throne too." Even more amused, the king called his courtiers to take the youth out, bathe him, and dress him in the finest royal garments. "And when you are ready," he said, "you can borrow my crown and my sword and sit on my throne. You have already shown yourself to be cleverer than my chiefs, my ministers, and my royal preceptor, and you deserve to take precedence over them. Maybe you can replace them as my advisor, if you answer the question well." The courtiers took the youth out and brought him back in magnificent attire. The king rose from his throne, gave the youth his crown and his sword, and stood back, waiting for the goatherd to answer the third question. The goatherd sat on the throne and composed himself elegantly. Then a serious look came over his face. He frowned, and an expression of pain and compassion came into his eyes. "Hear my answer," he said. "The world is full of cruelty and suffering. It would not be so if the gods were not cruel, and if Indra, king of the gods, were not the cruelest of all. In this court you have seen your king, whom you revered for his strength and wisdom, act with ruthless cruelty. All his chiefs and all his ministers have been beheaded. They have left wives and children weeping and bereft and defenseless. You ask what Indra does? He does things like that. Your actions as a king have been no better. You have answered the third question by your own vile actions. Suffer now what you caused others to suffer." Then, with a lightning movement, the goatherd sprang from the throne, leapt over to the king, and sliced his head off with one sweep of the sword. The courtiers, the preceptor, and all the assembled citizens were aghast, but they could not dispute the logic and justice of what the goatherd had said and done. They hailed him king, and he ruled thereafter justly and kindly, with no more undeserved executions, and no more unanswered questions. For there was nothing that he could not answer. So wise and clever was he. Tales of the Tom-Tom Beaters. In many parts of India, weavers are associated with naivety and simplicity, and there are many stories about foolish weavers. The Kadambavas, or Tom-Tom Beaters, of Sri Lanka were weavers once, before imported cloth destroyed their trade. That may be why so many tales are told of their foolishness. In one, a Kadambava man yoked his bullock to a cart and set off on a journey to Puttalam. "My bullock knows the way," he said, "so all I need to do is follow it." He walked merrily along behind the cart, singing and chatting to himself. The bullock walked stolidly along the edge of the man's rice field. But instead of leaving it when it got to the corner, it simply turned and continued along the edge of it. It went on all the way round the field, till it came to the path that led to the man's house. His children came running out and said, "What's happened, father? You said you were going to Puttalam. How have you got back so quickly? What are you talking about? Said the man, so absorbed in his songs and his thoughts that he failed to recognize his own children. Thinking he had reached another village, he said, I haven't got to Puttalam yet. My bullock knows the way and will get me there all in good time. He prodded the bullock with his stick, and the beast kept walking on along the edge of his field, turning at the corner and on right round it till it reached the path to his house. As the cart approached, his laughing children said once again, Back again, father? Puttalam can't be far off at all, if you've been there and back twice already. What do you mean? Said the man. And why do you keep on calling me father? It's a long way still to Puttalam, and my bullock will get there all in good time. Having failed to recognize his house or his children a second time, he prodded the bullock, and it set off round his rice field, just as it had done twice before. The third time that he reached his house, his wife came out, having been told by her children how confused her husband was. You may have no idea how many children you have fathered. She chuckled. But I hope at least you know that I am their mother. If you can't find your way to Puttalam, even with the help of your bullock, you'd best stay here with us. Blast the beast, said the man, understanding at last where he was. If it doesn't know the way, I shan't get to Puttalam, for I haven't any idea myself. Is supper ready? And he cheerfully settled down with his family for a meal. In a second story, 12 Kadambava men went off into the jungle to cut fence sticks. They worked hard for an hour or two, and each man tied the sticks he had cut into a bundle. They then leaned the bundles against each other and sat down for a rest and a smoke before setting off back home. When they were ready, one of them said, Are we all here? We mustn't go back unless all 12 of us are together. It wouldn't be safe to leave one man alone in the jungle. Let me count. He then counted his friends, but forgot to count himself, so he had only 11. He then counted the bundles and found there were 12. 12 bundles, but only 11 of us. He said, One of us is not here. Are you sure? Said another. Let me count. He counted the bundles and found 12, and then he counted the men, and just like his friend, forgot to count himself. So he had only 11. You're right, he said. 12 bundles, but only 11 of us. What can have happened? Then a third member of the group counted and reached the same conclusion, and one by one they counted the bundles and each other, with each one of them forgetting to count himself. We'd better go back into the jungle to look, said the last man to count. They went back into the jungle and searched and shouted till dusk fell. They got more and more hot and bothered and bad-tempered with each other at failing to find the one they thought was missing. A stranger was walking along the path they had taken and heard the noise of thrashing and shouting in the dark jungle to one side. What's going on? He called. The 12 men emerged and told him that one of their number was missing. There should be 12, they said, but we've all counted and there are only 11. Are those the sticks you have cut? Asked the stranger, pointing to the 12 bundles. Yes, said the Kadambavas. Then each of you pick up a bundle, said the man. They did so, and there was a man for each bundle. 12 bundles and 12 men, said the stranger. What are you worried about? Puzzled, but grateful to the stranger for solving their problem, the 12 men took their leave of him and made their way back home. In a third story, 4 Kadambavas were walking along a road when they met a man of an even lower caste than themselves. Before he passed them, he bowed. as was usual in such cases in days gone by, and said, Avasara, which means permission, and was said politely when asking someone of a higher caste if one could pass. When he was out of sight, the four men started to argue about which of them he had said Avasara to, for whichever one he had addressed could then claim a higher status. Their argument became so heated that they decided the only way to resolve it was to find the man and ask him which one he had meant. So they ran back along on the road until they had caught up with the passerby. When you passed us, they said, you said Avasara, but whom did you say it to? Realizing from the stupidity of this question that the four men were nincompoops, the man said, I said it to the one who was the biggest fool. He then continued jauntily down the road, while the four began to quarrel over which one of them was the biggest fool, for whichever one it was, according to the man they had passed, could claim the higher status. It is unlikely that their argument was resolved, for they shouted and gesticulated all the way back to their homes. Truly, by engaging in it at all, each showed himself to be as big a fool as the others. Acknowledgements, sources and bibliography. Myths and Legends of India, originally published by the Folio Society in London in 2001, depended greatly on the work of others, poets, translators, scholars, retellers and even a couple of novelists. Romesh Gunasekara and Rohinton Mistry. The bibliography below lists the books that I used particularly. I am deeply grateful to all the authors living and dead. My retelling are in my own words, and I have done my best to avoid other authors' words and phrases, though I cannot guarantee that I have succeeded entirely. To the late Professor P. Lal, whose transcreation of the Mahabharata is the source of the second section of the book, I owe special thanks. It was published by his own writer's workshop imprint in Kolkata. Some slight editorial adjustments were made to his work, with his permission, but in general, my Folio Society editors and I were happy to trust his sound and creative judgments in matters of layout, capitalization, italicization, etc. The choice of extracts and the prose introductions to each one were my own, though I was helped by some preliminary suggestions by P. Lal himself. In addition to the main bibliography, at the end of Volume 2, I have found the following books invaluable. Keith A. Bredell, Indian Mythology, Volume 6 of the Mythology of All Races, 13 volumes, edited by Louis Herbert Gray, Boston, Marshall Jones Co., Marshall Jones Company, 1913 to 1964. Napot, Jain, Indian Mythology, an Encyclopedia of Myth and Legend, New Delhi, Indus 1992. The Mahabharata of Vyasa, condensed from Sanskrit and transcreated into English by P. Lal, New Delhi, Vikas Publishing House, 1980. Walker, Benjamin. The Hindu World, an Encyclopedia Survey of Hinduism, 2 volumes, London, George Allen and Unwin, 1968. The list of sources relates to the main bibliography. For the extracts from P. Lal's Mahabharata, I have given Parva, episode and verse reference in the Sanskrit text. That he worked from, see bibliography, followed by the writer's workshop volume and page numbers, and the publication date of each volume. I would like to thank Mrs. Monvara Sithul for the help she gave me in preparing the Folio Society edition, and also the present 2-volume edition. Professor J.C. Wright for applying his Indological rigor to the sweeping statements in the draft of my introduction, and Sue Bradbury, Bridget Frost, and David Watkins of the Folio Society for their encouraging guidance. Thank you for listening to this production of Myths and Legends of India, Volume 1, by William Radice. Production copyright Penguin Random House India, 2019. Text copyright William Radice, 2001-2016.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.